right now. Despite all that this man has had against him, despite how much they've attacked him and fought against Donald Trump, it will be Donald J. Trump who unifies this country, who brings us back together, and finally restores the American dream for the United States of America. So I got to say thank you to you guys. You guys are not just part of a political movement. You are part of our family. We love you. Thank you from the bottom of our hearts for everything, for the support, for the love, for the prayers. We have all felt them time and time again. And we are so appreciative. We love you too. Thank you. And so I want you guys to remember this. Tomorrow night is the beginning, because it's not just that Donald Trump is going to make America great again. He's going to make America greater than ever before. Thank you, guys. Thank you, Pennsylvania. Get out and vote. I love you.
All right. I think they're going to play music now. So that was Laura Trump. And Donald Trump will be speaking shortly in Reading, Pennsylvania. We are bringing you live coverage today, live day before election coverage. And give me one moment here. Thanks for your patience. I'm going to take some of your comments on the air. Appreciate you guys being with us. Again, thanks to Right Side Broadcasting for letting us use their footage from Reading, Pennsylvania. Wow, guys. Wow. One more day. Less than 24 hours till people start voting. We might have some coverage tonight at midnight. I think the polls open. Isn't it like Dixville Notch, New Hampshire? Isn't that what it is? Or is it Maine? I don't even remember. Let me look here and see. Dixville Notch, New Hampshire is the first votes are cast there. I think it's midnight. Yes. So we might have coverage of that tonight. We might have coverage of the first votes being cast. Really appreciate you being with us.
You're teaching me with my imperfections, reaching me when I run the other direction. I'm undone, unraveling my plans. Make me whole again, rebuild me from the inside out, in a way only you know how.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to Election Day Pages of Faith. I'm not going to say I'm nervous because that wouldn't be good. That would not be good. But I want to just thank you for joining us on this important day. Today, we're going to reflect not only on the verse of the day, but also on the significance of this election and our role as believers in a world where divisions and challenges are always present. Together, let's seek God's wisdom and direction, remembering that while leaders and government change, our true hope and strength comes from the Lord. Okay, so I just want to make sure my phone is off. So let's begin with a prayer. Lord Jesus, thank you for this day and for the freedom to gather in your name. We ask that you open our hearts to hear your word and help us understand our role in this world. And as we go about our day today, remind us of your presence and strength and guide us to be people of peace, unity, and faith. no matter the circumstances, no matter the circumstances, Father. So I just want to make sure we are playing. Okay, we are now playing on the radio. I'm not the greatest when it comes to technology. You can ask my partner, Tom. But again, just in your holy name, Father, we pray. So let's stand firm in you, no matter the circumstances around us today, and ease our anxiety and our fear. Amen. Today's verse of the day is Romans 8:38-39. For I am convinced that neither death nor life, neither angels nor demons, neither the present nor the future, nor any powers, neither height nor depth, nor anything in all creation we will be able to separate us from the love of God that is in Christ Jesus our Lord. This verse reminds us of the unwavering power of God's love. Paul tells us, for I am convinced that neither death nor life, neither angels or demons, neither the present nor the future, nor any powers, neither height nor depth, nor anything else in all creation will be able to separate us from the love of God that is in Christ Jesus our Lord. This verse is powerful. It's a powerful assurance of God's unbreakable love for us in times of uncertainty, conflict, or division, like today's election. We can rest knowing that nothing in this world, no person or event can separate us from God's love. It's a reminder that our security, our identity, and ultimate hope rests not in the powers of this world, but in the unchanging love of Christ. A battle beyond flesh and blood. While we engage in earthly events like the election today, let's remember that it's a spiritual battle we cannot see. Good and evil. And the world often presents us with sides, labels, and divisions that try to tear people apart. But as believers, our struggle is not against flesh and blood, nor is it rooted in earthly systems of leaders. We have to remind ourselves that. Instead, our fight is against the forces of darkness that seek to divide, deceive, and lead us away from the truth of Jesus. And that's Ephesians 6:12. And it's easy to feel overwhelmed or even tempted to place our hope in political leaders or parties. But Romans 8:38 and 39 encourage us to ground ourselves in love and grace of Jesus, knowing that He alone is our source of lasting peace and security. Presidents and political parties come and go, and we know that. We've been through it all. But Jesus is our eternal King. And through His saving grace, we are part of a kingdom that cannot be shaken. And what does this verse teach us about us as people? This verse reminds us that we are part of a bigger story, a spiritual reality that goes beyond the temporary concerns of this world. And it highlights that while we may be affected by earthly matters, our identity and worth comes from being loved by God. And the love is unshakable. And Romans 8:38-39 shows us that God's love is an absolute and unbreakable. So we have to remind ourselves that. And I know it's tough today. I know. It's tough. And we just have to take it one step at a time and understand that God is in control today. He is in control today like He's never been before. So I just want you to know that while it's stressful, we just have to remember that. We have to remember that God is in control no matter what the outcome is. And nothing, no person, no power or event can separate us from God's love. God's sovereignty he's in commitment to his people are internal, providing a security that outlasts every temporary situation. So how can we apply that today on election day or tonight or tomorrow, because we don't know what's going to happen? In moments of division or conflict, remember that God's love is greater than anything happening around us. Ground yourself in the truth, especially today, by praying for unity, peace, and wisdom. Let God's love guide your thoughts, words, and actions, remembering that he is ultimately in control today. And again, it's a spiritual war. And we have to remember that. And no matter how you're feeling today, you got to get out there. If you haven't already voted, you got to get out there today. Your voice matters. You have to do it. And know that God is in control no matter what. And as we navigate these times of stress and anxiety, let's not forget the importance of spiritual rest. And you got to take it easy. If it's getting too much for you today, like it was doing that to me yesterday, step away from the television, the radio, take a walk, go outside, put your feet in the ground. And here are 6 ways to embrace rest as a spiritual discipline today. Take time to reflect. Give yourself a moment during the day to reflect on God's love and remember his faithfulness. Go somewhere where it's silent and solitude by yourself. Take time to unplug from the world's noise. Turn off your phone. Turn off your television. Go sit outside and just listen. If you have to go to a park or somewhere far away from traffic, do it. And allow your heart and mind to find peace in God's presence today and tomorrow, tonight, because it's going to be a crazy ride. And focus on the blessings God has given you and reminding yourself of his provisions and love. Think of all the things you're grateful for. Think about it's a wonderful time to be alive. And thank God for the small things in your life, your family, your friends, your home, your clean water, clean air. We're in the greatest country. We're an American. We're Americans. And we live in a country and we want to keep it that way, a good country. Yeah, it has its moments, but you can still go outside and have a cup of coffee and listen to the birds and see nature in your yard. Praise God for who he is too. Prioritize worship in your life. And I know it sounds crazy. And I know people think, oh, what do you know? Like I told you before, I'm a sinner. I'm on a journey to be closer to Christ. And you're on that ride with me. I'm not educated in scripture. I'm just talking from my heart and telling you every day I prioritize Christ in my life. Every day I worship him. I talk to Christ. I talk to God. I am trying to have a relationship with him. And what it does is it allows us to rest in his greatness, freeing us from the pressures of daily life. Because it gets to me, it gets to you. I mean, there's craziness in the world. But that moment of sitting and talking to God and worshiping him, listening to music, it's taking the pressures of daily life off my shoulders. It's taking it off. He's taking all my anxiety. So and spend time with other people who feel the same way as you. Spending time with fellow believers, encouraging and supporting one another in faith. It's so nice to talk to people who believe the same things as you. It's nice to talk about people who have the same political views as you, doesn't it? So it's going to help you with this too. Being around people who have the same beliefs as you. And then surrendering your worries. Oh, Jesus, I surrender. Take care of everything. And I found that from Jonathan Romy. I followed his novena, and I followed him before, and I did that because he got on the ground on his hands and knees when he felt like his life nothing was going right, and he surrendered just like I do, because I have to. I can't take it. I can't do it on my own. So surrender your worries to God. Cast your anxieties on his shoulders. Oh, Jesus, I surrender. Take care of everything today. I can't handle this election. I can't handle what could be, what's going to happen. I surrender. And if there's something in your life that's overbearing right now, surrender. Oh, Jesus, I surrender. I take care of everything. If you have some things in your life, medical issues, family problems, job, unemployment, surrender it to God. So as we face today's election, let's ground ourselves in love and power of God. And remember that while today's events are significant and they mean a lot, they do not define us or our future. So I want to go ahead and spend this time on our journals. I'm going to put some music on and set aside this time. Journal. Journal what's on your mind. Talk to Christ. What's on your mind today, and tell him if you're anxious, if you're worried, if you're fearful, tell him, and he's going to listen. So I'm going to go ahead and mute myself. I'm going to put on some worship music, and we're in different studios, and I don't see my music, guys. Oh no, it's not good because I don't have my music in front of me. Wow, I don't know what to do about that because I don't have my music because I'm in a different studio. Let me see. I'm afraid I might lose you. It's not letting me. Well, we're just going to take this moment to be quiet then, and I'm going to see if I can upload it. I do have it. I don't want to put on I don't want to put on some crazy music. So let me see if I can go ahead. I'm just going to mute myself and take this time to journal and tell Christ everything's on your mind. We'll do that for about 10 minutes. I'm going to try to pull some music up since we are live.
began from the ground, created to bring glory to God, a purpose profound. This man walked with God until he chose his own way. He was sentenced to die and returned to the dust from where he was made. This is not the end. God's mercy stepped in. He sent his son, who willingly died to pay for our sin. Now love made a way to redeem and restore a relationship grand between God and man through Jesus the Lord. From dust to glory, a purpose revealed, transformed by his power. Oh, to be just like him. An unbelievable story, and yet it's so real. From dust to glory, another promise fulfilled. When Jesus returns and life's journey complete, this frail mortal frame will be totally changed to immortality. Trading all this world holds, leaving dust far behind. Forever I'll bring glory to God in a body glorified. From dust to glory, a purpose revealed, transformed by his power. Oh, to be just like him. To glory, another promise fulfilled.
What will it be like when my pain is gone and all the worries of this world just fade away? What will it be like when you call my name, in that moment when I see you face to face? I'm waiting my whole life to hear you say, well done, my good and faithful one. Welcome to the place where you belong. Well done, my beloved child. You have run the race and now you're home. Welcome to the place where you belong. Well done, my beloved child. You have run the race and now you're home. Welcome to the place where you belong. What will it be like when I hear that sound? All of heaven's angels crying out, singing holy, holy, holy are you, Lord. Singing holy, holy, holy are you, Lord. Singing holy, holy, holy are you, Lord. Waiting my whole life for that day. Until then I'll live to hear you say, well done, my good and faithful one.
If that's not enough time, you can just keep on going, because we're not recorded today. We're live. But remember that while today's events are significant, they do not define our future. Our identity is rooted in Christ, and our hope is unshakable because it's based on his eternal love. And whatever the results today, remember, and tomorrow, whatever they get the results, God's love for us remains constant, and he is our still sovereign over all. And here's some ways to keep today's verse close to our hearts and lives with an eternal perspective. Anchor yourself today in prayer. Anchor yourself. Just do what you have to do, and God will be there with you. And don't be scared and don't be fearful what's going to happen today, because God's in control. You have to have faith. And begin your day with prayer. Remember to surrender, asking God to give you peace and wisdom as you engage in the world today. So you can go and say a little prayer. Lord, I trust in your love that never fails. Help me see beyond the temporary and to remember that you are in control. And when conversations or the news reports stir anxiety today, because it will, remember yourself. Remind yourself. And remember who you are, and remind yourself that nothing can separate you from God's love. Allow that truth to be your foundation today. And let your interactions today reflect God's love. Encourage others, seek unity, and demonstrate that your hope is in Jesus, not in earthly systems, not in the political system, not who's the candidate. Don't let it get to you, and pray that God's will be done. God's will be done. Remember that God's will be done. He's in control. And let leaders would seek wisdom today, and that believers will be lights of peace and love in this crazy election season today and tomorrow and whatever comes. And as we close today, let's remember that God's love for us is immovable and eternal. While we fulfill our responsibilities here on earth, let's keep our eyes on Jesus, knowing that his love is our true foundation. No matter what changes or challenges come, nothing can separate us from the love of God in Christ Jesus. So let's end with prayer. Dear Lord, we thank you for your unbreakable love, a love that cannot be affected by anything in this world. Help us remember that our true hope and security are in you. Guide us to walk in peace and wisdom today, trusting that you are sovereign over all. Teach us to be lights in a world that needs your truth and love. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen. And let's pray together as Jesus taught us. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. Amen. And if today's message encouraged you, or if you know someone who may need it, please share this episode. And let's support each other, remembering that our true hope and foundation are in Christ. If you'd like to connect or need prayer, please reach out. And thank you for being with us on Good Morning Jesus, Pages of Faith. And remember, no matter what comes, nothing can separate us from God's love. And remember, no matter the outcome in today's election, God is in control. So God bless. And I'm just going to do the exit, but I'm not going to leave because we're here 24 hours today. It's going to be a crazy ride. And so I'm just going to go ahead and put the closing, but I'm just going to go ahead and go to the news. Okay. Because we gotta end it. We gotta end it.
You're teaching me with my imperfections, reaching me when I run the other direction. I'm undone, unraveling my plans. Make me whole again, rebuild me from the inside out, in a way only you know how.
Okay, folks, we got a lot to do today. We're going to be on and off all day. I'm just going to go ahead and put my other avatar on. So we're going to have a busy day today. So we'll be hopping in and out. We'll be playing different, we're going to be sharing different broadcasts on today's election. Make sure you get out there and vote today. It's an exciting day to be alive. It's a great presidential election. So make sure you vote, vote, vote. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to share some screens. And we'll be live all day long. We have special guests lined up today. We have Shawn Kelly's coming on. We got Kaitynn Colegate coming on. We have Ventre at 7:00 this evening. So if you'd like to come on, send us a message in the chat. We will send you a link. Like, we'll be popping in all day. So I'm going to go ahead and we're going to share some screens. And Tom will be in too today, on and off. I'm going to head out to vote probably about 10:30 that I normally do my show in the morning. But we wanted to let you know that we are here. We want you on. And we're going to go ahead and share the screen. So we'll be back in a little bit.
So who knows when this is going to be called? I mean, you should be prepared for there to be no race call on election night. Da Vinci says tomorrow is going to be epic. Waiting for Trump to speak, by the way. Let me take some more comments from you guys as we watch ballots being counted in Michigan. Paper City Gamer says that will be bad again if it takes days. Yeah, I mean, it's just the process. You know, if it's a close enough election and you need to know what happened in certain states, and those states take a while, for example, if they don't allow early processing of mail-in ballots, it's just the nature of the thing. Matt says he's pretty late again. So you know, I believe he started late at his morning rally, which is not infrequent for these recent rallies that it starts late. But something I was wondering is Trump's last rally today, his fourth and final rally today, is in Grand Rapids, Michigan. And it's at 10:30 p.m. And that's 10:30 local time because Grand Rapids is on Eastern time. So if it's now, I think the rally before that is supposed to be at 6 p.m. So they've built in some time between. But there could be a bit of an issue. I'm guessing the campaign doesn't want him to be so late to the Michigan rally because, then you're talking about starting at like 11:30 or midnight or something, right? So my guess is that they don't want to be too late for the last rally, given the already late starting time. Thank you to Katsy, our member. I appreciate it. Oh, by the way, also thank you to Kristen Gates. Hey, thanks, Kristen Gates. Really appreciate your support. Thank you. And Marnie, thanks for the gift membership. So nice of you. Thank you, Marnie.
Atlanta. We've been pretty much taking you on a round robin across America this morning as polling locations are opening across the U.S. on this election day. I'm Jeanne Francine. We have to take our third.
The Harris rally today start. Reuters has it a start time for their broadcast at 4 p.m. I don't know if that's when the rally starts. I don't even know if I'll be able to show that. There's kind of funky stuff going on today. Sometimes I can only show you what I have the rights to. For some reason today, some of these rallies that Reuters is showing, they're like you can't show in the U.S. So sometimes they have, sometimes they use somebody else's footage, sometimes they use their own footage. So I'm hoping I can show you that one, but we'll just have to see. I mean, even if I can show the Harris one, I can't show. There's supposed to be, one of our viewers just mentioned, Mona said singers with Harris. I think Lady Gaga's supposed to be there, but I can't play the music anyway. I can't play the copyrighted songs anyway. So don't rely on me to see musicians performing with candidates.
It's good.
Waiting for Trump to speak. His rally schedule today is, it's crazy to look at his site and just see three rallies on the Trump event site, and that's it. This was the Pennsylvania Reading was supposed to start at 2. It's now 3. I mean, it started, but he was supposed to. The estimated speaking time for him was 2, and at 6 p.m. there's one in Pittsburgh, and then at 10:30 p.m. there's one in Grand Rapids, Michigan. But what is the distance between Reading to Pittsburgh? It's about 260 miles between Reading and Pittsburgh. Reading is on the Philadelphia side of the state. I'll actually show you guys on Google Maps where Reading is. Oopsie, we lost that footage. Come back to me. We might have lost the Detroit footage. There it is. That was the Detroit footage. Well, that was nice to see while we could see it. That was fun while we had the chance. Give me one moment here. I was going to show you Reading, Pennsylvania. If you just give me a second. Give me one moment. Okay, Reading, Pennsylvania. Let's do this real quick. Reading. Oops, let me do it this way. How do I get I never figured this. Oh, here we go. Traffic off. Okay. Reading is here. There's Reading. Reading is about 40 miles outside of Philadelphia. That is where Trump is speaking shortly, in Reading, Pennsylvania. Oopsie. Me over here. Let's find out something about Reading, Pennsylvania, shall we? Oh, hold on. Somebody's speaking at the rally. Give me a moment. Hang on. I think somebody's about to speak at the rally. Hang on a second, guys.
Donald Trump brags he took away a woman's right to make her own medical decisions. Kamala Harris will protect our rights.
This is your eye doctor, and this is you.
I really like my doctor, but I love saving time and money. So now I keep it simple. I get my prescription from my doctor, but my contact lenses from lens.com.
See more, spend less.
Wait a second. Wait a second. Somebody is speaking. Hang on. Hang on a moment. Marco Rubio is speaking. It's Florida Senator Marco Rubio.
Thank you. Thank you. In a few moments, you're going to hear from the 45th and soon to be 47th President of the United States. And, our country took a wrong turn about 4 years ago, and everything is worse off than it was then. And, the country and the America that I grew up in, the one you grew up in, the one that changed the world was a country full of hope and aspiration for the future and getting ahead. And that's what we've lost. And that's what we want to recapture. That's what this is really all about, is we want to be a country again that has big dreams and fulfills them, that does big things. And the only thing standing in our way is a bad administration. After 4 years of progress that set us back, and I know people are just so tired of every day waking up to the news that our borders being overrun, that our streets are no longer safe because we're being flooded with criminals. I know people are tired of that. The cost of living has been unaffordable for working people. That was the American dream. If you work hard and you're willing to work hard, you can get ahead, you can leave your children better off than yourself. And there are millions of people today that are doubting it or are finding it impossible because of the insane policies of the current administration. And so what this election is about more than anything else is fixing those problems so that we can once again have the great country that we inherited from our.
We have Shawn Kelly here today. He's going to give us his insight on what he thinks is going to happen. I know Shawn's been a little bit crazy and stressed out like myself, so I have to quit drinking the coffee, Shawn. So tell me, you're upset about what's going on. You're a pollster.
Yeah. Well, like I work with Joe Montaldo on News on the Flip Side, and for the last 9 months, we have been keeping track of the polls. And before Kamala was even freaking announced as, the candidate, nobody knew what was going on, because, for a fact, as I know, is that they kicked Joe Biden out of the office.
I know. They just threw him under the bus. Come
did.
on. That was a coup, for anything. And what pisses me off, Shawn? They didn't vote her in.
Mm-mm.
She just was, this is crazy. They just let her go, come on. And she's like, I thought I was a baddie because I
Yeah,
laugh a lot and you know
right.
that. But her laugh is sort of like, I don't know, it reminds me of the Wicked Witch, the Wicked
Wicked
Witch
Witch of the
on the
East, I
Wizard of
think.
Oz. She reminds me
Yeah,
of that.
man. Cracking.
I,
And she also sounded like those, bitches on Hocus Pocus, too.
Yeah, and the
Yeah.
View. That she reminds me. She would fit right in with the View. And I know I can't help it who I'm voting for. And I'll tell you what, Shawn, what happened to me. Did I tell you what happened to me? I told you about
No,
all my signs. Somebody took them down on Halloween.
really?
All my big flags that I had stuck in the ground. And you know what? That to me, that's just not. You shouldn't be allowed to do that. I mean,
No, not at all. In fact, if you got them on your camera, if you have a camera set
yeah,
on them,
it was too far
that see,
out.
that's what they. Oh, it was too far out. I was saying, if it was up close, honey, I would just let Eva go out on her ass and just.
Well, yeah, I would love to have Ava go out. Oh, geez, then I'd be
I
sued.
mean,
They'd probably come and
but
have.
no, it's thievery. It's destruction of property.
Mhm.
Um, and they could get arrested for doing it. But
Yeah,
people,
they can.
what blows me away is that how can these people actually think about voting for her? I mean, she don't have no policy set. She doesn't. I mean, how many times have you seen her on TV doing interviews? And
Yeah,
like out of a 20-minute interview, 19 and a half minutes is bashing Trump. You
you
know what I
know,
mean?
I, you know, I come from a working class family.
Hmm.
You know, how many times did she say that? And she doesn't have any clear views. And she doesn't. Then the one interview that who interviewed her? Was it the View that said, "Would you change anything?"
That was on
And
the
she
View.
said,
That
"Oh,
was that
I
Sunny.
can't, I can't think of anything." Okay, we're like okie dokie. She has no idea what she's talking about.
No, not at all. I do believe that was with Sonny hosting on the View
Yeah,
when
you
Sonny
did,
asked her
totally
that
got that
question.
one right.
But you
And
know what? I watched that clip, okay, and I'm looking at the women on the View, and they're like, "Huh?" They were dumbfounded.
they
And
don't.
then,
They feel like they can't speak their mind because they're so. Oh my God! If I even say anything against or for Trump, that they're going to be frowned upon because
mhm.
that's Hollywood and that's the celebrity status. They all want. Oh, did you hear that Lady Gaga is going to be she was at the Trump no, Trump was in Pittsburgh, is going to be in Pittsburgh.
No, they moved it. They're
They
moving it
moved
to.
it.
I think they moved it to Philly.
Why? Oh, that's
Not
great.
Trump, not Trump's, Kamala's. I think they
Oh, okay. Well,
moved it to
that's
Philly.
good. That's good. That's good. And
I think.
many yeah, I think she's going to be doing that, and what is she going to be singing? Like they got really mad because the other one fiance she didn't sing.
Boy, that backfired in her face, didn't it, man?
Yeah. Well, she shouldn't be, saying things that aren't going to happen either. But
I'll
just to
tell you
get
what.
people to turn out to her rallies. Many of the Trump supporters they predict a high turnout.
Yes,
And what do you think about that? You think
I
that's going to
believe that. I
happen?
believe they will. I really too believe that because I remember twice. What's his name? That asshole on CNN, the black dude. He got fired, I think, from them.
Yeah.
And
What's his name? I follow him, but I sometimes, I'm
he's
not
an
good with
asshole.
it. See, I know who you're talking about.
When I'm still talking, maybe I'll remember his name. But he went out, I think it was in New Jersey, and he was asking people on the boardwalk who were they voting for, and they all said Trump.
Yeah, they were shocked because there was a lot of the black guys were
Right.
saying that they were actually going to vote for Trump. Why not?
And
I
then
mean, Trump is. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
the last one, okay, that he did, they were all for Donald Trump, and it just blew him away.
Yeah.
And but I mean, I think he's the only one that legitimately is trying to go out there and get, hey, let's vote Kamala in. Let's do Kamala. Let's do Kamala. Because you know damn right well, Jenny, that when Trump wins, I believe he's going to win.
There's going to be a red wave, but that's what we said in 2020, though, too, Sean. Because we're
But
not, you went to bed and you thought he was going to win, and all of a
Right.
sudden they totally cheated.
He's up 2 million votes here in Pennsylvania in 2020, and then all of a sudden, okay, he lost. You know what I mean? It was like, my God, and they cheated. They cheated. But what I like about this year, though, okay, is that Laura Trump's doing a hell of a job.
Yes, she is.
Checking, doing the ballots.
She's checking the ballots. Yeah.
Yes.
There's been a lot of fraud. And Tom was it Tom that was telling me this? Yeah. Someone came with 4 ballots from the family. And they said, no, they have to bring their own. You
Right.
can't bring somebody else's ballot. And, I keep getting these. My mother's been dead for 2 years. And she got I could have took the ballot and read it in. And I know I wouldn't do that, but I'm just saying, you know how many other
Right.
people are probably getting the same thing, and they're probably, hey, why not? Why
Yeah.
do I have to lose? Especially if they're cheating.
Right, exactly. And I remember, I don't know if it was up in your area. Oh, no, it was in Bucks County. Some lady went to vote, and she has it on her phone video that they shut the lines down at 11:30 in the morning because the lines were it was just too much people.
They
They shut it down, but Laura Trump and the Supreme Court got a hold of that, and I think they overturned. They say no, you can't do it because at that time it was that early voting, and they had to keep the boxes open until 4:30 in the afternoon. They were not allowed to shut that down, but the sheriff shut the line down. You know what I mean? And
I don't know how they can.
I don't know either.
How they can get away. Half the stuff that they're trying to get away with.
Right.
And there's going to be such an over amount of people voting for Trump. It's going to be a total red wave. So how can they, if we know ahead of time that he's leading, how would they even try to, change the outcome of it? And it's
right.
They'll try to, and they're not going to tell us right away unless it's a total sweep.
Look at Iowa. Okay. Trump had it by 10, 2020 had it by, I think, 10 back in 2016. And he was winning the polls there in Iowa. And then all of a sudden, overnight, Kamala's up by 3.
Exactly. But you see what's happening in Pennsylvania? Even Fetterman said on Joe Rogan, he said that he has such an overwhelming support in Pennsylvania that they can't. How would they even try to say, oh, if he doesn't win Pennsylvania, then there's something wrong, because you saw how many people were at the rallies here.
Right.
And come on, think about it. They were saying that women should vote for Kamala. What do you say, Kamala?
Kamala. I call her Kamala. I call her the
Kamala. That we aren't supporting women's rights. Bullshit. I'm a woman. I do not want her as a president. I do not want her as a president. Now think about Trump. He is a badass.
Yeah, he is.
I mean, to go back after what happened in Pittsburgh and Butler County, when think about it, he was almost killed.
Right.
And that man got up. I mean, that was when he got up there and did that fist punch. Fight, fight, fight. Yeah. I don't care who you are. If you did not think that was badass, there's something wrong with you.
No, it was bad. I'll tell you what the baddest ass thing he did so far during his campaign was coming off Air Force One. His plane and ride in that garbage truck.
Oh, I love that.
Oh,
I dressed up as a garbage bag for our show,
did.
And I went for Halloween. Yeah.
Yeah.
That was, he's so, what's that word I'm looking at? Sharp. I mean, he's 78 years old. He puts me to, oh my God, oh my God. he is so sharp that he can just come up with this stuff. Then he's funny as hell.
Oh
I mean,
my
he
God,
made me
yeah.
laugh when he was at the one. Oh my God.
I
The
mean,
night when he
seriously,
dressed up.
he's just what I like. You watch him, and he is so confident when he speaks. He's he has the crowd. You know what I
You
mean?
know, he has everybody. I mean, when I watched him in New York, okay, for the Madison Square Garden rally, I was so emotional watching him. I was so proud of him. And how
Right.
can these people, like even my friends who are Democrats, and how are they voting? Unless they're just lying and they're going to go ahead and vote for him and don't tell anybody.
Well, you
It's
know what
like,
me and my brother do, don't you?
mhm.
This happened to us at Denny's restaurant. So we're here eating lunch, and there's this old couple sitting next to us, right? And the lady says, "I really need to ask you this question." And Patrick goes, of course, with the mouth. He says, "Well, what's that?" She said, "Who are you voting for?" And he says, and I said together, "We're voting for Jill Stein." You know what I mean? And she goes, "Well, who's Jill Stein?" People don't even know Jill Stein's in the race. And Patrick said, she's with the Green Party, you know.
Yeah.
And the reason why we do that, and I've done that a couple other times, that telling that I'm voting for Jill Stein, because I don't want to start no arguments. And then the old lady finally said, "Yeah, we're voting for Trump." And then that's when we were agreeing with her. But
Well, people who do vote for them, that's just messing things up. Like, this is what upsets me, Shawn. I know they left Robert Kennedy Jr. on the ballot, but if somebody votes for him, it's taking away from Trump. Like,
no, it
why did
isn't.
it
No,
isn't?
no. Well, yeah, because if you just saw the last pollster, I think it was in Iowa, only 3% vote, 0.3 or 3%, only voted for Kennedy, because those 3% probably didn't even realize that he's not even
Yeah.
running for president. But, what it does is with Kennedy being on the ballot, and even states where Kennedy is not on the ballot, that's more votes for Donald Trump, because I watched something. I just watched so much on this damn election
I know.
that, and I don't mind. I learned a lot, but a lot of people who were Kennedy's followers, man, they're saying we're voting for Trump, even though we don't like the dude, but we want a good economy again,
Absolutely.
because this economy's killing us.
Yeah, you're telling me. And you know what? Oh, I watched those ads for her saying, "Oh, we're going to have we're going to fix it so people can go to the grocery store." Bullshit. They had 4 years, almost 4 years to do it. The prices just keep going up.
Yeah,
I
they
mean,
do.
now this is the way the young people want to vote for her, because, oh, we're going to give each person $25,000 to get a home.
That and because they drill their campaigning.
Margaritas. Where's the machine? I couldn't miss you. I was just singing a sad song about how I love to be here with them. It's kind of like the Stockholm syndrome, you know?
Toyota Center over in Houston, Texas. Also got this image coming in here, and this appears to be over in Bucks County, Pennsylvania. That is going to be a big pivotal county there in the swing state of Pennsylvania, possibly the one being watched the closest. 8:17 on the East Coast and 5:17 on the West Coast. Going to head to our first 2-minute commercial break of the hour. On the other side, we'll check back in with our different Fox affiliates for a look at some of your headlines here as they're following their races very closely. You're watching Live Now from Fox. We'll be right back. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, 8:19 on the East Coast and 5:19 on the West Coast. Want to take you out to this video from a bit earlier on this morning as a small town in New Hampshire keeping up that tradition overnight. Now, the handful of people who live in Dixville Notch cast their ballots as the clock struck midnight local time. The township home to only 13 people, with only 6 people registered there to vote. So they cast their ballots. You can see it in the ballot box there. Now we know that each candidate earned half the vote, with 3 votes for Trump and 3 votes for Harris. All right, I do want to check in a battleground state right now with our Fox 5 Atlanta team, as they do have an array of reporters out gathering all of the latest.
Already cast their ballots. Millions more will join the ranks and wait in lines likely outside of polling centers as Americans flex their civic muscles to elect a new president.
We're going to have the American dream back soon. Together, we will begin the 4 greatest years in the history of our country, and we will launch the most extraordinary economic boom the world has ever seen.
And we have an opportunity in this election to finally turn the page on a decade of politics that has been driven by fear and division. We are done with that. We're done.
And this presidential race will be decided by 7 battleground states, one of which is Georgia. And that's why we have been bombarded with campaign ads and candidate visits. And Good Day's Mark Tagner kicks off our You Decide 2024 team coverage live from a Fulton County polling precinct. Mark, good morning.
Yeah, good morning. The bell of the ball we've been for the last couple of months, and now we're going to see if all of that can.
You're fired. Get the hell out of here. You're fired. This is a hell of a nice place. Thank you. With your vote, we're going to win Pennsylvania, and we're going to defeat Kamala and those radical left, what they're doing to our country. Crazy Nancy Pelosi. What's about her? She has Visa stock, a big position. You know, she started off with nothing. Now she's worth $200 million. How did that happen? So she has Visa stock, and she sells her stock. The day before, it was announced that Visa's under major federal investigation. I don't know. I wonder, do you think she had any insider information? I don't think. It's disgrace. Honestly, she's a disgrace. They ought to throw her the hell out of Congress. We are going to make America great again, and it's going to be fast. We're going to do it fast. Go fast track it. Over the past 4 years, Kamala has orchestrated the most egregious betrayal that any leader in American history has ever inflicted upon our people. She's violated her oath of office. She's eradicated our sovereign border and unleashed an army of gangs and criminal migrants from prisons and jails, insane asylums and mental institutions, from all around the world, from Venezuela and the Congo in Africa, stealing countless American lives. And these are rough customers that are coming, much rougher than almost anybody in this room, other than the other night I had the Penn State national champion wrestling team. Think of this. They have a great coach. They've won exactly 11 out of the last 13 national championships. And I looked at these guys. They came up. I brought them up. And we were at Penn State when we did a little bit of a rally. It was a little rally that we could have sold the place out about 15 times. But we brought them up. I heard they were here, and I brought them up. And they had more muscle than I ever saw in any human being. And I looked at them and I said, you know, fellas, you may be the only ones in this room, in this country, that could take the migrants in a fight. You may be the only ones. Then I said, but they fight dirty. They use knives and guns, and they do, and they are vicious and they're tough. And we're going to get them the hell out. We have to. Our country's being destroyed. Our country is being destroyed here today. There's an incredible woman who I got to know actually over this tragedy, Patty Moran, whose heartbreaking story is a tragic warning of what will come to every city in America. It's coming to every city. It's already there. I mean, they don't want to even talk about it, but it's coming. It's only going to get worse. And by the way, 21 million people she allowed in, open borders. We have no idea who they are, and many of them are bad. If she ever won, I hate to even mention the concept, she's incompetent. If she ever won, she would have open to the election. And you wouldn't have 21 million people, which is a record in history. You would have 221 million people coming over the next 4 years. And you could forget about your country. You would have no chance. Patty's wonderful daughter, Rachel Morin, was a 37-year-old mom of 5 precious, beautiful children. Rachel lived in Maryland, 1,500 miles from the border. Last year, while Rachel was out on a run, she wanted to always stay in good shape. Right near her home, she was brutally raped and murdered by an illegal alien who was let into the United States by the ridiculous open borders policy of Kamala. The savage who committed this heinous crime first killed another woman in El Salvador before walking across Kamala's open border. Come in and please come in. We'd love to have you into the United States. Isn't that wonderful? He then attacked a 9-year-old girl and her mother in a home invasion in Los Angeles, beating the hell out of both of them before murdering Rachel. Patty is really special. I got to know her. We had lunch together, and she's a very great woman. She's just like, look, there's nothing you can tell somebody when that happens. You can't say, oh, well, time. I don't know. Sometimes time's good. Sometimes it makes it worse. I've had them say it's worse now than it was 10 years ago. But Patty's a fantastic person. I'd love to call her up. She'll say a few words about her beautiful daughter. Please, Patty. Thank you. Thank you. Nice.
Thank you. Rachel, if you knew Rachel, everybody in our town knew Rachel. They loved her. She was a tiny little Spitfire. She was like 5 feet, 5'2". She loved her children. She was very dedicated to them. She was a small businesswoman. She worked very hard to support her children. She was physically active. She took very good care of herself. And after she passed away, we did a walk in our town. And we had over 2,000 people come out to the walk. And of the people that came out to the walk, they said to me, I didn't know her personally, but we bought coffee at the same place. And she always said hi, and she always had a smile. I had on the walk people that had immigrated into this country. And one of them that really touched my heart was a tiny little Cuban lady. She had left her country and had come here for safety reasons. She had just had 2 knee replacements, and her daughter knew my daughter, but her daughter had to work that day. So this lady with the 2 little knee replacements walked the trail for her daughter because her daughter was so impressed and so moved by Rachel. And this woman, at the end of the walk, wanted to take a picture with me and offered me $1 because that's what she had in her pocket to help towards expenses for my daughter. I told her to take the money and take her daughter out to lunch and give her a hug. But family is the most important thing that we have. There's a proverb, and the proverb says, when a righteous man reigns, the people rejoice. But when wickedness reigns, the people mourn. And it's been 4 years of our country mourning because of the hardships that have been inflicted on us that are unnecessary. totally unnecessary. So thank you for allowing me this time.
Thank you very much.
And this is our next president of the United States. He's an awesome man.
Did you get your eyes set?
Not yet. We're working on it.
You got that?
Yeah, we are. Thank you, sir. Thank you for this honor.
It's an honor to be there. She's looking down, right? She's looking down. Look at the crowd on the right.
Yes. Yes.
The girl's looking down.
You're gonna make me cry.
Hmm?
You're gonna make me cry. Thank you.
Hold on, let me walk you out. Thank you very much. Thank you, Patty. Great woman, really an incredible. How do you do that? I don't know. She did something that's very hard to do. I couldn't do it, I don't think. Very hard to do what she just did so beautifully, too. And last night we had a woman from Puerto Rico, Carmen, lost her daughter, Mimi, same kind of thing. A migrant came in from a country, just brutal. They're just killers. I mean, they don't care. Her daughter was also beautiful. And Rachel was beautiful. But a similar thing killed, and the woman got up, killed 5 days ago. And the woman got up and she just spoke. And both of them, the job is to do that. I don't know how you do it, but they are incredible. They're incredible people. We have incredible people in this country, I tell you. And we can't let savages come in from other countries and take them out. We can't let these animals come in for other countries. They come in and they take them out, and then they're protected by the radical left. It's a terrible thing that's happening, and it's levels. When I was in this debate with the three people, 2.5, I figured, the 2 anchors and a half a candidate. And David Muir, when I said about, no, crime's way up. No, it's not, it's down. I said, am I debating you? And the next day, somebody at Justice Department actually likes me. They released the numbers. It was up 45%. Crime was up, way up right now. And you have a new crime that you can add. It's called migrant crime. And it's as vicious as there's ever been. It's a level of viciousness. And I put up tapes, but you know, the problem is the fake puts the tapes on. A friend of mine calls me. And he says, I watch all your rallies. They're the greatest rallies. But, you know, when you put those tapes up, the cameras, look at all those cameras over there. They don't have one camera that goes, and all it has to do is go an inch here, an inch here, and you have it. They don't put them on television because they don't want to see the horror show of those tapes. So I don't even bother with them anymore because it's ridiculous. Isn't it ridiculous? And, you know, it would be actually better for the networks, better. I mean, you're showing things of great interest, and they're horrible to watch. They're horrible to watch. But I don't put them up anymore pretty much because they won't put them on. They won't move the camera an inch and an inch. Isn't that terrible? You know why? Because it's fake news. The day I take the oath of office, the migrant invasion ends and the restoration of our country begins. The United States is now an occupied country, but it will soon be an occupied country no longer. It's not going to be occupied long. If you had the tapes, you'd see where they take over apartment complexes in Aurora, Colorado. I hope Colorado votes. You know, Colorado, the governor, is a weak, ineffective guy. He's a radical left lunatic, and he's petrified of the people. It's a gang from Venezuela, very nasty, along with MS-13. They're probably the 2 worst gangs, and vicious. He doesn't know what to do. All talk, you know, they're all talk. And yet, when I was the leading candidate and we're going through the country like easily, routinely, he decided that he's going to try and take me off the ballot. That doesn't sound very democratic, does it? You know, they always say, he's a threat, me. I'm a threat to democracy. I'm the one that's saving democracy, just so you know it. And this weak, ineffective governor got his attorney general to push it, and they tried to take me off the ballot. It went through a whole court system and the Supreme Court of the United States. And it was very important that they did this. They voted 9-0, including the 3 justices that sometimes would maybe not vote for something like this. I have respect for them. They voted 9-0. You can't do that. You just can't do that. You have to take them out with the ballots. So that was great. And the people of Colorado at the time, see, time flies and now people forget about it. But at the time they did polls and they were doing, Trump was going to win Colorado, not traditionally a swing state, but they were furious. And the Democrats were actually more angry than the Republicans. It's pretty amazing. November 5th, 2024 will be Liberation Day in America. And on day one, I will launch the largest deportation program of criminals in American history. We're going to get them out. We have to. Dwight Eisenhower has the record. He was a very moderate kind of a guy. He was a good general. He's a good president, too, better than a lot of people think. He built the interstate system, did a good job, but he hated the concept of people pouring into our country. And he has the record, but we're going to unfortunately beat the record. It's not something I want to do. But this is not sustainable by any country. They're taking over your towns, your schools, your hospitals. Springfield, Ohio, 52,000 people in the town. They dropped 30,000 migrants into the town. And now they can't use their hospitals. They can't use their school systems. I will rescue every city and town that has been invaded and conquered. Can you imagine? I'm up here making a speech, talking about towns and cities and big cities. Look, I see New York. I see what happened. And the mayor made some nasty statements about it. You know, the mayor, Mayor Adams, he made statements about this is not sustainable. We can't, I mean, you have to help us with this. Hundreds of thousands of people are piling into New York. You have to help us. And I said to my people, he'll be indicted shortly. They indicted him. One of the indictments is he was upgraded in an airliner. Everyone gets upgraded. Anybody who's gotten upgraded, please raise your hand. You will be indicted. No, think of this. I've been upgraded. I used to fly that way. They used to upgrade me all the time. That would mean I have a potential additional investigation because I've been investigated more than Alphonse Capone. Think about it. He killed people at will. If he went out to dinner with this handsome gentleman right here and he didn't like him, he said, "You're looking at me the wrong way. I don't like you." He had no chance of making it out of the dining room. And I got investigated. Think of it. I got investigated more, and I did nothing wrong. And I have to say the Republican Party really stuck up for me. They said, this is ridiculous. Unanimously. And they'll put the vicious and bloodthirsty criminals, we're going to get them. We're going to throw them out of the country, first choice. If they're really crazy vicious, and we have many of them, don't forget, of the 1,399 that are murderers, many of them committed 2 murders. Of these people, I don't know, I'd almost rather keep them in jail because, you know, if they come back, now we're going to have something about them coming back. It's serious, and we'll tell you about it. We're going to either put them in jail or we're going to get them. And for the most part, we want to just get them the hell out of our country, right? Now they're emptying their jails and mental institutions to expedite removals of the removal of Trende Aragua and other violent gangs like MS-13, all savage gangs, tough gangs. They're tough, they're nasty. And that's why I want to be with those Penn State guys. I feel very good. I will invoke the Alien Enemies Act of 1798. You know, 1798, that's when they ran the country a little tougher than we run it today. Today, you get a little slap in the wrist when you kill somebody. You kill somebody. Oh. Now, if you fight for a fair and free election, then they throw the book at you, right? Then they throw the book because they don't like it because you're getting too close. And you know, those numbers that are coming in today, nobody's ever seen numbers like this. It's a great tribute. So we're going to invoke the Alien Enemies Act of 1798 to target and dismantle every migrant criminal network operating on American soil. And if they come back into our country, it's an automatic 10 years in jail with no possibility of parole. And I'm hereby calling for the death penalty for any migrant that kills an American citizen or a law enforcement officer. You kill our citizens or you kill our law enforcement officers, you know, we have to protect them. They're in a dangerous situation. And we have very few. It's very hard to get them now. It's because we don't protect them. We don't stick up for them. We don't fight. I mean, we end up taking away their pensions. We end up taking away their house. They end up losing their families. We're going to fight for our law enforcement officers. Being a policeman used to be one of the most sought after jobs in the country. Today, it's not. I visited a wonderful young family in Long Island. The door opens to a car and bullets start firing out. He's not allowed to do anything. He can't, you know, just horrible. It's very dangerous. And we're going to have it so they're going to want to be cops again. We want to be policemen. My father always said, don't ever use the word cops. That's not respectful. It's a little different than it is nowadays. Can you imagine? Because my father had respect with our family, had always great respect for policemen. I'll never forget, I said to my father, Dad, the cops around here do a good job. Don't ever use the word cops. They're policemen. At that time, it was mostly policemen. Now it's policemen and policewomen. It's good. But that's a different thing. We're going to bring it back to exactly like my father felt about him. He had total respect for them, and they did a great job. And you couldn't even get on the force. The standards were so high. Everybody wanted to be a policeman or then, as it kicked in, a policewoman. And they're doing a great job. And I will immediately ban all sanctuary cities in the United States of America. We will secure our borders. And we will also rescue our economy, because our economy is in a mess. And I've seen it for a long time. I'm very good at that stuff. I'm very good at that stuff. I've been talking about it for a long time. Scott Bessent, one of the smartest people on Wall Street, has been talking about it. In fact, he said the only reason the stock market's up is because everyone thinks Trump is going to become president this very year. Maybe the top guy on Wall Street. 4 years of Kamala have delivered nothing but economic hell for American workers. You know that. Her inflation disaster has made life unaffordable and cost families over $30,000 in higher prices. It's the cost. People tell me all the time, I actually talk to a lot of people. It's hard to believe. If I'm in a group, I say, come here, what do you like the best? Well, my groceries are. They're always talking about groceries and the cost of cars, the cost of everything. The cost of anything. It's all inflation that they created. They created it so stupidly with screwing around with my energy policies. I had oil at $1. I thought it was 87. I was corrected by the government. It was $1.84 a gallon. Think of this. And today you're at $4 and $5 and actually going up. It's going to go up a lot. By the way, the day after the election, if something bad happens, you'll see oil at 10, 12, 15, because these crazy people are trying to force electric cars down your throat. And we like electric cars, but they're not for everybody. And by the way, Elon Musk is incredible, what he's done. Do you know where he is right now? He's in Pennsylvania fighting for the election. He's campaigning, Elon. That 22-story rocket ship last week, did you see that? It's coming down. I say, oh, no, it's going to crash. Look at the gantry. It's coming too sharp. Stop it, stop it. I didn't know it was him. I figured it was him because he's so far advanced. You know, who else could do this kind of stuff? Anyway, this thing's coming down. It's wrong angle. And then all of a sudden, it really looked like it had the whole deal was going to collapse, the gantry. That's the thing that holds it up. So it's coming down. Then all of a sudden, wow, massive flames of fire and jets and everything. comes pouring in from the left and pushes it over. And then it drops gently down. And then those two big arms come out like you're hugging your baby. Just grab that thing and put it gently down. Put it gently down on the pad. And it was a beautiful thing to see. See, now in the old days, I would have said hugging something else, and I would have thought that was so smart to say. And then the fake news would be writing stories about it for 2 weeks. So we don't give them those opportunities quite as much, but it was more fun, but we don't give them those opportunities. Just days ago, we had but you know, Elon, really, you have to be thankful that he gave for the horrible hurricane that did such a big number on numerous states, but North Carolina got hit badly. I mean, they were really hit. And I was there. I was very early there, actually, and then came back, and I met with a very good person, one of the head people in North Carolina. He said, "Sir, you know Elon Musk, don't you?" "Yeah." He gave me the nicest endorsement. He said, "If you don't win, if Trump doesn't win, this whole country is going to be no good. It's going to be no good." And it won't, because their policies, these radical left policies, will be Venezuela on steroids. That's what's going to happen to us. And I said that years ago, if that ever happened. And we can't let we got to get these people the hell out of office because they're bad. First of all, they're incompetent, but they're bad. But he said, "Sir, could you do us a favor?" What? He makes something called Starlink. I said, "What's Starlink? Tell me what Starlink." It's a communication system, because all our wires are buried underwater. You had to see this. Areas that never saw water are now lakes. I mean, nobody's ever seen a hurricane. This was a real sort of a water destructive hurricane. There's never been anything like it in terms of the amount of water put in. It literally areas that were almost like they never saw much rainfall or anything. They're now these giant lakes. And the destruction and the death. A lot of people died, and you know, people don't know that, but a lot of people died. There are people still missing. He said, "We have no communication. We're cut off from the mainland, and we need Starlink, and we can't get anyone on the phone because, you know, it's a very popular thing." So he explained what it is. And I called Elon. I said, "Elon, you have to do me a favor. North Carolina and parts of Georgia are really in bad shape, and they have no communication. You have to get your Starlink, whatever the hell it is, Elon. I don't know. I don't care, but you got to get some. And if you don't mind." And so I'm talking to him. And you might have heard this. I told it a couple times. I'm talking to him. And I get a note that the man from North Carolina was, "Thank you very much, sir. The Starlink is all being taken care of. It just happened." I said, "Wait a minute." So I said, "Elon, did you approve that?" "Yeah." "How the hell did you approve it? You're talking to me on the phone." He said, "Well, I'm able to do two things at one time." And they got so much Starlink. And I said, "How is it?" He said, a week later, I said to the guy, "How is it?" He said, "It's unbelievable. You saved a lot of lives." So Elon is a great guy. So we want to thank him. Just days ago, we had the worst jobs report in modern history. This is the one. I always said, I don't want to be Herbert Hoover. I don't want to be Herbert Hoover. And I've been talking to you about this is going to happen. And I think we can now say it's in the process of happening. So normally you see all these jobs, everything, hundreds of thousands of jobs just because of the size. And they just announced Mike. You'd be amazed at this. Mike, look at our Mike. Look at him. He lost all that weight. He looks so handsome. Stand up. Mike Pompeo. Stand up, Mike. He looks so handsome. Did he do that? That's good. Good. That's great. But I just said, I mean, 12,000, and this is an unbelievably, like an unthinkable number. I've never heard of a number that low. I've never heard of it. It's been decades. And I heard that. And then I heard 30,000 private sector jobs were killed in a single month. And nearly 100,000 manufacturing jobs have been wiped out just since the beginning of the year. 100, and those manufacturing jobs are gold for us. I mean, you know, those are the people that make the product. 150,000 Americans joined the unemployment rolls in October. and nearly 250,000 people dropped out of the labor force. Did you ever hear numbers like that? That's like a depression. And I've been saying the D word. I don't like to say it, but I've been saying the D word, the depression. Then they did something even worse than that. A few months ago, they fraudulently claimed that they had 818,000 jobs created, that they created 818,000. That was good, but that just brought us up to normalcy, so it wasn't a big story. Because now all of a sudden, instead of being down 818, they were like normal. And when in fact, none were created, it was a fraud. And the papers refused to write about it as a fraud because they're fake. And it was a total lie. They thought they'd be able to get away with it through the election. They didn't want to have this information come out before the election. See, and I look up to this guy, thank you very much. Because this would, in normal times, right? This would, in normal times, be a disqualifier. Do you know she's using my term now? Do you believe it? She uses everything I do. She uses even Saturday Night Live. They copied. They copied. Think of that. Oh, she was great. They copied my routine. I did it a long time ago. They copied the same routine. I think I did it better. Actually, I think anybody could have done it. I think anybody could have done it better, Dan, right? But fortunately, there was a whistleblower on the 818, and I thought it was an amazing thing, so it got released. And now, to add to it further, they've just revised other past reports, jobs reports, down by 112,000 other fake jobs were reported. For almost 1 million fraudulent jobs were created, and it all got released right now in front of the election. One day, I mean, it was 3 days that we heard about it, but we're talking about it now. And normally this would be a disqualifier. This would be, you wouldn't be able to even run for office. Meanwhile, 100% of the net jobs created in the last year have gone to migrants. They haven't gone to American citizens. Did you know that? These are depression-type numbers, and that's where we're heading if she's elected. You have a depression, I don't mean like a recession. I mean a depression with a capital D. Under my leadership, we are quickly going to turn this economic nightmare into an economic miracle. We're going to do great things. You are. We're going to make America wealthy again, and we're going to make America affordable. We have to get the prices down. I told the story this morning. A woman goes up to a counter in a supermarket with 3 apples. It was reported somewhere, and it's just like, this can't happen in this country, and brings them up, 3 apples. An elderly woman brings them up to the counter, and she realized that they're too expensive, and they've gone up so much from the last couple of months. And she takes one of the apples back to the refrigeration section and walks back, and she buys 2 apples instead of 3. In the United States of America. So we're just one day away from the best jobs and biggest paychecks and the brightest economic future that the world has ever seen. But you must vote. Kamala's plan will impose the largest tax hike in American history and raise taxes on the typical American family by at least $3,000 a year. And this is the only politician I've ever seen. You know, she's a very low IQ person. You know, I want to have a smart president. I don't want any more. We had 4 years of these guys. President Xi, Mike, of China is not a low IQ person. Do you agree? He's a very severe person. He's a very fierce person, but low IQ is not one of his traits. Do we agree? No, but these guys, these leaders at the top of their game, and we don't have that. We have people that 30 years ago, Biden wasn't any good. He had the worst policy. If you would have taken Biden's policy reviews over a 40-year period and reversed them, you would have gone down as the single greatest policy expert, foreign policy expert. My plan will massively cut taxes for workers and small businesses, and we will have no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and no tax on Social Security benefits for our seniors. Kamala will crush Pennsylvania energy.
North Carolina and Georgia. Do want to send it over to Madison Scarpino with Fox News as she breaks down more from the ground.
The momentum is on our side.
Vice President Kamala Harris's campaign is hoping to ride that momentum to victory. But as her team is busy with Election Day preparations, security is popping up across Washington, D.C., at the White House and at Howard University, where Harris graduated and the site of her election night watch party. Local officials are warning communities about engaging in violence once election results are released.
The losing side may be feeling destructive, and that is not going to be tolerated.
Harris spent all of Monday traveling around Pennsylvania, knocking on doors and speaking at rallies in Allentown, Pittsburgh, and Philadelphia. She got a helping hand of star power along the way from Katy Perry, Lady Gaga, and Oprah Winfrey.
Deciding not to decide, that is most definitely a vote to let other people control your future.
Former President Donald Trump campaigned Monday in North Carolina, Pennsylvania, and Michigan. Trump will host his election night watch party in West Palm Beach, Florida.
We do not have to settle for weakness.
Meanwhile, the tiny town of Dixville Notch, New Hampshire, conducted its famous midnight vote. Ballots from the 6 residents there show the vote split directly down the middle.
All right, that was Madison Scarpino there with Fox News reporting on the latest. Of course, we are going to keep you covered right here on Live Now from Fox all throughout the day. And I do want to remind you that our primetime coverage here with those election results does begin at 6 p.m. Eastern time tonight. You're going to hear me say that a lot, but I want to make sure that you know Live Now from Fox is the place to be. The second that those results come in, you will be the first to know if you're watching us here on Live Now. And we are taking a look at some of our live cameras right here. You can see folks in line and that line going out the door. This is, again, one of our many cameras over in Bucks County, Pennsylvania. This is where it's a pivotal state. Folks are paying very close attention to that area, and that is why we are checking in with our Fox 29 Philadelphia team for a look at their coverage continuously. Now, I do want to also check in with some of our folks who are over with our Fox 5 Atlanta team. They are keeping an eye on that swing state. Let's pop up the audio here and listen in.
President Kamala Harris will be in Washington, D.C. at her alma mater, Howard University. Former President Donald Trump will watch from Florida.
The presidential race will be decided by 7 battleground states, one of which is Georgia. And that's why we have absolutely been bombarded with campaign ads and with candidate visits. Good Day's Mark Dagner picks up our You Decide 2024 team coverage live from a Fulton County polling precinct. Mark, good morning.
Yeah, good morning. Park Tavern here in Midtown, specifically where we're at. They have been voting for about an hour and a half. As you can imagine, they'll continue to do this until 7 o'clock. There was a pretty good amount of folks who were waiting when they opened up the doors, about 20, maybe 30 folks. And we've seen a steady stream go in and cast their ballots, but certainly not any kind of long lines, possibly because so many folks ended up casting their ballots during the early voting session. You know, this race is so close. And as we've gotten closer and closer to Election Day, the rhetoric has really ratcheted up on both sides, which brings the question, will we be able to get past this? Will we be able to bring our country together when this election finally is over?
I think either way, the country's going to be okay. We've proven that time and time again.
we see our fellow American not as an enemy, but as a neighbor. We are ready. We are ready for a president who understands that the true measure of the strength of a leader is not based on who you beat down, it is based on who you lift up. In Pennsylvania, you know me, I am not afraid of tough fights, evidently. For decades, as a prosecutor and the top law enforcement officer of our biggest state, I won fights against the big banks that ripped off homeowners. I won fights against for-profit colleges that scammed veterans and students. I won fights against predators who abused women and children and seniors, and cartels that trafficked in guns and drugs and human beings. We're not going back. And it is my pledge to you, if you give me a chance to fight on your behalf as president, there is nothing in the world that will stand in my way. Nothing in the world. And it is my pledge to you that when I walk, with your help, it is my pledge to you that when I walk in the White House, instead of stewing over an enemies list, I will spend every day working on my to-do list on your behalf, full of priorities that are about improving your life, about bringing down the cost of living, about banning corporate price gouging on groceries, about making housing and childcare more affordable. My plan will be about cutting taxes for workers and middle-class families and small businesses, lowering health care costs, including the cost of home care for our seniors. Because here's where I'm coming from on this. I believe access to health care should be a right and not just a privilege of those who can afford it. And to those certain individuals who still want to get rid of the Affordable Care Act, trying to take us back to the days when insurance companies could deny people with pre-existing conditions, well, to them, we say we are not going back. We are not going back. And we are not going back. And we are not going back because ours is a fight for the future. Ours is a fight for the future. And it is a fight for freedom, like the fundamental freedom of a woman to make decisions about her own body and not have her government tell her what to do. And when Congress, with Bob Casey's help, passes a bill to restore reproductive freedom nationwide, as President of the United States, I will proudly sign it into law. So, Pennsylvania, I'm here to ask for your vote. I'm here to ask for your vote. And here is my pledge to you. As president, I pledge to seek common ground and common sense solutions to the challenges you face. I am not looking to score political points. I am looking to make progress. And I pledge to you
Great. Thank you. Thank you. Get a sticker. Preferably I'll do like one earlier or later, but
Yeah, it's sort of like the edge of North Central. Yeah, people fight basically right there by Staten Island. Yeah, people fight about whether it's North. Yeah, we're probably back in the back in the seats. That's the reason. You want to be out there. Yeah, it's nice out there. We had yards. I miss yard. Yeah, I missed it. When I was a kid, it was like, I didn't like it at the time. Every weekend, it was like, we're going on a hike. You know, and I didn't want to play that stuff. That's all I wanted to do. I grew up in well, you know, it's like, I love it. And
Is that legal?
moment here. I just need to. I haven't had to. I just need to catch up on the news for a second because we were watching those rallies.
We have Shawn Kelly here today. He's going to give us his insight on what he thinks is going to happen. I know Shawn's been a little bit crazy and stressed out like myself, so I have to quit drinking the coffee, Shawn. So tell me, you're upset about what's going on. You're a pollster.
Yeah. Well, like I work with Joe Montaldo on News on the Flip Side, and for the last 9 months, we have been keeping track of the polls. And before Kamala was even freaking announced as the candidate, nobody knew what was going on, because for a fact, as I know, is that they kicked Joe Biden out of the office.
I know they didn't. They just threw him under the bus.
They
I mean,
sure
come
did.
on, that was a coup for anything. And you know what pisses me off, Shawn? That
What's
they didn't vote her. They didn't vote her in.
Mm-mm.
She just was. And this is crazy. They just let her go. Come on. And she's like, I thought I was a baddie, because I laugh a lot, and
Right.
that. But her laugh is sort of like, I don't know. It reminds me of the Wicked Witch. The
Wicked Witch of the East.
On the Wizard of Oz. She reminds me of that.
Cracking. And she also sounded like those bitches on Hocus Pocus too.
Yeah, and The View. That she reminds me. She would fit right in with The View. And I know I can't help it who I'm voting for. And I'll tell you what, Shawn, what happened to me. Did I tell you what happened to me? I told you about all my signs. Somebody took them down on Halloween.
Really?
All my big flags that I had stuck in the ground. And you know what? That to me, that's just not. You shouldn't be allowed to do that. I mean,
no, not at all. In fact, if you got them on your camera, if you have a camera,
it was too far out.
See, that's what it was too far out. I was saying, if it was up close, honey, I would just let Eva go out on her ass and just.
Well, yeah, I would love to have Eva go out. Oh, geez, then I'd be sued. They'd probably come.
But no, it's thievery. It's destruction of property. And they could get arrested for doing it. But
yeah, they can.
What blows me away is that how can these people actually think about voting for her? I mean, she don't have no policy set. She doesn't. I mean, how many times have you seen her on TV doing interviews? And like out of a 20-minute interview, 19 and a half minutes is bashing Trump.
I come from a working class family.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, how many times did she say that? And she doesn't have any clear views. And she doesn't. And then the one interview who interviewed her? Was it The View that said would you change anything?
That was on
And
The
she
View.
said,
That
oh,
was that
I can't think of anything. Okay. We're like, okie dokie. She has no idea what she's talking about.
No, not at all. I do believe that was with Sonny Hostin on The
Yeah.
View when
You
Sonny
did,
asked her
totally
that
got that
question.
one right.
But
And
you know what? I watched that clip, okay, and I'm looking at the women on The View, and they're like, huh? They were dumbfounded.
And
And
they feel like they can't speak their mind because they're so oh my God, if I even say anything against or for Trump, that they're going to be frowned upon because that's Hollywood and that's the celebrity status. They all want. Oh, did you hear that? Lady Gaga is going to be. She was at the Trump. No, Trump was in Pittsburgh. Or is going to be in Pittsburgh.
no, they moved it. They
moved it.
I think they moved it to Philly.
Why? Oh, that's
not
great.
Not Trump's, Kamala's.
Oh, okay. Well, that's good. That's good. That's good. And
I think
many. I think she's going to be doing that. And what is she going to be singing? Like they got really mad because the other one, fiance, didn't sing.
Boy, that backfired in her face, didn't it, man?
Yeah. Well, she shouldn't be, saying things that aren't going to happen either. Just to get people to turn out to her rallies. Many of the Trump supporters they predict a high turnout.
Yes.
And what do you think about that? You think that's going to happen?
I believe they will. I really too believe that because I remember twice. What's his name? That asshole on CNN, the black dude. He got fired, I think, from them.
Yeah. What's his name? I follow him, but I sometimes, I'm not good with it. See, I know who you're talking about.
When I'm still talking, maybe I'll remember his name. But he went out, I think it was in New Jersey, and he was asking people on the boardwalk who were they voting for, and they all said Trump.
Yeah, they were shocked because there was a lot of the black guys were saying they were actually going to vote for Trump. Why not?
And then the last one, okay, that he did. They were all for Donald Trump, and it just blew him away. And I mean, I think he's the only one that legitimately is trying to go out there and get, hey, let's vote Kamala in. Let's do Kamala. Let's do Kamala. Because you know damn right well, Jenny, that when Trump wins, I believe he's going to win.
There's going to be a red wave, but that's what we said in 2020, though, too, Trump. Because you went to bed and you thought he was going to win, and all of a sudden they totally cheated.
He's up 2 million votes here in Pennsylvania in 2020, and then all of a sudden, okay, he lost. You know what I mean? It was like, my God, and they cheated. They cheated. But what I like about this year, though, okay, is that Laura Trump's doing a hell of a job.
Yes, she is.
Checking, doing the ballots.
She's checking the ballots. Yeah.
Yes.
There's been a lot of fraud. And Tom was it Tom that was telling me this? Yeah, someone came with 4 ballots from the family, and they said, no, they have to bring their own. You can't bring somebody else's ballot. And I keep getting these. My mother's been dead for 2 years, and she got I could have took the ballot and read it in. And I know I wouldn't do that, but I'm just saying, you know how many other people are probably getting the same thing, and they're probably, hey, why not? Why do I have to lose, especially if they're cheating? Right,
exactly. And I remember, I don't know if it was up in your area. Oh, no, it was in Bucks County. Some lady went to vote, and she has it on her phone video that they shut the lines down at 11:30 in the morning because the lines were it was just too much people. They shut it down, but Laura Trump and the Supreme Court got a hold of that, and I think they overturned. They say no, you can't do it because at that time it was that early voting, and they had to keep the boxes open until 4:30 in the afternoon. They were not allowed to shut that down, but the sheriff shut the line down. You know what I mean? And
I don't know how they can.
I don't know either. I don't know
how
either.
they can get away. Half the stuff that they're trying to get away with.
Right.
And there's going to be such an over amount of people voting for Trump. It's going to be a total red wave. So how can they, if we know ahead of time that he's leading, how would they even try to, change the outcome of it? And it's
right.
They'll try to, and they're not going to tell us right away unless it's a total sweep.
Look at Iowa. Okay. Trump had it by 10, 2020 had it by, I think, 10 back in 2016. And he was winning the polls there in Iowa. And then all of a sudden, overnight, Kamala's up by 3.
Exactly. Please. But you see what's happening in Pennsylvania? Even Fetterman said on Joe Rogan, he said that he has such an overwhelming support in Pennsylvania that they can't. How would they even try to say, oh, if he doesn't win Pennsylvania, then there's something wrong, because you saw how many people were at the rallies here.
Right.
And come on, think about it. They were saying that women should vote for Kamala. What do you say, Kamala?
Kamala. I call her Kamala. I call her the
Kamala. That we aren't supporting women's rights bullshit. I'm a woman. I do not want her as a president. I do not want her as a president. Now think about Trump. He is a badass.
Yeah, he is.
I mean, to go back after what happened in Pittsburgh and Butler County, when think about it, he was almost killed.
Right.
And that man got up. I mean, that was when he got up there and did that fist punch. Fight, fight, fight. Yeah. I don't care who you are. If you did not think that was badass, there's something wrong with you.
No, it was bad. I'll tell you what the baddest ass thing he did so far during his campaign was coming off Air Force One. I'm sorry, his plane and riding that garbage truck.
Oh, I love that.
Oh,
I dressed up as a garbage bag for our show, and I went for Halloween. Yeah.
Yeah.
That was, he's so, what's that word I'm looking at? Sharp. I mean, he's 78 years old. He puts me to, oh my God, oh my God. He is so sharp that he can just come up with this stuff. Then he's funny as hell. I mean, he made me laugh when he was at the one. Oh my God.
I mean, seriously, he's just what I like. You watch him, and he is so confident when he speaks. He's he has the crowd. You know what I mean?
He has everybody. I mean, when I watched him in New York, okay, for the Madison Square Garden rally, I was so emotional watching him. I was so proud of him. And how can these people, like even my friends who are Democrats, and how are they voting? Unless they're just lying and they're going to go ahead and vote for him and don't tell anybody.
Well, you know what me and my brother do, don't you?
Mm-hmm.
This happened to us at Denny's restaurant. So we're eating lunch, and there's this old couple sitting next to us, right? And the lady says, I really need to ask you this question. And Patrick goes, of course, with the mouth. He says, well, what's that? She said, who are you voting for? And he says, and I said together, we're voting for Jill Stein. You know what I mean? And she goes, well, who's Jill Stein? People don't even know Jill Stein's in the race. And Patrick said, she's with the Green Party,
Yeah.
And the reason why we do that, and I've done that a couple other times, telling that I'm voting for Jill Stein because I don't want to start no arguments. And then the old lady finally said, yeah, we're voting for Trump. And then that's when we were agreeing with her. But,
well, people who do vote for them, that's just messing things up. Like, this is what upsets me, Shawn. I know they left Robert Kennedy Jr. on the ballot, but if somebody votes for him, it's taking away from Trump. Like,
no, it isn't.
It isn't?
No. Well, Yeah, because if you just saw the last pollster, I think it was in Iowa, only 3% vote, 0.3 or 3%, only voted for Kennedy, because those 3% probably didn't even realize that he's not even running for president. But, what it does is with Kennedy being on the ballot, and even states where Kennedy is not on the ballot, that's more votes for Donald Trump. Because I watched something. I just watched so much on this damn election.
I know
that, and I don't mind. I learned a lot, but a lot of people who were Kennedy's followers, man, they're saying we're voting for Trump, even though we don't like the dude, but we want a good economy again.
Absolutely.
Because this economy's killing us.
Yeah, you're telling me. And you know what? Oh, I watched those ads for her saying, oh, we're going to have, we're going to fix it so people can go to the grocery store. Bullshit. They had 4 years, almost 4 years to do it. The prices just keep going up. Now this is the way the young people want to vote for her because, oh, we're going to give each person $25,000 to get a, home,
that and because they drill their campaigning on abortion and how she's going to stick up for women's right, and Trump isn't. And people don't seem to freaking realize Trump did not want. Of course, he wanted.
Well, he gave it to the states.
To the states, and that's how it states should.
It's the way it should be.
Right. But the women don't freaking understand that. And nothing against women, honest to God. I mean, it's your choice, your body. You do what you got to do. But no, it's up to the states, not the federal government. The state. But but the women are hearing,
you can't get an abortion. That's
exactly. Go to another state. Do what you got to do it right. But they hear, well, he's against women for getting abortions and that. He's not. He's not. No. J.D. Vance even said the same thing. Mm-hmm. That's not what he was talking about.
Yeah, abortion is such a see, I don't agree with that. I mean, I don't think it's, as long as there's a baby and a heartbeat, that's a human being, and they deserve rights.
Jenny, we could debate that for like 3-4 hours. Yeah. I don't want to do it because
that's what I say. It's such a personal topic, and I just can't. That's what I can't stand, that they're saying, oh, he doesn't agree.
That's all they're banking.
He's not for this, and they're like ridiculous. He never said that, and they just make up so many lies about him, and it's just because they just hate his guts. Right. And I don't know. It's funny though, because the View used to love him. And speaking of the View, I want to play this video. It was Joy Behar and Chelsea Gabber, and let me
Tulsi ripped her new butt.
Yeah, wait, let's see if I can figure this, because I'm not doing the other way. I'm doing it the old-fashioned way because I screw up too much. Wait a minute. Let me make sure I hit the play button. Oops, the wrong one. Okay.
More than a lot of the Democrats about the impeachment inquiry. Were you surprised by what he did yesterday?
Well, look, the facts are important.
I just love how
I want to start with something that I think is also important about facts, because recently on your show here,
I was just going to get to that.
Good. Yeah. Helping you out.
No, this is an old one, but I just love how.
You're fully aware of what Tulsi is about to bring up.
I just want to show you how even back then they were such
Tulsi is not going to allow that to happen.
Look, some of you have accused me of being a traitor to my country, a Russian asset, a Trojan horse, or a useful idiot, I think was the term that you used.
I just love this.
Which basically means that I'm naive or lack intelligence to know what's going on.
That.
I want to let your viewers know exactly who I am.
All right.
Set the record.
And I think she's going to be the next
patriot.
Vice president.
Country. I am a strong and intelligent.
Just remember this. This is why I'm playing.
And I have dedicated almost my entire adult life
in 4 years. She's
protecting the safety, security, and the freedom of all Americans in this country. It was the attacks on 9/11.
Well, so I guess we're getting a little bit far ahead of ourselves, but Franklin Graham finds you refreshing. He doesn't find me refreshing.
No.
Richard Spencer, the white nationalist leader, says he could vote for you.
Joy, this is why
you're on
I'm
Tucker
here.
Carlson at least 10 times. Why don't you go on Chris Wallace's show?
This is why I'm here.
Look how Joy is struggling right
see?
now, trying to avoid being called out. Do you see how she keeps trying to
Look,
change
I
the
can't stand
subject,
this
trying to
woman.
derail the conversation? Tulsi showed up to put Joy in her place.
Because
And she
you
did
and other
put her
people
in her
continue
place.
to
Yep.
And I wanted to play that because I really think that she is, I just have this feeling that she is going to be our next vice president because I truly believe Trump is going to win tomorrow. And you watch.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. My God, he's got the A team. And you know what else? Look what else Trump did. He didn't know what he was doing the first time around, and they put that dickhead John Bolton in there, and just totally screwed him over. They put that I don't know if he was a commander or whatever, Kelly, General Milley. Come on, when I was embarrassed when I found out that they were, where they turned around on their backs to Trump. Because
Well, how about the one that had a sex change? What was his name? The one he fired, I think it was.
Oh,
Yeah.
I don't know, but I don't know about that. But when Joe, I'm just saying that people told him who to pick in 2016, and they choose the wrong people for him. But now, what they did was they kept all that hush hush now. You know what I mean? They're not disclosing anything to the government on like how much money, who's voting, blah 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 blah, and it's really pissing the Democrats off because they have no leverage against him, none whatsoever.
None.
Mm-mm.
That's it's just I don't know. We're gonna see, and I'm just trying to figure who he's gonna pick as his cabinet. It's gonna be. They wanted what did they say? Oh, come on, help me out here. What were you gonna say? Elon Musk. Then Robert Kennedy Jr. is going to be the health advisor, isn't he? Going to
along
be
with Elon Musk, and I do believe he's going to put Vivek in there. I can't pronounce his name, and I guarantee it, Tulsi Gabbard.
Oh, definitely.
I mean, he's got a strong team.
Oh my God, yeah.
And I look at his rallies, and there are so many people that go to his rallies, and they mean it too. But what else I like about the rallies too is that Democrats go in there to see what it's all about, and they do a thing on TikTok about it, and they're like, I am so surprised. And they go, because I really, really thought I was going to go in there and get my ass kicked by these MAGA people. But it was totally opposite. They treated me with respect. They talked to me. They joked around with me and all that stuff. I will tell you this. Marjorie Greene. A lot of Republicans don't like her.
Well, she's she's
a little rambunctious.
Yeah.
And that made the Democrat feel like, wow, all these years you're telling me that MAGA people are Nazis and skinheads and beat you up.
It gets me so angry when they say, where are they getting that information? It's like they keep saying it, and she keeps bringing it up.
Right.
It's like there's nothing else better to say, that she just keeps calling him anti-Semitic, and what else is she saying? He's a hater. He treats people like he does not. Well, I haven't heard him say. Maybe years ago he was a little crazy when he would talk, some of the stuff that came out of his mouth. But I haven't heard anything in the last.
No, he's not dumb. He accepts everybody for who they are. You screw him over, he's going to screw you, and that's the way. And he's not afraid to tell that, and I'm grateful for that. A lot of people did him dirty, Look at freaking New York. New York's purple now. Okay. And all these pollsters say, oh, she's going to win New York by 10, 12 points. Don't be surprised, everybody, if New York turns and votes for, they vote for him. Because if you look at the black males out there, okay, they hate her guts. They hate her.
I know. Isn't
They
that crazy?
despise her. And what really took it over the edge was when Barack Obama was in Pittsburgh and he said, you brothers should be voting for the black woman, you know.
Yeah, just because you're the same color or the same race, you shouldn't be expected to vote for them.
If you look at it, right after that happened, she came out maybe about a week or 2 weeks later saying, oh, we're going to give black guys $25,000. You know what I mean? You know, it's just like buying their vote. And oh my gosh, just the response from all the black guys.
It reminds me when Obama was giving out the cell phones.
What's that?
Remember that when Obama was giving out cell phones? That's what it reminds me of.
Yeah. You know,
and people you would go vote for somebody based on a cell phone? I mean, is that?
Would you vote for somebody if Beyonce came to your concert?
No.
Come to the concert? And she didn't even sing. And did you know after Beyonce got done talking, half of the people left because she wasn't singing?
Well, yeah, because they were mad because they thought that she was going to actually sing. It's like, are you that?
How about her last two when she was at that? When she was doing a rally somewhere, and some young kid said, "Christ is King."
Oh, that pissed me off so bad.
Yeah.
You're at the wrong rally. I mean, come on. You know how many Christians she's insulted for saying that?
A ton of them. A ton of them. And that she really took a hit on that one. And the last two rallies that she has had, they overtalk her. They won't let her finish her thing, you know. Who's the dude on 60 Minutes who interviewed her? The good guy. He's a black guy, but he was a good dude. And he kept asking her the same question, and she would not give a answer for it. It was something about the border, I do believe.
Yeah, she was the border czar. So, do you know how many people came into this country that they're from all over the place, not just Mexico, they're from everywhere.
I think it's Arizona. Look what Arizona Supreme Court did, or a judge down there said you have to take 96,000 votes off your thing because they weren't matching up. Now, everybody out there in Chasing Prophecy land, I'm paraphrasing a lot of this stuff, and my numbers might not be accurate, and I do apologize for that. But it's the gist of the conversation that me and Jenny are having here today. Ooh,
I don't know what's
shocked your ass, didn't it? Hey, Jenny just looked at me like, "Holy shit, Shawn, where'd that one come from?"
We're gonna listen to some really a lot of Democrats were approached in swing states. And this is really interesting. So I want you they're asking who they're going to vote for. And this was earlier today. If I make sure I share it right, because you know me. Make sure I get it. Of course, there's a commercial. I think
he's going to win. If Trump wins Pennsylvania, McCormick's going to win.
He gave me the code I live by.
Yeah, I wish I could
honor
fast
country.
forward this.
Bob Casey's had 18 years, and he's never made a difference. He's too weak. I'm Dave McCormick. I approve this message. Donate today.
So what is ClickUp? ClickUp is an all-in-one productivity software where you can manage everything and anything related to your work. Your document, chat,
Hill. Any more Philly locals? Let's find out. Ladies, Donald Trump or Kamala Harris?
Kamala Harris.
What, do you mind if I ask you why?
Because she is for freedom.
Okay. Do you mind if I ask you about that? If I ask you about that really quick. Thank you, ladies. They're volunteering, so they have to check in. That's fine. Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, you guys?
Kamala Harris.
Kamala. Do you mind if I ask why? Are you guys live around here or no?
It's a good thing he's in Philadelphia.
You guys Americans or?
Yeah.
Yes.
Where are we from?
Our family's from Dominican Republic.
Right on. And then you're here for the rally.
Yes, sir.
Why are you guys voting for Kamala?
Every reason, my rights, the economy, everything.
Yeah. And then full disclosure, I'm more actually leaning towards Donald Trump on this one, but we're talking to people out here having a good conversation. You said your rights. What about you, man?
Yeah. Well, I support her and her rights.
Yeah.
And on top of the fact that we want to help American people, I feel like on the people on the Trump side, they care about themselves more, like my money, the gas prices, this and that, where I'm more like, what about the kids? What about everybody else, you know? One of my biggest things is
when it comes to Donald Trump, I mean, Americans had more money in their pockets under his administration. Was that something, looking out for the American people? Middle class got tax cuts. What about that?
No, he got tax cuts for the wealthy.
What's an example of that?
So an example, like even now, Kamala wants to higher taxes on people making over $400,000 a year, I believe.
If you don't mind me clarifying something, under the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, the middle class got tax cuts, upper class didn't. So how do you explain? How would you guys justify that, do you think?
Well, you're saying because of the higher class didn't get no tax cuts?
You can look up the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. Yeah, absolutely.
But you see, the thing is, a lot of people that do have a lot of money and
Were you aware of that really quick? Were you aware of that or no?
I need to check that, but I'm pretty sure that that's not the case.
It's not. I encourage you to look it up right now. Yeah, absolutely.
So at the end of the day, a lot of people with a lot of money, or just say in the upper class, they don't mind contributing to the general public, you know? So it's like we need to help from the bottom up. So like one of the things that I enjoy the most of one of her policies is that she wants to build 3 million homes for first-time home buyers.
Yeah, this is what I was telling you about, the $25,000.
But I'm doing this. I want this for everybody else, due to the fact that you supply and demand creates inflation. So if you have more supply of housing, then more people will be able to buy. This way, corporations will have to then sell off all their homes that they're holding on to,
somewhere else.
so that.
Sorry, sir. It's our sidewalk too.
So that this way, the American people are in our 20s and 30s have the ability to be able to own a home.
Yeah.
You understand? So that's what's important to me.
Yeah.
It's like,
do you think Kamala Harris would deliver that? We're looking at an administration that, I mean, let's say even the EV charging stations, $7.5 billion they spent promising 500,000 electric vehicle charging stations. They built 7. Do you think that, they're going to be able to build that many homes with the track record that they've had?
Yeah, it's going to be difficult because.
Oh, sorry. I was going to say, I'd rather somebody give me that promise than the opposite. It doesn't seem like he really has a plan for us when it comes to housing. And another thing I wanted to mention, that healthcare is really important to me, and access for healthcare. As somebody who has a pre-existing condition and has needed a lot of healthcare.
What's the argument there? Do you think Trump's going to take that away?
So they have been talking about taking Obamacare off, and again, he did say he doesn't really have a plan, but their Republicans have been talking about getting rid of Obamacare.
Obamacare's been kind of a mess for a little while, but he hasn't pledged to get rid of that. If you are relying on it,
he didn't really have a plan, but it is a big deal to me as somebody with a pre-existing condition that if they make the insurance harder to get, with somebody that has a condition like me, then why would I vote for that? And also the cap on how much you spend on medication. She wants to put a cap on I think it was $2,000 on how much comes out of pocket for medication. So things like that are really important to me.
Doesn't that cap just get passed on to other people? Like right now, for example, I'm 30. I'm paying like $450 for healthcare right now, and I can't afford it. Well, I don't know how I guess I can because I'm getting by, but I don't know how anybody could be paying for that.
Well, I believe in Medicare for all, and I think we all should be contributing to the well-being of the entire country.
Do you think we should get the $35 trillion deficit under control before, or?
what's funny, Shawn, is because if we would have Medicare for all, do they realize how long it would take to get an appointment?
Forever. It's like Canada. We would be just like Canada.
Yeah, they don't realize that. If you needed an MRI, you might have to wait 4 months to get one, maybe even longer to get
What's
one.
sad about this couple and what I see in them is that, like you said earlier, they've been so brainwashed. Okay, they've been so brainwashed on this whole thing, and I'm afraid for them two people that are
You know what
talking like
else?
this.
How do we know that they're really not, if they're really Americans too? We don't have that.
Well,
especially when we can go vote without voter register ID.
Whatever they were talking about on there right now is what was blasted from the Democratic Party into their heads. Okay. It just like kind of makes me sick to see what the Democratic Party did to Americans and all these promises, because what's going to happen, and like I told you before, I feel bad for them two people, because if she gets in, she ain't going to do it.
Definitely, and there's so much.
She's not going to do it.
And they're saying that Trump doesn't have a plan. Okay, the reason why young people can't get a house is because the interest rates are so high.
Damn straight they are.
Now, if we could lower those interest rates a little bit, that's a
possibility, extremely possibility on that. And I just, they do everything just to, it just gets me sick. When I hear stuff like that, there are some stuff I can't even just listen to. Like whenever she went on, when she was with Brett Baer, okay. And her own staff, her own handlers are saying, stop. She was getting frustrated. She thought she could go on Brett Baer and start yelling and screaming, and Brett just asked her 3 simple questions, and she couldn't give a good answer on that. Now, did you also find out, too, that those earrings she wore, she got busted?
I know, they were little microphones.
Yeah.
And she won't go on Joe Rogan because why? Because she knows
he'd destroy him.
You have to not have you can't have a teleprompter, you can't have notes, you got to really talk. And she doesn't have any clear view, any kind of agenda. She doesn't know what she's doing. And frankly, she's not the candidate you want to be the president because she has no idea what she's doing. It's like me being the president.
She isn't. And you know that Donald Trump, say like she wins, he can contest that whole thing because they did not go through
the proper
primary, a primary on that.
She didn't have it. She wasn't. She wasn't voted in.
Nancy Pelosi said the same thing. We need a primary. We need a little primary. She admitted that she screwed up when they just put her in there. Think of the 18 million votes Joe Biden lost, right? Everyone's thinking that Biden's going to run for president again. And
he thought he was going to run again.
Yeah. But I believe, a lot of people are calling him senile and shit like that. But I believe he said, well, you screw me, I'm going to screw you.
Well, he might be doing what he's doing on purpose, saying about the Trump supporters being trash. I want to hit them. He wants to smack them now.
Wearing the MAGA hat. Other kinds of stuff, He
might be doing it on purpose. I don't know. My biggest thing is, okay, so say Trump wins, okay, and they count all the votes next week or whenever, how long it takes for them to actually figure it out. Okay, we still have November, December, 2 months. 2.5 months.
Mm-hmm.
If Biden is so out of his mind with dementia, if he is, so much can happen in 2 months. So what happens? Does Trump? Let's say Trump totally wins. Does he take over? I mean, who's the president right now? I mean,
the president is Joe Biden. Kamala's the vice president.
if something would happen in 2 months, because we have Iran, and all they want to get. Well, I just don't know. I mean, even
It's
though he
scary.
was saying
It's scary. Because how about that little jackass, that little freaking person Raskin? We're not going to get him in. We're going to 14th Amendment, Section C, I think it is. They can vote on not putting him in as a president in January.
I know.
I mean,
they'll try to do everything. If not, they're going to try to kill him again. I mean, they've already attempted twice.
Actually, 3 times.
Yeah.
3 times. But you know what? The Democrats never realized that he's around still. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, they think
they expected him to be shot and dead. And I'm being honest with you. They expected him to be dead.
Yeah, they thought for sure. They were so upset when he, even them. Oh my God, they were like, once he was shot. Oh, too bad they missed.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
Yeah, that dude, man. He had a nice, cozy ass job as a fire chief somewhere, and they said, "Nah, you got to go, dude, for saying that."
Yeah, I know.
Just like it just blows me away.
Yeah, it blows my mind away too. It's just like, well, we're just gonna have to count the votes, and hopefully everything will turn out the way it's supposed to be, according to the higher power, who did not want him to die the first time around. But before we go, I want to talk about the little peanut. So I'm going to go ahead and play this video. If no one has heard about Peanut, it was a little squirrel that this young man and his family saved. He also had a raccoon.
Yeah,
but let's go ahead. Yeah, it's so sad. But listen, if you haven't heard about it, I'm hoping this little guy gets what he deserves. But let me go ahead and play this first. I have this on here. Oh, shoot. What happened to it? It disappeared. Oh, man. Let me see if I can find this guy. I had him all ready for us.
How about the one for Chris Como, the one I sent you with Chris?
Yeah, this isn't it either. Wait a minute. Something happened when I switched camera. Okay, I'm gonna pull up your let's get out here. Let me go to stop sharing this. Pull up your Facebook page where it was sent to. Yeah, I was shocked when I heard about this. It kind of blew my mind because it's all over the place.
It pissed me off because some ugly bitch, and she's ugly. I'm sorry. You know how I am with my words. But
that's okay.
I mean, and then she just bitched because she thought that they were not raising it right. There really hasn't been a reason why she did it. But to have all those officers come to his house, kept them outside for 5 hours, ransacked their house over a squirrel.
It's like, what were they? Unless we don't know all the facts. Unless that's the case.
And then they were questioning his wife about her status on her. I don't know, something about her status being an illegal alien or whatever.
Yeah, that's what I don't understand. Was there?
I don't know.
We're not getting all the facts.
Look at all these fucking illegal aliens coming in. Look at all these women who are getting raped and murdered. And they're more concerned about a freaking squirrel. And the money he made off that squirrel through TikTok was, he owns a rescue farm, was going to the monies to keep those horses and cows and whoever he was rescuing fed.
Yeah. Let me just try. I have too many windows open. I think that's what happened with this. I see it, but it's not letting me it's not registering. It's because I have too many open. Let me see if I can pull up another.
We won't know the results of Pennsylvania until the next day, right?
Well, maybe if it's maybe if it's what do you call it? red wave, maybe we will, which is what I'm hoping for. But you never know you never know.
I'm just glad Laura Trump is keeping an eye on those pollsters.
Yeah, I am too.
And I'm glad that the Supreme Courts and the judges are backing that up. You know what I mean? Because that really, and how about the people coming out and voting, the Republicans voting early, man? That the Democrats never expected that. And
yeah, you know what? I'm a little worried. I'm a traditionalist. I don't want to. I know a lot of people. Did you vote early?
No, I'm waiting till tomorrow.
See, I want to go tomorrow. I don't know if I trust this early voting because they're regular. They're just paper. It's like,
Right.
I don't trust it. I mean, if it was a machine, I might feel that way. And I don't know, why can't I do this?
I forget what state it was, but this lady got on TikTok, and usually on the first page of the voting paper or whatever, or on the screen, okay, they were supposed to have Donald John Trump or whatever and Kamala, right? Donald J. Trump's voting is not till the third page of.
Oh, really?
Yes. And then they had a TikTok on where a guy was at the voting booth, and that was one of them where you hit with your finger. You know,
and I heard that wasn't working. You know, I can see that I can see that happening because, and then there was one that had a letter. Was it a letter missing?
Yeah.
So how do you know? I'm still trying to get in here. I think I got it now. I have to go back to because you sent me that. There we go. There's Shawn. Okay. I'll play the first one. Okay. I only see the one you sent me. Well, I don't see any.
Maybe they took it down.
No, wait a minute. I see one. I don't. What? Come on. It's not letting me. It's not letting me play it from your.
Like I said, my phone's possessed, and so is mine.
It says currently unavailable. They took it down.
Yeah. Yep. Of course they took it down. And you know what? Like on my shows that I have, okay, I was getting maybe 20, 15, 11, 12 views on my Pittsburgh Paranormal Society YouTube page. And for some reason, I looked at it this morning, and same videos, same date, same everything, but it's only shown 3 people liking it, only 2 people liking it. I'm not in good graces with YouTube, I do believe.
Well, they like to take every turn, everything. I can't believe that's not available. Damn.
But everybody, what you can do, if you can't bring it up, go to TikTok if you can, go to YouTube if you can, and just type in.
Is that the newest one? No, because it's saying is this the newest one from Peanut?
The Como's one is the newest one.
Well, send me that one again. Can you send it again or not?
Yeah.
On Messenger. Because that really makes me mad. If they took that down, like, why would it go against community standards? The one about the little, that doesn't.
Okay, I am sending. I'm sending you the one with Como.
Okay.
Right now.
So the Messenger, because
It's in Messenger.
Okay, here it comes. Let me see. Okay. But they took the original down. Did something happen? Did they mess? Okay.
Well, there was a lot of people bitching about it.
But why would they take it down? I don't understand.
Because the state of New York's environmental services was getting a little, they're getting nervous because they.
Okay, right. Wait a minute, I'm trying to get it. It's not letting me play. Why is this? Okay, share. I want to make it big. It's too hard to see, right?
Yeah, a little bit.
things about social media, but you did a great job with this.
Wait a minute. Why won't it let me make it bigger?
They're pretty severe symptoms and demonstrations of behavior. Couldn't they have just observed?
Might want to turn it up some.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to.
Well, they don't look rabid. And who told them that they might be rabid?
I know I have too many pages open. I can't find it. Okay. I want to play it from the beginning. Okay, turn it up. Let me turn mine up too. If I turn mine up, we'll be able to hear it better. Can you see it okay now?
Yeah, that's decent.
Okay, I guess I can't make it this full screen. No, I just went back to regular. Okay. Okay, here it goes.
Okay, yeah, that's a really sad situation with the little Peanut. So hopefully they'll get justice for Peanut. And I don't know what happened with that, but we got a little technical difficulty, but hopefully things will get straightened out. But Shawn, I want to thank you for coming on today
Well,
and
thank you for
sharing
having
your
me.
views on the election. And go ahead and tell everybody how they can get in touch with you or your show.
Okay. You can get in contact with me if you go on Facebook. Just go to the Pittsburgh Paranormal Society Facebook page, and just like it. And what you'll do is whenever my shows come up, you'll find a link there. If you don't find it under Pittsburgh Paranormal Society, just go to Shawn Kelly Facebook, and I look like, the ugly sailor with a
No,
cigarette
you're not
sticking
ugly.
on the-
You're very distinguished looking, Shawn.
a distinguished, ugly-looking sailor.
Oh, you're silly.
But my shows are into the night. They are on Sunday nights and Tuesday nights from 8:10, 9:10 p.m. on UPRN Talk Radio, 105.3 New Orleans, 107.7 Mississippi.
And thanks again for joining us. And so hopefully, Shawn, we'll get a better idea of what happens in the next couple hours.
Whatever. But this is, go Trump, man. You know what? One last thing for everybody. Please go out and vote for who you want to vote for. Go vote.
Definitely.
You just got to get out there and vote.
We have some time left, and hopefully we'll be happy the next day. Well, you have a great day.
You too.
Thank you so much, Tech Slug, for all your support. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. And Kenny K on Twitch. Kenny K, thank you as well. Flaps15, thanks for subscribing. All right, hang on a moment here. Hang on a moment. We'll get it as soon as the music stops.
Thank you so much for that amazing welcome here in my home city of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Ladies and gentlemen, tomorrow we are going to change the world. We are going to elect Donald Trump and J.D. Vance, and we are going to win Pennsylvania, and we are going to save this country. Today we stand here in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, not just as spectators of the times that we live in, but as active participants in a pivotal moment of our nation's history. Here in the Steel City, we face challenges that threaten the very fabric of our society. A broken economy, a broken border, and a world on fire. Yet amidst these challenges, I stand before you not just as a citizen, but like everyone in this room, a patriot. I'm also a combat veteran. Thank you. Thank you. I've seen the cost of freedom in the rugged mountains of Afghanistan. My name is Sean Parnell. I served 485 days in combat, where my platoon, thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. My platoon faced an 85% casualty rate. Some of my men were wounded twice, some 3 times, and I was wounded as well. Wounded, but not broken. My experience in Afghanistan taught me the true meaning of sacrifice, resilience, and the duty to protect those who cannot protect themselves. And today I bring that same spirit to address all of the many crises that we face here at home. Our economy, once the envy of the world, now teeters on the brink. Under the stewardship of weak leadership, we've seen jobs vanish, we've seen prices soar, and the American dream has become an illusion for many. Folks, drive an hour in any direction from the city of Pittsburgh and you will see towns left behind by politicians. You will see jobs outsourced. You will see communities on the brink of collapse. Great cities like Pittsburgh, once thriving with industry, now struggle. But let's be clear, ladies and gentlemen, this isn't just an economy policy failure. It is a betrayal of the American worker. We need bold, fearless leadership to restore our economic vigor, to ensure that every American has the opportunity to thrive, not just survive. And Donald Trump will bring this economy back. Kamala Harris broke it. Donald Trump will fix it. Our southern border, not just a line on a map, but a symbol of America's sovereignty. Our southern border has been completely destroyed under the dangerous policies of border czar Kamala Harris and others. We've seen an influx not only of people, but of crime, of drugs, of chaos. This is not humanitarianism. This is anarchy. 350,000 missing children at our border. 350,000. My fellow Americans, we can do so much better than that. Our laws, our communities, our very safety in this election is at stake. We in this room, in this arena, we demand a secure border, not just because we lack compassion, but because we value justice and the rule of law. Donald Trump will secure our border on day one in the Oval Office. Kamala Harris broke it. Donald Trump will fix it. Abroad, our adversaries sense weakness. They see our hesitations. They see our apologies. Not strength, but surrender. Look around the world. Israel attacked Iran. The Middle East is a powder keg. Russia invaded Ukraine. The growing threat of China looms large over everything. The world would not be on fire if Donald Trump was in the White House today. The world needs America. The world needs this country, not as a bystander, but as a beacon. We have to reaffirm our global leadership, not with apologies, but with action, ensuring that America's voice is heard, respected, and guess what? Feared when necessary. My fellow Pennsylvanians, the world needs the leadership of Donald J. Trump. Here in Pittsburgh and across America, we're not just facing crazy, dangerous political figures like Kamala Harris or Governor Tim Walz, who are weak, failed, dangerously liberal, totally out of touch with reality. Now get this. They deposed Joe Biden and somehow replace him with someone who is less articulate than Joe Biden. Ronald Reagan once said, "You and I have a rendezvous with destiny. We'll preserve for our children this, the last best hope of man on earth, or we'll sentence them to take the last step into 1,000 years of darkness." Ladies and gentlemen, I believe that he is right. But I also believe that that rendezvous with destiny is tomorrow. Never has America faced such a clear choice. We face a choice between revitalization and decline, between unity and division. We face a choice between strength and weakness, patriotism and despair, a choice between the ruling class and we the people. And folks, the answer to these questions.
No, I just hope voters that vote right here. Leave. way are you going? I was wondering why I was and I tried to post it, but I had to because I've been awake since 3. I couldn't. You don't really realize. I think you realize it's all over what we've been a part of. Not originally, no, but I am. Well, my sister married and moved to Montreat, so I mean, ever since children, I've been there. So, yes, I do now. And we're kind of good.
Morning.
I'm just trying to do it. If you sit under this table, you're not doing it. You understand? Do you have to stay under the table? No, I think I'm. But if they already voted and you're coming out, you don't have to. You could just stand. You stand still, but as they come out after, go and but yeah, if you say we're not, I would start with that. We are not. We are here to help the residents of this community. Yeah. Yeah, because I'm for what I oh, yeah, I could even say that to somebody. Yes. Because we're trying to do buildings and the man in the white hat is afraid to say that's my husband.
I heard somebody say that. That is amazing.
Yeah.
Hey, you. You good?
the ballot envelope to make sure that it's the right style, to make sure that you didn't show up to a ballot party, you received your friend's ballot from Mesa, but actually you live in Phoenix and you returned the wrong ballot style. Or, believe it or not, you return a ballot style from a previous election. Yes, we do have people who will send back ballots from the primary or even from the 2022 election in this envelope. So that's something that we're looking at. Also, if those of you who remember, I'm a Diet Coke addict. So if you remember in the 1990s, when you went to a vending machine and you had to get a crisp dollar bill, or you had to flatten it out in order such that it could go through the vending machine and then you can get your Coke. Similarly too with the tabulators. So we have to make sure that these are not damaged. We have to make sure that there's no gum on it. We have to make sure that there's no tear on it. We have to make sure that there's no other mysterious substance on it that would interfere with tabulation. So we're doing all that, getting them both ready. And obviously, instead of having one, we're having two in every ballot packet. And then we are doing it. Now, a lot of people ask about chain of custody in the Maricopa County elections process. This is where chain of custody happens. So any single time that we take an action with a ballot that comes in a return ballot packet, we are marking it on this.
Well, when I told you I was being briefed on the video, I was under a little bit of a misunderstanding. The briefing was a little more broad than just that. And so because of that, I can't really talk to you too much more about that. But the parts that I did get briefed on are the same things that were put out by the FBI and sort of that joint investigative task force. That's already been made public by those folks, so you can refer to that statement. Yes, ma'am.
Thanks, Secretary. Liz Mitchell with ABC News. You mentioned 10 to 13 days. Is that the timeline you are expecting for all the votes here to be counted in Arizona this year? And what's your message to voters or candidates frustrated who might want to know results?
Well, 10 to 13 days is as usual, right? And that's for our official numbers. Now, if the media and the folks who do these sorts of things want to make their projections sooner, that's fine. Those are the projections from the media. Now, a lot of times people will get confused if they hear it on the media. You know, let's say our friends at the Associated Press or any of the other outlets make a call. They think, well, that's it. Well, that's never been the official number. The official number comes from the counties to the state, and then we put that out. That takes 10 to 13 days. We'll leave it to you all to talk about the other timelines. And that's really what I want to let the voters know. We are consistent in Arizona. We have very rigorous standards with which we analyze each of the ballots that's going to go through the process. With 2-page long ballots, it could take about the far end of that and maybe a little bit more. And what I have to say about that is this. You know, if the Speaker of the House and the President of the Senate had decided to work with the governor this year instead of shoving all these policy issues onto the voters and have 13 different initiatives and referenda that we'd have to deal with, I think we'd have a shorter ballot, and I think we'd get it a little quicker. So if you want to call President Peterson or Speaker Toma, let them know about your dissatisfaction for waiting too long for the results. Yes. I'm sorry, I can't hear you. Statewide early vote numbers are still being compiled at this time. Early voting really is a very long and sort of a dynamic process. And when we give you numbers, we want to be exact as possible. We can come back with you later on in the day with some better estimates from across the state. But here's the thing. We really have a lot of teams that are working on a whole bunch of stuff right now. We don't want to bother them too much, but we at this time, since it is election day, but we'll get you our best estimate on those numbers at our press conference later this afternoon. I think we might be scheduled for one.
And you can say that we had across the state record turnout for early voting this
time. Oh, yeah, absolutely. I'm sorry. You're right, Director. We've had record turnout here in Arizona, as we've seen in a lot of spaces. I think we beat 2020 already, which is a really great thing for our voters. It means that they're excited, they're participating heavily. And that's a very good thing. It's a lot of work, but it's work that we're happy to do. Yes, and then I'll come.
NBC News. If there are problems that pop up at the vote centers throughout the day, do you plan on reporting those in any way?
When we do have problems, the first thing we want to do is identify the problem and try to get on the path to solving the problem. We don't want to really kind of bring a lot of attention to something if we want to make sure to get it solved for the voters first. They are our priority. That having been said, when we do identify issues, I think you've seen my administration constantly bring things forward that might be uncomfortable. And so we will be as transparent as possible through the day, but it really depends on the circumstance and how close we are to resolving those things. Really, it's about the voters who are voting in those locations more important than anything else. And so that's where we're going to keep our focus. Yes, sir.
Chris St. Cleeve, CBS News. Wanted to ask you said, looks like so far so good as the voting. We have seen in other swing states today things like bomb threats being called in. Do you have any security concerns? Have you experienced anything like that today or the days leading up to that election day?
Well, we saw some stuff that was breaking. One of your colleagues here asked a question about that video earlier. We have seen a couple of other minor instances at this stage of the game, though we haven't seen anything that has come to my knowledge today. I don't think the directors heard anything else either, and we're usually close to the first ones to know. And so I don't have anything like that to report, and that's a really positive thing. Let's find some wood to knock on over here that's the way it stays for the rest of the day, not just for the safety of our voters, but all the folks who are out there working to make this election go well. And I'll go right behind you. There was a question.
So about 45 minutes ago, the Navigation president said some voting machines were down in Apache County and voters were being voted away. What do voters do in that scenario if that was in fact the case? And how often is it being updated?
So I can't confirm right now what is being reported apparently out of Apache County, but what I can say is this. If in fact you do have a circumstance as a voter at a polling location in Arizona, don't go away and don't let anybody outside of that space turn you away. And our poll workers should be hoping that folks can either stay there and vote or redirect them to a vote center nearby, which is the best protocol. But folks can always just hang tight for a while. Usually the elections officials can deal with issues pretty quickly. Oftentimes you'll get, maybe a printer that has a jam, or they might run out of paper. We've got folks all over the state who are ready to troubleshoot these sorts of things. In fact, that's part of our regular planned protocol. So if we do, we'll definitely check into Apache County and what's going on up there. I don't have any personal knowledge to confirm what you're asking about, but we'll get there.
We can talk about serial planners. Election administrators are serial planners. So they have backup plans to the backup plans. So they have additional paper ballots. They also have accessible voting devices, so people can vote on those if they have a printer jam with a ballot on demand printer. So lots of various options, and every county has different setups.
Thank you. Yeah.
Adam from ABC 15, just wondering if you can clarify again, just with Mojave County, we were getting messages from viewers saying it was a computer glitch or something of that nature. You said it was a power outage there, and things are back up and running.
Yeah, our understanding was it was a power outage, and they got back up by about 6:20 this morning. I got the text message once it got down the chain to me a little after 6:30 this morning that we were 100% open, and that came from the ACTIC, one of our fusion centers that has all that information. So I think we're in good shape. Yes, ma'am.
Could you tell us in what county was the problem with the keys for Cotton, and also can you explain what happened with this video?
Yeah, the county that had the key that got forgotten was right here, Maricopa County. They've got several hundred vote centers. In fact, when I was the Maricopa County recorder, we had one, literally the church lady didn't wake up that day and someone had to go knock on her door to get the key. In fact, we had another circumstance where the golf school that we had leased our space from got foreclosed on the night before. The landlord changed the locks and we couldn't get in. So these things happen, right? And it's not unusual. But we eventually will make sure that we're taking care of our voters. What was the second part of your question? Oh, the video. Yeah. Yesterday, the day before yesterday, a video popped up on the internet, and it was, I think I called it BS to one of the local stations. I won't use the full word here, purporting to be someone who had worked in my office, claiming all these other kind of instances of like that I was actually doing something nefarious, and the person interviewing this other person was speaking with a very heavy Russian accent. Again, the FBI and their partners in the intelligence area have put out a very clear statement on that that describes it a bit. And so we're going to leave it in their hands at this time. But it's been widely widely sort of thrown under the bus as a fake on the internet. So it's just another one of those attempts, I think, that we have from foreign actors to try to influence our elections and make people lose faith in the work that we do.
Okay, and lastly, can I just ask about the list, the famous list?
The famous list? Yeah, we talked about that extensively yesterday. We turned over, according to the court order that I opposed, that list of names and personal identifying information of approximately 218,000 voters in Arizona. I did not want to turn that over. I was supported by some folks who are former law enforcement folks who understand the possible risks that releasing those names and that information would foist upon voters. And what we asked voters to do was go to my.arizona.vote to check and see, A, if they were on the list. And number two, we asked anybody who might be on the list to hold off on contacting their county recorders, to wait. We're going to be contacting those voters after this election because the state Supreme Court issued an order that said that these folks were eligible to vote in every election. We're standing under that order still. And I very much hope that the folks to whom we gave these names and this identifying information will hold off on trying to contact or harass any of these voters until well after this election. We're going to get this issue resolved and bring all those folks into compliance with the letter of the law. Yes.
My name is Kenta. I'm with TBS, Japanese media outlet. How do you want the people of Arizona to react when they got to know the results?
How do I want them to react?
Yeah.
Well, you know, winners are going to be happy and the losers can try again better next time. I mean, that's just the way American elections work. I'm hoping that part of that reaction is a deep sense of gratitude for all of the election workers out there. These folks who are, for example, here at Burton Bar Library working very long hours. I mean, our folks just today will probably have arrived somewhere around 5 o'clock in the morning. They're not going to get out of there until maybe 9, 10 o'clock at night. It's a very long day. And many of these folks have been working for a month or more, and this isn't their permanent job. So I hope voters will have a sense of gratitude when they see these results towards the folks who work hard to preserve their constitutional rights. Let's go to the back here.
Bloomberg News, are you in communication with any of the counties that have previously been skeptical of the election results? Cochise County, and what is your message for some of those officials that have previously had issues with candidates in the election?
Well, that's really one of the most interesting parts about this work, because we work day in and day out with all of the counties and all of those folks. You know, whether some of these folks feel one way politically and that bleeds into their jobs sometimes or not, for the most part, I think across Arizona, pretty much everybody we know in election administration can separate their opinion from their duty. You know, you've got standing before you a bipartisan team. Director Mara is a lifelong Republican. You should see the wonderful decorations in her office celebrating Republican presidencies and so forth. And I am an unabashed Democrat. That's our opinion, right? But together we have a duty to all of Arizona's voters. And this is the way we sort of joyfully and sometimes a little playfully move through this. You know, we can be adults. We can be grown-ups. We can have those political differences and still do the fundamental stuff right for our voters. And I think that Arizona has always stood for that in just about every election space. So do we have differences of opinion? You bet. But our duty is primarily to the voters. And I think most of the time, in fact, almost all the time, that duty gets fulfilled well. I saw a hand over here.
So, you talked about that list release yesterday. Did that cause any I know there was a message on the website. Did that cause any immediate confusion on voters? Did you receive any emails so far? After we clarify with people like I'm still able to vote?
Lisa, do you know of any?
I am not aware of an overwhelming number of people. We've had phone calls, we've had emails. We're directing people to the my.arizona.vote website to check their status. County recorders have that list, but again, we're asking for a little patience today because again, election officials are running today's election. So we'll get that squared away, but I'm not aware of any enormous amount of calls or emails.
Yeah. The timing of the order couldn't have been less fortunate for our election administrators. Yes, and then I'll come over here.
Justin with 12 News. Back in 2016, there was concern that Russia had hacked our voting system.
Have you seen any concerns like that this year? And can you talk about the security of our software?
So the security of our software is way better than it was in 2016, and we didn't have any real evidence of that happening here in Arizona in 2016. That was a bit of misinformation, disinformation. And back in 2016, boy, those were much more innocent days, if you will. We've worked really, really hard, particularly over the last year and a half since I took this office, to lock down not only our systems at the Secretary of State's office, but we've deployed resources across the entire state, sending out from CISA, for example, personal security agents, I think they're personnel security agents and cybersecurity agents, to survey each one of our counties. And we gathered that information up and then went to try to find the resources to help those counties improve their systems. So it's not just the cyber stuff, the networking stuff, the firewalls, but it's also some of the physical security for our folks and our facilities that we've been working on. We're in a very, very different place. And I can tell you, our elections have never been more secure and never been more accountable. Now, do we get pinged by foreign actors? All the time. All the time. In fact, I've got the National Guard working to monitor our computer systems 24/7. And it was the Secretary of State's office that was first to discover in Arizona the recent, well, it wasn't an attack, that software glitch that happened and hit global networks across with one of the firewall software systems that was out there. So we're very, very vigilant. Some folks say we go a little over the top, but better safe than sorry, says this old Marine. Yes, ma'am.
Regarding election observers, have you heard anything about people without credentials at one location for the tabulation center? Or is that something that you're worried about throughout the day?
What have you heard? Yeah, why don't you take that one?
So we worry about everything all the time, but counties are well aware of, and the law is very clear. Authorized political party observers that have to be credentialed, and Department of Justice. The Department of Justice is here visiting 4 counties. The Department of Justice always send observers. So any other groups are just not official observers. They're not allowed into the polling locations. We are getting a few reports that there are some groups, and I say groups lightly, 2 or 3 people that say they're observers, but they can't go within that 75-foot line.
One other thing regarding the 75-foot line that I think is important, we know there's a lot of folks out there, and I'm talking to voters now, who are really interested and really proud of the fact that you're voting. And sometimes you want to memorialize this moment and all that good stuff. Please understand, it's against the law to be photographing or recording inside of your polling places. And so if you want to memorialize the moment, get outside the 75-foot line, take your selfie, and then go in and vote. Not only do we want to protect the process, but the privacy of the other voters and our staff that are engaged in this process. It is a public process, but we do want to maintain some order in there. So thanks for asking that question about our polling places. Yes, ma'am. Yeah, that's one of the great things about Arizona. We are bottom up, and so it's the counties that are really charged with all of this. We give them a lift whenever we can. And we really actually haven't had that many issues this year. In fact, even with the loss of so many elections officials over the last couple of years, folks are coming to us understanding the nature of the work, understanding the possible issues that can arise with that, eyes wide open. And they're motivated to do good stuff.
Yeah, Arizona, people are passionate about elections here. And so I'm not aware of any counties really having any difficulty filling poll worker spots. And anybody who's a first-time poll worker, it becomes addicting. And then they just come back year after year.
All right, we'll do 1 or 2 more real quick, and then they're going to...
All right, so what you're listening to there is the Arizona Secretary of State as he is answering questions from members of the media. We expect that could happen a few times today from several different states, so we'll make sure to bring those to you live, raw, and unfiltered as we do get them. Do want to head to a quick 2-minute commercial break now at 11:29 on the East Coast and 8:29 on the West Coast. On the other side of the break, we're going to bring in Minnesota Secretary of State to give us an update on the situation there. That's coming up in 2 short minutes. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, and you are taking a live look over in Palm Beach, Florida. That is where we know that former President Trump is going to be casting his ballot. Now, we are told that he will hold a news conference of sorts afterward, just like we heard from J.D. Vance a bit earlier on this morning. Obviously, you can see some of the folks are leaving. The shot not the best, as it is kind of freezing up, but we'll make sure to bring you Trump's comments in full as he speaks live here on Live Now from Fox. Now, I do want to talk a little bit more about the election overall, because if you were watching, we just had an update from the Secretary of State in Arizona. But right now, I do want to bring in the Secretary of State for Minnesota, Steve Simon. Thank you so much for taking the time to be here with us today.
My pleasure. Happy Election Day.
Happy Election Day. Well, first off, just want to ask overall about what turnout has been like today.
So far, really, really strong. I've been on the phone today with a dozen or so county election leaders, and they all report the same thing. Despite a little soggy weather here, really, really strong turnout, which you'd expect. Minnesota does really, really well. We're aiming to be number one in the country. We think we can get there, but people are really enthusiastic, and the weather's not bothering anyone.
What about any sort of issues? Have any issues been reported technically or anything of that nature throughout the morning?
Very few. They're the kinds of things that are normal and natural and expected. Somebody forgot to plug a machine in and then plugged it in, or there was a glitch with a printer, but then fixed. So these are the kinds of things that arise occasionally. And at this point, they are just that, just the normal occasional glitches that have been, for the most part, solved and addressed. So we're hoping for a smooth, drama-free day. I've said that my two big wishes are high turnout and low drama. So I hope my wishes will be granted today.
Of course. And we've seen record turnout in several states. We know that 1/3 of all American voters overall had cast their votes in early voting. So what was the situation like there in Minnesota?
Yeah, in Minnesota, we had a lot of early voting. It was more than double the pace at the same point. 8 years ago in 2016. 2020 was a little of an outlier because of COVID and people flocked to voting from home and voting early. So it wasn't as high as 2020 in terms of early voting, but more than double what it was 8 years ago. That tells me people are really enthusiastic about this election, and they're showing that by voting early and voting any way that they can so far.
I know this is a tough question to answer, but some states say that it could take days to count all of their ballots. Is there any early indication at this point how long Minnesota will take to count all of those ballots? Do you have any inkling on how long that could be?
Yeah, that's a very important question, because in Minnesota, our rule is that all ballots have to be in by 8, including mail-in ballots. So by breakfast tomorrow morning, Minnesotans should have all or substantially all of the results. But just so your viewers know, there are several states that have different laws. Pennsylvania, a battleground state, has a different law. They can't even start counting absentee ballots until late tonight. So, of course, they're going to be counting for a day or two or more. And that's not a sign that anything bad happened or anyone did anything wrong. It's a sign that they are very much complying with their law. There are other states that have a postmark rule, for example, where as long as you get it in the mail by election day, that means by definition they're going to be counting in other states. So for a while. So in Minnesota, by breakfast tomorrow. But in a number of other states, including battlegrounds, it is natural, normal, and lawful for it to be taking maybe a few extra days.
Delving into that just a little bit deeper here, when can people start counting those votes in Minnesota? I do know that it kind of varies based on the state. So what is Minnesota's kind of stance on that?
Yeah, in Minnesota, all ballots have to be in by 8 o'clock, whether you vote in person, the polls close at 8. If you have a mail ballot in your hand, you need to get it hand delivered by 8. And if they come in by mail, they won't be accepted until after 8. So 8 tonight is the cutoff for every kind of ballot, every which way, which means the counting will start promptly right after that, which is why I say that within a few hours after the polling places close at 8 tonight, and for sure by breakfast tomorrow morning, we are very likely to have all or substantially all of the results in Minnesota. But again, other states have different laws, and they have to follow those laws. And in those other states, not Minnesota, but in other states, including some battlegrounds, it's probably going to take a few days. And that's entirely natural, normal, and lawful.
Anything else you want to make sure that voters are aware of, that they know?
I just want to make sure everyone knows where to go, In Minnesota, we have a website. It's mnvotes.gov for Minnesotans watching this broadcast. And I just want everyone everywhere in all the states, if you're an eligible voter, remember your vote is your voice. Go stand up, step up, and be a voter. Check out your state Secretary of State website or another trusted source, people who actually run elections, to get the information you need to cast that ballot.
All right. Minnesota Secretary of State, Steve Simon, thank you so much. I know it's a busy day, so we definitely appreciate you being here. Anything you want to add before I let you go?
Just that I hope that my 2 wishes come true. And my 2 wishes are for Election Day and beyond. I wish for high turnout and low drama. That's what we need as a country. We need everyone to go out and vote who wishes to vote. But then we have to have the low drama. We have to all ultimately come to accept the results of the election, even if, or especially if, they aren't consistent with the way we might have personally wanted them to come out. We have to make sure that at some point after the last court has issued its last ruling, let's say weeks from now, maybe, that's it. That's the end game. That's when the string has run out and we have to come together as a country around the result.
All right. Secretary, thank you so much for being here with us today. We appreciate it.
My pleasure. Thank you.
And I do want to pop up this image once again. This is over in Palm Beach, Florida, as we do know that former President Trump is casting his ballot. Now, he is expected to hold a news conference of sorts after he does cast his vote. We also know that we saw earlier today as his running mate, J.D. Vance, voted over in Cincinnati, Ohio. Important to note that Kamala Harris did actually do a mail-in ballot, so we won't see any video of her over the next few hours or so, because that was a mail-in ballot. Looks like the shot's kind of going in and out at this point, so I'm not sure how well the comments from Trump will come in. If the camera's not looking good, they might just kind of bring him outside, because we do have this shot from outside as well. Let's head to a quick 2-minute commercial break here, but we'll have more live coverage coming up in just a few. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, 11:41 on the East Coast and 8:41 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow. Thank you so much for being with us here on Election Day as we are prepping. We are ready to bring you all those results when they come in later on today. 6 p.m. Eastern time is when our primetime coverage will kick off with Andrew Kraft, Austin Westfall, and the rest of the gang here to bring you those results. One thing I do want to pop up right here, this is a feed where we are going to be hearing from former President Trump as he does cast his ballot. We heard from his running mate, J.D. Vance, a bit earlier on this morning as he cast his ballot. Over in Cincinnati, Ohio, Trump voting there in Palm Beach, Florida. Cameras are allowed inside, but not that far inside. So we are still waiting for him to exit. And once he does, he should be giving kind of a brief news conference of sorts to the reporters that are waiting out there. Once we do see him, we'll make sure to bring that to you in full right here on Live Now from Fox. Also do want to head to this ballot counting center. This is over in Houston, Texas. Now, just a short time ago, we heard from officials there as they updated us on the situation with counting ballots there, voting, all of that. Let's pop up the audio and listen in to Harris County, Texas officials.
Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Testing 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3. We got sound. Good morning. I'm Tanisha Hudspeth, your Harris County Clerk. TENESHIAHUDSPETH. It is election day. We are finally here. Can you believe it? More than 1.2 million voted early here in Harris County, and as of a little 10 o'clock, well, now we're a little bit after 10 o'clock. More than 85,000 voters have voted here in Harris County today. Our team has been working hard.
And wouldn't you know it, the second that we took that other feed, we now have former President Trump after he casted his ballot in Palm Beach. Let's pop up the audio to see if we can hear.
Yeah, a little bit more towards the mic. Yeah.
Where would you like us here? A lot of people. There'll be a convention center at Mar-a-Lago. We have a lot of people. I've just been very honored to find out that the lines are long and the conservative lines are very long. We got back pretty late last night, and it was an honor. It was a great honor. We had 4 incredible rallies, and they left Michigan late at night. Many of you are with us. And I hear we're doing very well.
Mr. Trump, you went against the abortion measure in the end, meaning supporting Florida's 6-week restriction.
We did a great job in that. We brought it back to the states, as you know. I believe in exceptions, as Ronald Reagan did. And we did a great job. We did something that they wanted to do for 52 years.
Mr. President, you've talked a lot about unity. If you win, there are going to be tens of millions of Harris supporters who are going to be upset. What would your plan be to reach out to those people, bring them in? What would your message to them be?
Well, it'll be just that. We want to bring everybody in. We want to be very inclusive, and we will be very inclusive. We have a great country, but we have a country that's in trouble. It's in big trouble in many ways. And we have to straighten it out. We have crime is through the roof. We have people pouring through our borders that are not exactly perfect.
Mr. President,
prisons, they come out of prisons. 13,000 people convicted of murder. We don't need this in our country. We have enough difficulty. We don't need that. So I think people saw that. And it just seems that the conservatives are voting very powerful.
How are you feeling, President Trump? Looking back, how are you feeling? Nervous, anxious, excited?
I feel very confident. I have. We went in with a very big lead today, and it looks like Republicans have shown up in force. So we'll see how it turns out. But it seems that they have really shown up in force. I just got a call from Dan Patrick in Texas. I'm very confident. I have felt. We went in with a very big lead today, and it looks like Republicans have shown up in force. So we'll see how it turns out. But it seems that they have really shown up in force. I just got a call from Dan Patrick in Texas. He said they've never seen anything like it. It's been great. Look, regrets. You always have regrets. I can't think of any, to be honest, to use her expression. I can't think of any. I ran a great campaign. I think it was maybe the best of the 3. We did great in the first one. We did much better in the second one, but something happened. And this was the best. I would say this was the best campaign we ran.
President Trump, do you accept the possibility that you and Vice President Harris both might not get to 270 electoral votes by the end of tonight?
It should never happen. A thing like that should never happen. This election should be over. They spend all this money on machines. And frankly, if they'd use paper ballots, it would be over by 10 o'clock. And by the way, the paper ballots would cost 8%. It would be 8% of the cost. If they would use paper ballots, voter ID, proof of citizenship, and one-day voting, it would all be over by 10 o'clock in the evening. It's crazy. They use these very expensive computers, and I'm hearing in Pennsylvania they won't have an answer till 2 or 3 days from now. I think it's an absolute outrage if that's the case. Now, maybe it'll be later, but it's paper ballots in France. They went paper ballots because the mail-in was not working. It was corrupt. And in France, they went paper ballots. And at 10 o'clock in the evening, they had 37 million votes counted and done. They had a winner, they had a loser. And in this country, I mean, I'm just hearing that in certain states, it's going to be a long time, and it won't even be close. It won't even be that close. They say, I'm going to win the state, but it's going to take a long time to certify it.
Could you see a world where you don't declare victory tonight?
Yeah, I mean, I'm hearing the same things that you're hearing. I'm hearing states where I'm up by a lot, but they won't have a final number for a long time.
What are your plans for that in terms of watching the results and so forth?
So we're going to have a very special group of people, many of whom you know, and they'll be at Mar-a-Lago. In addition, we'll have 4,000 or 5,000 people at the convention center. On the assumption I win, I mean, I don't know if something else happens. I don't know what's going to happen in terms of declaring victory, but if in normal times I would go over to the convention center, let's say at 10 o'clock or 11 o'clock or something, but I just don't know. It looks like we have a very substantial lead. It looks like we have many more Republicans voting today than Democrats. So if you have a lead and we have a bigger vote, that means you're doing very well, but they have to call a winner. They should, and they should call a winner, yes. Just stop talking about that. Go ahead. Oh, I don't know. I was honored to get Joe Rogan last night. I mean, Joe Rogan's a big deal. He's a very respected person. And I must tell you, Megan was fantastic. She got up and said some things that were really pretty amazing. But before that, I just think we ran a good campaign. I had good policy. We want people to come into our country, but they have to come in legally. You know, we want strong borders, and we want people to come in. We want to be totally inclusive, but they have to come in. I think that was a big issue. To me, that was the biggest issue. I may be wrong. You know, a lot of people said inflation. Inflation's a disaster, but I think it's a second issue. I think the first is the border. We can't allow criminals to be put back into our country or to be put into our country. So you have 13,000 plus murderers allowed to roam in our country. Not going to be allowed. They have to go. You have drug dealers. You have terrorists. You have a tremendous amount of people that should not be in our country, and we need strong borders in this country. And I think people are voting. And I think it's personally, I think it's the number one issue. We'll see how it pans out, but I think it's the number one issue. I don't have to tell them that. I don't have to tell them that there'll be no violence. Of course there'll be no violence. My supporters are not violent people. I don't have to tell them that. And I certainly don't want any violence, but I certainly don't have to tell. These are great people. These are people that believe in no violence. Unlike your question, you believe in violence. Go ahead. Well, I think I'll be at Mar-a-Lago for the most part. We have a lot of political professionals. I'm going over now with Melania, who I'm very proud of. She's got the #1 bestseller. Can you believe that? He can believe it. But so we're very proud of the job she's done with that. Her book is #1. But we're going to go over to the office in West Palm, and we're going to say hello to the workers. They've worked very hard.
Will Georgia kind of be your first indication of whether it's going to be?
I think so. I mean, I hear we're doing very well there in Georgia. I hear we're doing very well. I hear we're doing very well everywhere. Now, I may regret that statement, but I'm hearing that we're doing very well. Would you go louder? I haven't prepared a speech. No, I did speeches last night, all day long, all night long. At 2 o'clock in the morning, we left. And, we did a lot of speeches. You can probably tell. No, I don't have to do that. You know, I'm not a Democrat. I'm able to make a speech on pretty quick notice. If I win, I know what I'm going to say, and I don't even want to think about the losing part. I would like to tell all of the people that are online to stay online. We have tremendous Republican lines, and I've been asked actually to say it. It takes a while. I'd like to just make the statement that I'd like the Republicans to stay online. Democrats, if they'd like, they can leave. But I'd like the Republicans to stay online.
Sir, you mentioned what additional pressure today, given criminal cases against you that would proceed if you lost or go away?
I have no pressure whatsoever. I'm winning big cases. Those cases are all being won. The biggest case was the Florida case, and it's been won. I appreciate your nice question.
Sir, you and Mrs. Trump have been doing
No
this
pressure whatsoever.
for 9 years. Regardless of what happens tonight, is this your last campaign? Are you done after this?
Yeah, I would think so. I would think so.
How do you feel about it?
Sad, and very fulfilled. I think we're going to have a very big victory today.
Mrs. Trump, how are you feeling?
Very good, thank you. Thank you.
If you win, sir, if you win, do you have a plan in place to start naming staff and cabinet
Yeah,
officers?
we're already a transition team, but I don't like talking about that until I find out how we do. I mean,
So, how does this sort of events from Iran sort of assassination sort of shape your thinking on stuff, right?
well, it doesn't. Look, we're not looking to do damage to Iran, but they can't have a nuclear weapon. So, my terms are very easy. They can't have a nuclear weapon. I'd like them to be a very successful country, but they just can't have a nuclear weapon.
Does it change the way you live? All the threats?
Well, I think Secret Service has been a little bit tougher, to put it mildly. I see more machine guns than I've ever seen in my life. We're surrounded by, I feel very confident with Secret Service. I think they've stepped up. Look, for a long time, they didn't give us the help. They didn't give us the assets, as they say, the manpower, woman power. They didn't give it to us. And we'd have rallies. You saw the rallies, 50, 60,000 people. And I'd have less people than Joe Biden, who had 5 people show up. And I'd have 55,000 people show up. And I had fewer people than him. So they should have done a much better job. And frankly, the president should make a very strong statement to the outside world. Because I think my team is incredible. Look, they say it's the best run campaign they've seen. Some people said it's the best run campaign they've ever seen. But in order to make that stick, you have to win.
How do you feel compared to your past campaigns? Are you more confident now than you were about your team than you were in the last 2 races?
My team, I'm very confident in. Many of them are the same players. As you know, Susie, a lot of the people are the same players. They've been very good.
Mr. President, Oprah said at Harris's rally last night, quote, if we don't show up tomorrow, it is entirely possible we won't be able to count the ballot.
Well, I think it's ridiculous. Oprah, I was on her last show or one of her last shows, and they picked the biggest people and all of that and made a big deal. And I'm disappointed. I think Oprah's become a major divider in our country. And I think, frankly, she should be ashamed of herself. And you know who else should be ashamed? Fox. Because I've seen Oprah on Fox about 50 times making the same statement. And I think it's a disgrace what Fox does, because everyone thinks Fox is so pro-Trump. They're not pro-Trump at all. They've put Oprah on all morning long. That's all I see is Oprah. And, I knew Oprah very well. She's been at Mar-a-Lago many times. Roger King had his funeral. That's the head of King World, which was Oprah's mentor. And Oprah chose the location. She said, Mar-a-Lago is the most beautiful place. Would it be possible to have Roger's funeral at Mar-a-Lago in the ballroom? We did it. Only time I've ever had a funeral there. And I think Oprah should be ashamed of herself to say that. She should be ashamed. She knows me. She wanted to run with me as the vice president. She was going to be the vice president. She wrote me a letter. It's in the book. And now she goes and makes statements like that. She's a divider. And Barack Hussein Obama is a divider, too.
There are people who are concerned that you didn't concede the election in 2020 when you lost. They're concerned that if you lost this election, you wouldn't concede again. What do you say to those people?
I think they're crazy. If I lose an election, if it's a fair election, I'd be the first one to acknowledge it. And I think well, so far, I think it's been fair. I think there's been a lot of court cases. Both sides are lawyered up. Thousands of lawyers are involved, thousands. Can you imagine? And part of that is because we have too complicated a process. If we had a piece of paper watermarked, you know that paper is more sophisticated now than computers. It's watermarked paper. It's unbelievable what happens with it. There's nothing you can do to cheat. And it costs you practically nothing to run. Think of it. We spend hundreds of millions and billions of dollars on these campaigns. You could do it for 8% of the cost and have accuracy, and we wouldn't have to be worried about when is Pennsylvania going to announce. It's really a shame.
Last question.
Well, he knows exactly what, but that's only based on what RFK told. I don't think RFK wanted that. You're talking about Health and Human Services. Let me tell you, he's a great guy, RFK, and he's going to do pretty much what he wants as far as I'm concerned. He wants health for women, for men, for children. And I happen to agree with a lot of the things he says. The one thing I told him, and I've told you in speeches for the last 2 weeks, we got to keep him away from the liquid gold, because the liquid gold, we have more than any of it. It's called oil and gas. That one I'm going to handle. Well, I'd be honored to have him. Now, I haven't spoken to Howard about that, but look, if you think of it, he came in third, in running for president, right? He ran a very good race. He had obstacles. The Democrats just really unfairly put obstacles up, and hence Kennedy left the Democrat Party for the Republicans. Now, he's a very smart guy. He's a very caring guy. He's very popular too. We get up and introduce him. The place goes wild. No, we love having him. And you know who else we love having? Elon. He's been great. And everybody, getting Joe Rogan last night and Megyn Kelly. This is very inclusive. This is a movement. This is the greatest political movement in the history of our country. And even you people, and some of you are fair sometimes, but it's the greatest movement in the history of our country. And I've made that statement 1,000 times. It has never been challenged. It is the greatest movement, and we're going to make America great again. Thank you all very much. Thank you. Thank you. Nice to see you.
Thank you, guys. Thank you, guys. Thank you, guys. This way. Thank you, guys.
All right, that was former President Trump as he was casting his ballot over in Palm Beach, Florida. You heard he spoke to the media and answered questions. I do want to take you to an exterior shot that we have right now as we are at 12 o'clock on the East Coast and 9 o'clock on the West Coast. Thank you so much for being with us here on Live Now from Fox. I do actually want to take you out to a news conference that wrapped a short time ago while Trump was speaking out of North Carolina, as they did provide an update from election officials just on the situation there. No question, North Carolina is one of those battleground states that folks are going to be paying very close attention to. My name is Josh Breslow. I've been here for the past 4 hours, but coming up on the other side of this briefing, we're going to be hearing from Jeanne Francine as she sits in the hot seat once again with everything you need to know on this election day.
Good morning, North Carolina, and happy Election Day. I'm Karen Brinson Bell, Executive Director of the State Board of Elections. I'm here with Paul Cox, General Counsel to the State Board, who will help answer your questions in a moment. Today is the last day for eligible registered North Carolinians to cast their ballot in this important election. Polls across the state are open until 7:30 p.m., and if you are in line at 7:30 p.m., you will be able to vote. Voters should go to their assigned polling place. To find your polling place, use the voter search tool on the State Board website, ncsbe.gov, and don't forget to bring your photo ID. Yesterday, we sent out a press release titled 10 Tips for Election Day Voters in North Carolina. Please share these tips with your audiences so we can have a smooth election day as well. If you haven't voted yet, please take time today to make your voice heard. As a reminder, all voters will be asked to show photo identification when they check in to vote. Most voters will simply show their driver's license, but many types of photo ID will be accepted. Go to bringitnc.gov for more information about the photo ID requirement and a full list of acceptable IDs. We also want to remind voters that if you forget your ID, poll workers must offer you a provisional ballot and the opportunity to either fill out an ID exception form explaining why you are unable to show photo ID, or return to your County Board of Elections office to show your photo ID before 5 p.m. on November 14th. No voter should be turned away from the polls for not having an ID with them. At this time, we are unaware of any disruptions or delays at polling places that may necessitate extending voting hours beyond 7:30 p.m. That's simply remarkable, considering more than 2,600 polling places opened statewide this morning. We will continue to monitor polling places statewide, and if necessary, we will call a state board meeting to consider any voting extensions. At this time, we have not heard reports of any major incidents at any polling places. We also have not heard reports of long lines today. It is a good day to go vote. We have been addressing reports that the state board's voter search tool on ncsbe.gov has been running a bit slow today. This is not unusual for election days when tens of thousands of people are accessing the search tool at the same time. We ask voters to be patient and wait for your information to load. Finally, we want to remind the public that they can watch results come in tonight after polls close on the state board's elections result dashboard found at ncsbe.gov. We remind members of the media to read the press release, 9 Facts about the vote counting and reporting process in North Carolina. There are a few important things to remember about election night results. They are always unofficial in the days after the election. Bipartisan election officials in all 100 counties will ensure every eligible ballot is counted. They will audit and ultimately certify the results. This is called the canvass process, and it occurs after every election. For local contests, the county boards will certify results on November 15th. For all other contests, the state board will certify final results on November 26th. The state board anticipates that the unofficial results reported by the end of election night will include about 98% of all ballots cast in the election. Over the 10-day canvass period, provisional ballots and some absentee ballots will be counted and uploaded to the results dashboard. These ballots are required to be counted after Election Day by law, and North Carolina's election officials will follow that law. Election officials do not call elections. Projections are made by media and/or the candidates using unofficial results, typically based on exit polls or the vote difference and the number of votes yet to be counted in a contest. Election officials will go through the post-election canvass processes as required by law, no matter how close the contest. Stay tuned to the state board for additional press releases, and we will send out a notice for any additional press conferences in the coming days. With that, we will take your questions. We'll start in the room first, and then we'll go to the phone or online and remind those folks who are using the phone or online system to press 1 when they do ask their questions. So is there anyone in the room? You'll go to one of the mics, if you would, please.
Hi, thank you for doing this and the other press conferences leading up to today. Brittany Gibson from Politico. I just wanted to follow up on something you had mentioned at last week's press conference about when you expect to have your unofficial tabulations tonight. You mentioned, I believe, in 2020, it was about a little after 12:30 a.m. Where do you project tonight being? And with the caveat of course, you're not going to rush to beat last time's
So our official final upload in 2020 was 12:28 a.m. on that Wednesday morning. And so I have challenged everyone to let's meet that or do better than that. Now, we have to be, face reality of it. That's our goal. But, there are a lot of votes to deal with once the polls close. With this election, new to our laws, we cannot tabulate and upload the early voting results at the close of polls like we've been able to do in the past. So those will not be released until after the polls close. The tabulators will be closed down and the results will be uploaded with the election night results as they come in. So at 7:30 p.m., we will release the absentee by mail results. And then we will just begin to gather the results from the election day polling sites. And, being mindful that we do not modem results in North Carolina. So if you just factor in that if the polls are able to close at 7:30 p.m. because no one is in line, it's going to still take a solid hour or so before the results would be driven to the county board site. And we've got over 2,600 polling places that have to do that tonight. So the bulk of our results we anticipate would be probably between 9:30 to 11 p.m. And, we'll address anything that's running slower than that. We'll also caution everyone that that's a large volume of data hitting our results dashboard at the same time. So just like we're experiencing some lag because of the interest in our voter search tool, we may be experiencing some lag in the results just because of the sheer volume of data that's going in and the interest that we're seeing in our results.
Thank you.
If you're just now tuning into Live Now from Fox, we are out in North Carolina as officials gave an update moments ago on this election day. We did pause showing this because former President Donald Trump was speaking out in Palm Beach, Florida, his voting precinct after he cast his ballot. And speaking of that, on the left side of your screen, You Decide 2024, we do have some updates for you. Former President Donald Trump voting a short time ago out in Palm Beach, Florida, as I just mentioned. VP Kamala Harris casting her vote via mail-in ballot. President Joe Biden participating in early in-person voting, that happening Monday, October 28th. I'm Jeanne Francine, back on the desk with you on this election day. We're going to go ahead and go to our first 2-minute commercial break of the hour. When we come back, seeing that a campaign event is about to get underway with Walz and his wife out in Harrisburg. We'll be heading into that live event when we come back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Jeanne Francine. The time now 12:12 here on the East Coast, and we continue with your Election Day coverage. Take a look at this, a quick content reminder for you right here on Live Now from Fox. The first polls closed. We are 6 hours, 46 minutes, and about 50 seconds away from that. As you all know, we'll have around-the-clock coverage right here on Live Now from Fox. As those polls do close, as those results start to roll in, you can rely on Live Now from Fox for live, raw, and uninterrupted coverage. As promised, a campaign event about to start out in Harrisburg, PA. I'm being told that Tim Walz and Gwen Walz participating in a political event in that area. Let's head inside now.
Just wanted to say hello and thank you so much for joining us this morning and for all that you do. Kamala and Tim have all of the momentum right now, and that is because today's a big day. And I'm a teacher, as many of you know. 29 years in public schools. I would like to say that today is the ultimate group project. And it's due today. I know, I seem like a short notice. And here is the serious part of it, but I'm feeling very confident in our ability. It's pass fail, right? It's pass fail. So we are going to pass. Yeah. Because, and here's what I want you to know, Pennsylvania. I know that we have come so far, and you have worked so hard. And it has been a privilege to work alongside you. And we are not going now. So you make sure that everyone you encounter in any way, especially your family, friends, neighborhood, everybody gets out to vote. Yeah. Okay, thank you for that, because every vote is going to count here and down to it. And you know the times that the polls are open, right? From 7 a.m. to 8 p.m. And every single vote. And counting. And it's so important. Because you know this, a new way forward is within our grasp. Yes. It is right there, just so close. And then we get to say, President Kamala Harris. So now it's my honor to hand the platform over to my husband.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Thank you and your team, to Jimmy and the folks here for hosting us. Thank you so much. And each and every one of you, Gwen, Hope, and Gus. Say thank you to Pennsylvania, but thank you to folks across this country who wrap their arms around our family. And I hope saw yourselves in us, middle-class folks who are just trying to do the right thing by their community. We're a room full here of teachers and laborers and nurses and doctors and business owners and folks who are doing the work in this country.
Yes.
The vice president has laid out a path and been very clear. She wakes up every morning thinking about you and what we can do better. And that's a pretty stark contrast to the other side.
Absolutely. Yes.
Pretty stark contrast. And we've laid that out, but I think the biggest thing for all of you, the privilege that we've seen of being free people and trying to be part of a system, a democracy where voices matter and every voice matters. And this week, I could not be prouder to be on this ticket, to watch that contrast. One that is hopeful, rule of law matters, Constitution matters, the American experiment matters, our neighbors matter. In contrast to a list of grievances and things, look, this country's tired of it. And to be in Pennsylvania, and I know you get it a lot. When I'm here, I'm trying to watch a football game that is basically interrupted by massive amounts of ads. But those ads and the work and the on the ground is all here at this day, these 15 hours, to get folks with God's little stickers on it. This thing's razor close. It's going to run right through. One vote or two votes per precinct is what it's going to make. So those folks who think, I don't know, what do I have to do with this? Everything. First of all, your voice and your agency matters. Everybody matters the same. And contrary to what at least one guy thinks, nobody's above the damn law. And nobody is beneath someone else. That's what So we're here for our family. It's to say a thank you, a deep sense of gratitude to the folks who did this work, but a deep sense of optimism too. Because to watch, and a lot of people are trying to work to watch this incredibly talented woman. I think the prosecutor, Attorney General of the largest state. Can we all just agree there's been no one more qualified? You could feel it across the country, almost this sigh of relief. On Tuesday night, when Kamala Harris stood in the ellipse and said, that's how a president should sound. That's how you should talk when you stand in front of the White House. That's how you talk when the White House. I think there are those moments when things align and you're at a point in history where things really do matter and you can take one road or the other. This country is going to take that high road. To all of you, we're grateful you're here. We're going to do some chatting. I think we maybe try and eat some of this. But no, you did what was asked of you. You did what was in this moment. So many people, Americans, whatever they can do. Some would give $1, some were volunteering when they could, some were talking to neighbors. We're still standing, we're still kicking, we're still proud in this country. And when that time comes down tonight and those last polls close, now look, it's going to take some time. We're going to, you've been on the poll close. I'm up last night at midnight. To Dixfield Gulch or whatever. I would say, we could have been up there. That's not. It's 6 votes. But that's going to happen all day today. Things are going to be coming in. But keep in mind, we have the fairest, the freest, the safest.
Yes, we do.
We have a free press that monitors the elections. Things are done right. So just stay calm, stay with it, wait till the end. Until that time, I said, when you're feeling that sense of anxiety, the surest antidote to any of that is action. Coming out with something like this, calling up somebody, remembering, I'm on this, people like high school buddies I forgot about, I'm texting, have you voted yet? I will be honest, if they live in like South Dakota, I don't text them. I text my friends, Complicate the case. Every vote matters. Everybody's voice matters. So it's this moment, and I think again, I hope all of you, and we're being very conscious about this as a family.
Love it.
Be mindful, live in the moment, understand where we're at, the privilege that we all have to do this, because history's going to judge us. And I'll tell you what, I will always stand on the side of light and joy versus that darkness. This state knows a little bit about winning. How about Pennsylvania win this for America?
All right, so this political event wrapping up on Election Day there in Harrisburg, PA. And on the right side of your screen, you see other Election Day boxes to put this exciting day into perspective for you. That top right box, a live look out in Philadelphia, PA, as ballots are being processed there. And then that bottom box takes us out to Nashville, Tennessee, my hometown of Tennessee, a voting location there as people are exercising their right to vote on this Election Day. And all morning, when I first came on the air around 5:55 this morning Eastern Time, we've been asking you to get involved with us here on Live Now from Fox by sending in your I voted pictures. All you have to do is scan that QR code on your screen or go to livenowfox.com/connect to share them with us. And we want to share some with you before we go to a quick 2-minute commercial break. This one coming out of Decatur, I'm guessing Decatur, Georgia, from Simone Smith. Back in 2015, I became a citizen of the United States. And so every election that I get to vote in is a super meaningful one. This year was also the first year that my mother, who just became a citizen, got to vote as well. This is so beautiful. Simone, thank you so much for sending this to us. This one coming from Tampa, Florida, Kayla sending this in. Future voters, took the kids to watch me vote and to see the process live in action. Never too early to talk to your kids about the importance of voting. You got that right, Kayla. Thank you so much for sending this in. This one coming in from Darden, Teresa, and Jackie. Happy to join my daughter for her first time to vote. Beautiful photo there, and thank you so much for sending this in. And continue throughout the day to send your photos to us. Again, scan that QR code on your screen or go to livenowfox.com/connect. The time now 12:24 here on the East Coast. We have to go to our second 2-minute commercial break of the hour. When we come back, continuing with your live election coverage right here on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. You can see former President Trump entering this room. Takes us out to a live event here at 12:27 out in West Palm Beach, Florida, where former President Donald Trump is having his campaign headquarters on this election day. Let's listen in.
It's
early to congratulate, but we are hearing it's record kind of numbers. Caroline, do you want to just tell them what you told me a little while ago?
Sure, yeah. Enthusiasm is very high. We're seeing our voters are turning out, especially in rural areas across the country, and we see Democrat areas are not turning out as great as our people. So your people are ready and they're turning out for you, sir.
And we had a big lead to start off with. Now here it's really amazing. I got a call from the people in Texas, Dan Patrick and others. They say that they've never actually seen anything like it. So it should be good.
Well,
it should be good. I want to just thank everybody, regardless. We just wanted to come over and pay our respects. Our #1 best-selling author. Can you believe it? We have a big day. We'll be watching. It'll be very interesting. I hope they come up with a result tonight. They say areas that were winning big, they might not be able to come up with it for 2 days. It's just a crazy thing. And I'm really saying this more for the press than for you. They should do paper ballots, same-day voting, voter ID, and be done. 1 day, same day. And by 10 o'clock, everybody would be. And you know, you're talking about for 8% of the cost. It would cost 8%. Think of that. For 8%, you get a better product. But we'll have to look at it.
This is the heartbeat of your organization, sir.
This is a great, well, you're the heartbeat too, aren't you? What about Alex? How's Alex? Are you surprised?
You're doing great, sir. You built the greatest political movement in history, and everybody here has been working super hard for you. And you're our inspiration, and we're going to bring this up today.
It's very nice. Thank you. It's very nice. And I hear the social media has been just unbelievable.
You make it easy for us. You give us a lot of
Joe
content.
Rogan has been just he's a great guy, and that was a big thing. And he did that. He just doesn't do that, and that he did that. I think it meant a lot. So all over the country, I hear it's all red, and we don't need that. You know, we went in with a very big lead, so we just had to sort of keep it. But I hear it's beyond that, and it's a movement. There's never been a movement like this, and we're going to turn our country around. We're going to not let people that murder people come into our country. We're not going to let drug dealers come into our country and terrorists come into our country. Little things like that, people are not going to stand them, and that's why we're doing well. But you know what? We still have a time to go. So let's make sure that we have this under control. And some of you I'm going to see tonight, I would imagine. I hope all of you. So I'll be seeing you tonight, and it'll be great. The First Lady's coming with us, and she's really impressed by the job you've done. Would you like to say something?
A great job. Thank you so much for all your support. And it was hard work. I know it's hours to hours, and I know how hard my husband is working nonstop. So thank you for all your support. Great job.
Yesterday and the day before, the day before too, we did a lot of rallies, and they're big ones. We did full rallies as opposed to, so we got in about 5 o'clock in the morning. We left Michigan. I think Michigan's going to be great, especially since we killed the biggest factory that ever auto factory that I think anywhere at any time, which would have, destroyed them. And we did that without being president. So that was a big thing, but I think Michigan's going to be good. They're all looking really good. Susie, I can't think of anything. Hearing any weaknesses. Right? What do you think of Susie? Would you say good? Well, we just wanted to come over and pay our respects. This is really great, and we're going to see you tonight, and hopefully they'll be able to get these expensive computers going. The reason you use computers is to make time so that it's like fast. You don't use them so that you have to come up with an answer 3 days later. And that's a little scary when they say, what are they doing? You use a computer because it calculates quickly. And you use paper because you save cost. But the paper turns out to be much quicker than the computer. There's something wrong with that. So we don't like that. But there are a lot of things that are happening in our country that have to be changed. And we'll do it, and we'll do what's right for the country. And I think that's why we're doing well. But let's see if we can close it out. But it would be, I just asked about it, wouldn't it be nice if after spending billions of dollars that they could have a computer give an answer by like 10 o'clock in the evening. Doesn't make sense, does it? Doesn't really make sense. It's crazy. Thank you very much. We'll see you later. Have a good day. And you're going to be watching, and they're going to be watching. Make sure there's no cheating, right? There's going to be no cheating. Okay. Thank you, everybody. I like that.
So you're taking a live look inside the Palm Beach County Convention Center there in West Palm Beach, Florida. This is the site of former President Donald Trump's campaign headquarters for tonight. He's speaking alongside his wife there, former First Lady Melania Trump, after he just cast his ballot just a few moments ago. And again, as you all are casting your ballot on this election day, we do want to hear from you and see your photos. All you got to do is scan that QR code on your screen or go to livenowfox.com/connect. More photos.
The reason I did the Twitter acquisition was like, it's like, man, if I don't do this, I think we're screwed is the issue.
Well, if you didn't do it, no one else was going to do it because it wasn't a financial winner. It was kind of a crazy move.
It's a crazy move. I mean, the thing was way overpriced. You know, like long term, I think we can ultimately make it a win for investors. But boy, this is a hard way to make a living.
Well, there's also a concerted effort to suppress it. There's a concerted effort with the advertisers.
Well, we had and still have a massive advertiser boycott that was organized by a bunch of left-wing NGOs. Like you know, and you always want. And I should have brought my. I have a hat. Make Orwell fiction again.
I've seen that hat.
Yeah, I should have brought. I was going to wear my.
Yeah, he's the only one that makes sense to me. He's the only one that he doesn't attack people. He attacks actions and ideas.
An about face from Joe Rogan just 3 months ago, one of the world's most popular podcasters thought RFK Jr. was the only option in the 2024 race. But now, on the eve of the election, Rogan formally endorsing Donald Trump. He announced that decision after his interview with billionaire and Trump ally Elon Musk. Rogan wrote in a post on X last night that Musk, quote, makes what I think is the most compelling case for Trump you'll hear, and I would agree with him every step of the way. And for the record, yes, that's an endorsement of Trump. Rogan's support comes as the Trump campaign has, of course, pushed to win over young male voters this cycle, with the former president making numerous appearances on podcasts popular with that demographic, including the Joe Rogan Experience.
There's no reason not to think that Mars and all these planets don't have life.
Is cocaine a stronger up? Yeah.
A lot of wrestlers they'd want to do the UFC thing. but they can't take the shots. I played football too. I didn't particularly like it.
What position were you?
No, I didn't like it. I played tight end.
And I'll tell you about TikTok. Trump is going to keep TikTok going.
It looks so much more natural on TikTok when you see it being filmed from the outside. The TikTok dance looks conspicuously out of place. Look, I'm not in the camp of someone who I don't really think endorsements tend to matter that much. I wondered about Taylor Swift, and I do wonder about Joe Rogan. Brad, do you think that this actually moves the needle?
Well, I think Donald Trump's opponent today is not so much Kamala Harris as it is the Xbox. He needs people who are young males who might not think voting matters and they think the Xbox more fun to get off that couch and go to vote. And
It's a really interesting, it's a very sharp way to put that.
And I think Joe Rogan is important in that demographic. I think Elon Musk is important in that demographic. John Fetterman of Pennsylvania says that a lot of young males think that Elon Musk is Tony Stark. And so I think that's actually a pretty important endorsement for him. So I do think it's been a unique strategy. And, Donald Trump's interview with Joe Rogan has been downloaded 90 million times. That's a third of the country. That's a really, really big reach.
And because she's just a vessel, and Joe Biden was just a vessel, it's a group of very powerful people that are probably people that hate our country and they want to destroy our country. Somebody said, are they dumb? Well, who would have these? It's embarrassing when I say, we will keep men out of women's sports. I'm saying, can you imagine saying that 10 years ago? They'd say, this guy's cracked up. This guy's crazy. Who the hell's going to have men playing? Did you see the Olympic boxing where two people who transitioned? They transitioned from men to women and just a light jab. That was the
any sort of problems at the polls, go ahead, contact your county board of registrar's office, or you can always contact the Georgia Secretary of State. Submit a complaint online as well. They have a special section to do that on the Secretary of State Elections Division website. That's the latest here in Avondale Estates this afternoon. I'm Caitlin Pratt, Fox 5 News.
Caitlin, thank you. In Jones County, a poll worker faces prison time for a reported bomb threat to the election superintendent. Nicholas Wimbish lives in Milledgeville. The Department of Justice says last month he got into an argument with a voter. Wimbish faces up to 25 years in prison. We've got more on that on our website, fox5atlanta.com. Now, if you're a Cobb County voter who received an absentee ballot, you should assume your ballot must be received tonight by 7 p.m. That's because the Georgia Supreme Court stayed or held off on a lower court's decision to extend the deadline to return absentee ballots. Fox 5's Brooke Zahner is live at the Cobb County Civic Center to explain. Brooke.
Yeah, a lot of people impacted by this, Alex. About 3,400 absentee ballot requests here in Cobb County were received late, and Cobb County election officials are now saying that if you have a ballot, you should drop it either at your county election office or vote at your assigned precinct today. But the reason behind all of this, according to election officials, is a surge, they say, in last-minute absentee ballot requests and equipment failures. That is what caused that delay. Now, the order that came down from the Georgia Supreme Court only addresses a motion for a stay, meaning that a final ruling on this has not yet been made. But for the time being, again, Cobb County election officials may only count absentee ballots that were received by 7 p.m. tonight. And we talked to one individual who came here this morning. She had requested an absentee ballot and ended up voting in person because she never received that ballot.
I was just trying to avoid the lines and the craziness because I know how people can get and emotions run high on election day. So I didn't want to be in the middle of any unexpected situation.
Now, if you're a Cobb County voter and you've been impacted by this, you should have been notified by email and text message. And again, best to turn in that absentee ballot in person at your county election office. You can also go ahead and cancel that ballot, go to your assigned polling place today, and cast your vote in person as well. It's a developing story we will continue to watch. But for now, that is the latest here live in front of the Cobb Civic Center. I'm Brooke Zahner, Fox 5 News.
Okay, Brooke, thanks for staying on top of that for us. We'll also watch other elections on the ballot here, including the race for the state legislature. All 56 Senate and 180 House seats are on the ballot. Also, congressional elections. So races for the House and Senate will determine which party holds the majority in several tax measures. Now, we have talked a lot about battleground states over the past several months, but what is it about Georgia that makes it such a pivotal player in this election? Well, first of all, electoral votes. Georgia has 16 of them, making it a significant prize for both parties. There are also demographic shifts over the past decade that have made Georgia more diverse and therefore more competitive compared to previous elections. It traditionally leaned more Republican, many of you know. Analysts also look at recent trends. In 2020, and for the first time in a presidential election since 1992, Georgia flipped to blue. President Biden took the win in a narrow margin, signaling Georgia is no longer reliably Republican. And another contributing factor here, voter mobilization. Georgia has seen significant efforts from both parties to galvanize voters, including numerous visits from both Trump and Harris. Now, don't forget to join Fox 5 Atlanta for complete election coverage. It starts today, this afternoon at 3:30 with a show called Battleground. Then you can join us from 4 to 7 for Fox 5 News, followed by Fox's Democracy 2024. Join us again at 10 o'clock for all the Georgia results on Fox 5 News. Okay, that was a lot of
All right, and we appreciate Fox 5 Atlanta for that team coverage on this election day. And as they share their coverage plans, we want to do the same right here on Live Now from Fox. Those election results coverage starting tonight, 6 p.m. Eastern time with my colleague Andrew Kraft. And of course, leading up to and after, we will continue to have a post analysis. I know after my colleague Austin Westfall plans to have that coverage as well. So you can continue to get around the clock coverage, of course, when those polls close, those up to date numbers as those ballots are counted. And then, of course, the speeches. You all want to hear the victory speeches and the concession speeches. You'll get that here as well. 12:44 is the time. I'm Jeanne Francine with you on this election day. We're going to go ahead and go to our third 2-minute commercial break of the hour. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Jeanne Francine. 12:46 is the time here on the East Coast. And I want to get back to those photos and videos you all are sending to us on this election day. Take a look at your screen if you haven't done so just yet. You have plenty of time. Just scan that QR code or go to livenowfox.com/connect to upload those photos. Let's get to a few of them on this election day. This one coming from Tania Sims out in Orlando. Voted on my birthday. Okay, perfect day to celebrate your birthday and exercise your right to vote. Thank you so much, Tania, for sending in your photo. Another one we have to share with you on this election day comes from Hannah Pinalva. This coming from Nicholasville, Kentucky. Getting to tell my first son about a big day in history, praying for unity, for our nation. A beautiful photo there. Hannah, thank you so much for sending that in. Next one coming from Devin Strickler out in South Carolina. Lucy may only be 2 years old, but with 2 veteran parents, she knows it's not only a duty, but a beautiful privilege to be able to vote. Go vote. Smart words there from Lucy, holding that beautiful sticker there. And then Debbie out in Colorado says, we're voting and we are powerful. You're definitely powerful as you exercise your right to vote on this election day. Send us your photos and you might just see them on your screen by scanning that QR code or go to livenowfox.com/connect. The time now 12:48, and election officials across the U.S. continue to hold press conferences about election security on this election day. Right now, I want to take you out to Harris County, Texas, as the clerk in Harris County held an election update moments ago. Let's listen in.
Good morning. Testing 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3. We got sound. Good morning. I'm Tanisha Hudspeth, your Harris County Clerk. TENESHIAHUDSPETH. It is election day. We are finally here. Can you believe it? More than 1.2 million voted early here in Harris County, and as of a little 10 o'clock, well, now we're a little bit after 10 o'clock. More than 85,000 voters have voted here in Harris County today. Our team has been working hard to create a strong election infrastructure to receive voters today, and so far so good, even with inclement weather this morning. So let's not let the rain hold us back from voting in record numbers today, Harris County. As a matter of fact, there are still 700 vote centers available for you to vote today. Voters should know you can vote absolutely anywhere. Much like early voting, you can choose any vote center that's most convenient or closest to you. Polls are open as long as you were in line by 7 p.m. What does that look like? There's probably a couple of election workers or greeters waiting to see who was that last person in line by 7 o'clock p.m. to allow all voters in the line to be accepted. Here are some tools that you all need to know for Election Day. Make a plan to vote. Know what's closest to you. Look at your sample ballot. Do your specific sample ballot. Most voters in Harris County have 50 to 70 different contests to choose from. And make sure that you have one of the acceptable forms of ID. You can go to harrisvotes.com to find all the latest and greatest information about Election Day here in Harris County, as well calling our hotline, 713-755-6965. And to the very right of me, maybe left of you, there is a huge call center that are taking calls from our election judges all day, making sure that we're supporting our election workers and accepting calls from our voters to help them find the closest poll, make sure that they have the tools and information they need to cast their ballot. For all those who vote by mail, that have your ballot by mail and have voted it, today only, you can take that mail ballot to 1001 Preston downtown. That is the Harris County office, administrative office. Again, that's 1001 Preston. If you have not mailed your ballot because you were afraid we wouldn't receive it today, you can go downtown to 1001 Preston. Now, the voter must go themselves and show proof of ID, their particular ID that they're checking that ballot in. So today, and it won't be hard to see, right off of Preston and San Jacinto between Maine as well, there's a tent that shows that we are there ready to accept your ballot and your credentials. Again, for all voters who have received mail ballots and have not returned those, they can be returned downtown, or you can still go to a vote center.
Confident. I have felt, we went in with a very big lead today, and it looks like Republicans have shown up in force.
May shut off power to some parts of the Bay Area this week to prevent its equipment from sparking wildfires. PG&E is preparing for shutoffs in parts of Alameda. Napa, Sonoma, Santa Clara, and Solano counties. Nearly 12,000 people may be impacted.
Are there any questions?
Talk about the energy today. Obviously, we have hundreds of paid election workers behind us. Give us people a sense at home what goes on in this building.
Yes. Well, we're talking about the energy in here. Let's talk about the energy around this entire county. Here is our elections headquarters. So you have hundreds of individuals here that are servicing the individuals in the field. So from the phone center to our tech lines to our early voting ballot board members that review the mail ballots, and all of our administrative operations are happening here. Also tonight is where we actually tally votes. Some of you will be with us later on this evening. This is where all information in regards to results will come out of. So a good amount of operational systems are happening here. We're supporting everything in the field. And in the field is more than 12,000 election workers. Harris County is the third largest county in the nation and the largest here in the state of Texas. And so today we are supporting those 12,000 plus. Many of our vendors, from our voting system vendors to our tech lines, they're all here supporting us. We're a big operation and we have all hands on deck today.
And you talked about inclement weather. Have you seen any issues with that? I know TSU lost power. There's voting happening there. Talk a little bit about that.
So TSU lost power yesterday.
Yeah.
That was yesterday, not today. It was not today. It did not impact the vote center on campus. There were parts of the campus that had outages, but not the vote center. We got on that right away. We spoke with and no issues with power today. So I just wanted to clarify that. We had a little bit of some power outages at a couple of vote centers. However, all of our machines are battery backup. No one stopped voting today, and power were up within minutes at all of those vote centers. So no long-term power outages, small increment outages. Again, all of our battery backup systems has made sure that voters kept voting, and within minutes, all of those locations had power backup. So that's to be expected with the weather and wind. We knew to be prepared for that today, but luckily we've not had to go dispatch a generator anywhere. So that's a very good sign. Not major issues. You know, on the first day of election day, there's always small things that we have to work through. This is one day amongst less than the 12 days of early voting. So some of these judges are just getting started. There's a little nerves kicking in. They see the lines developing. So these are all just things that, you know, our election workers had to get settled, had to work those things out and get moving. We've done some adjusting of some of our machines and things of that nature. Nothing major, right? This is a typical election day. No major infrastructure issues with our voting today. Yes, ma'am. You're going to have to use your outside voice in here. I have a lot of voices I hear.
How long would it take for, like, let's say the last polling station to have the last voter get voting count?
Okay, let me clarify. Meaning, if someone's in line by 7 p.m. tonight, how long could it take the last voter to vote? Well, we're going to find out tonight, right? This is election day. I can guarantee you that there is going to be plenty of voters in line by 7. We will take as much time at those vote centers as possible to vote all those voters. So buckle up, because it's going to be a long night, right? I'm going to go ahead and say that probably at least 10 or 20 times. We will process those voters. I imagine there's going to be more than a dozen locations that will still be voting voters. Could be 9 o'clock tonight, could be 10 o'clock tonight. We will make sure that we're getting real-time information to know about how many are online, if there's additional support needed, additional, workers or anything of that nature to kind of help those lines. But it's hard to say. Those are the things, unfortunately, the county clerk can't predict.
All right, she says, buckle up. It's going to be a long night. That seems to be the sentiment for many clerks and election officials across the U.S. On this election day. This happening out in Harris County, Texas, moments ago, giving that election day update in the Texas area. On the right side of your screen, that top right box, a live look out in Philadelphia as ballots are being processed on this election day. And then that bottom box, a live look out in the Big Apple of New York City, a voting location there, as people are coming out on this Tuesday, November 5th, to exercise their right to vote. 12:57 is the time here on the East Coast. So let's go to our final 2-minute commercial break of the hour. We'll be right back.
Well, we're back live. I'm Jenny Nicasio on Oracle Talk Radio Network. And I'm glad you're here today. Did you vote? Because I sure heck did. So let's go ahead and find the intro. But since we're not in our regular studio, I might not have it. And I don't see it. All right. We'll wait here for a second or two before Kaitynn Colegate's going to come on, and we're going to talk about the election so far. So I hope everybody got out to vote. It's a beautiful day today. Very beautiful. I just think I better turn on some more light here. So I'm just going to step backstage and wait for Kaitynn to come on.
Wouldn't there be a wonderful way to label your bins for your Christmas decorations, or put where the pool supplies for the year? Any Halloween decorations you need to store, but every time you do it, you can't figure out where they're at. Wouldn't it be nice if there was an easy way to do it? There is. Smart Labels. They have a QR code, and it's a wonderful way to follow your stuff, and I can tell you all about it in a second. Well, I'm just here waiting for Kaitynn to come on. I hope everybody is ready to vote. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to play some videos while we wait for her. And these are some really interesting TikTok videos. And it's not going to play. Did you see that? Okay, I just got word she's not going to be able to make it today. So we're just going to play a couple videos and then we're going to put the live stream on.
And Solano account for about half that total. The shutoffs would likely begin Tuesday and continue through Thursday. PG&E says it's taking steps now to make sure elections facilities still have power.
I just found out that Cambrian County in Pennsylvania's election polls, the machines have shut down. And let's go ahead and look at this one. Reports of faulty voting machines. Wow. You see that? That's something to look forward to. I don't know, folks. Doesn't look real good. But Trump seems pretty much confident. And that is a no-show. I have a couple. Let's see. Wait a minute. I'm going to see if I can pull up some videos. I had some right here. I'm going to pull up this one. Excuse me. This is about, I don't know if you guys heard about the little squirrel. And me and Shawn were talking about it yesterday. But I want to go ahead and present this to you because for some reason it was not coming on. Let's see if I can.
The person that actually turned Peanut in
And
is,
there's no
so for
video.
context,
There's no
yesterday,
audio.
Peanut the squirrel's owner
Okay,
went
we're not going
live,
to do
and
that.
what he said the police
Okay,
did to
well,
Peanut the squirrel
we're going to
makes me
have
sick
to,
to my
since
stomach.
Caitlin cannot make it, we're going to go ahead and put on the live stream.
Get back my animal to give him a proper burial. Later, they go live and tell us what they know about.
Down. We are out there going ahead and servicing the printers as we normally would if there are issues, where people, where we need to update the toner, but there have been no vote centers that have been shut down. Things are moving very smoothly out there today.
So the question was to sort by wait times. The way the back end of this information works on the website is if you put an address in, it will give you the shortest wait times within that area. We do not have a sort that will actually sort everything in the valley because the website's really designed for that voter who gets on and they're at a certain location and they want to see the shortest wait times in the location that they are at.
Yeah, so like I said, the printers have been operating very well. The board, we invested $9 million in getting new printers, and those are running very well. We're not running into, at this point, any of the tabulation challenges that we saw in 2022. And with
I
regard
wish
to
I
some
could
of the ones
find
that have a
a
little bit
video
longer lines,
on that.
again, we're talking like 30 minutes, 32 minutes. I know
On
Surprise,
the Cambrian County.
City Center, that one is very popular location. I believe Mesa Community College, Indian Bend. These are some of the ones that, frankly, in early voting, we've seen with some of the longer wait times too. But again, we told people, we talked about this yesterday, we've been talking about this, lines will occur, but we're very pleased with what we're seeing right now. But something that's important for people that really want to avoid the lines, your slowest time left in the day now is going to be mid-afternoon. So go out in the mid-afternoon, you're going to be likely to have the shortest lines. And again, if you can't go and vote until after work, which I absolutely understand, for those folks, probably a good idea to go on to locations.maricopa.vote to see where the shortest lines are, and then go there and get in line by 7 p.m. and you will have the opportunity to vote today.
There you go.
Yes, in the black. All right. You've done on the investment, or we
Yeah.
can have the sheriff speak?
Yeah. Well, I would say, first of all, from our perspective, and happy to see if the sheriff has anything to add, we're very proud to have made the investments in security here at this facility and elsewhere. We have invested millions of dollars in that to make sure that the workers who are here today feel safe, and things have been very calm, but happy if the sheriff wants to add anything to that.
Yeah, just real quick, want to thank all the public safety partnership out there. Every agency is dialed up for this. We've done a lot of planning prior to this, and we have several emergency operations centers, communications, cross-line, all the way from McTech to Phoenix to our ACTIC and even the sheriff's office. So those communication lines are continuing with anything that comes up. At this point in time, we've had no credible issues relative to public safety, and we will continue to monitor and assess and have those resources deployed throughout Maricopa County until those polling centers close, and then obviously things will start to wind down over at the tabulation center.
Yeah, and I just want to thank the sheriff. I want to thank all law enforcement here in Maricopa County, as well as our federal partners who have just been amazing, county attorney, U.S. attorney, across the board. It's a partnership that we have here in Maricopa County that I think is really second to none. So again, Sheriff, thank you so much.
We got folks in the back that we don't want to miss out on. I don't know if they can be seen. Jillian? So the question is about the shutdown of our vote centers. Our vote centers, obviously, they close at 7. If voters are in line, they are allowed to stay in line. They are allowed to vote. Maricopa County is an expansive county. We are larger, I think, than 7 states in the United States. So as those vote centers close down, they pack up their materials. It's going to take time for them to bring those materials back to the tabulation center. We are expecting to be here most of the night as those centers break down and bring back that information. I don't know that that's very helpful to your question, but it will take time. All right. We're good to go. Thank you.
Thank you.
So out in Arizona, the Maricopa County election officials holding this 1 o'clock Eastern time election day update on the left side of your screen. Some reminders for you on this election day as millions across the country head to the polls. All eyes are on the swing states of Arizona, Nevada, Wisconsin, Michigan, Georgia, North Carolina, and Pennsylvania. And Arizona polling precincts will be open until 7 p.m. Mountain Time. So wanted to give you all that quick update. And as we discuss polling precincts out in Arizona, want to take you out to one out in Phoenix here at 112 on the East Coast. Let's go to a quick 2-minute commercial break. When we come back, heading into more election day coverage from across America. We'll be right back in just 2 quick minutes. 1:14 is the time here on the East Coast. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Gina Francine. Several live pictures we are getting into our Live Now from Fox studio. I want to share them with you at this hour. This one on your screen taking us out to Philly as vote counting is underway in real time. So you're getting a live look there. This one right here, this shot, it takes us out to Milwaukee. A press conference just wrapped up in this area that we want to share with you from the Milwaukee Election Commission out there. I'm going to play that for you now.
Sorry, it was 106,000 ballots as of this morning. I'm going to be checking that in a little bit and then putting it up on the website for you guys to see. So happy to take any questions. I think we were less than an hour of the start time, so I still feel pretty good. I mean, I've been telling everyone after midnight, we would continue to receive ballots until 8 p.m. Every single ballot will be counted that's legitimate and qualifying. The post office let us know that they're going to continue to send ballots to us instead of just doing like 1 or 2 deliveries. So that's great. We're going to have a continuous flow. We're closing our drop boxes at 6 p.m. today. And so that gives us enough opportunity to process those ballots and get them out here instead of having like a large number at the end of the day. So I'm still anticipating 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning right now, but it's hard to tell. Can't read the tea leaves, but at the end of the day, I think probably later on in the evening, about 5, we'll have a better sense.
So you don't expect an hour delay at the starts at least another hour?
I don't think so, no. Where the biggest challenge in central count is the formal pre-exporting, exporting, transfer, and importing process that occurs that the city of Milwaukee does. And you see we have 13 machines. It's a very large area. We're going to have 2 bipartisan teams. Myself and the deputy will be doing this in the public sphere. That takes a long time to walk through these 13 machines and download that information. It gets secured in a bag, all in the public sphere, then transported under police escort to Milwaukee County Courthouse. The courthouse also have its additional security measures, and then we go in and formally transfer those results to the county, and then they upload those, which that takes several hours in and of itself. We will continue to give you as many updates as possible so that you are informed and that you can let the American public where we stand. We appreciate all of your efforts today. I have not heard of them yet, no.
And why was there delay this morning?
We just have a lot to count. This space is really big. And so in order to protect the security of the ballots, we wanted to make sure we don't like moving uncounted ballots outside of pods. So we made that decision. We're feeling okay. It was less than an hour. Nothing to see here. We're good. And so we'll continue to give you those updates.
For the viewers sitting home on the couch, in a nutshell, if they're nervous or worried about their vote, but everything is good, tell them at home.
Oh, definitely. So one of the things first, this here central count is absentee ballots. The process of absentee balloting is before the ballot is even issued, the voter has to issue an absentee application with the photo, regular voters with the photo ID. We confirm, is that person a legitimate voter? They have their application. We scan that, we track it, and we issue them a ballot. That ballot gets sent to the voter, and when it returns, we make sure, does this ballot connect with a person? So any ballot that does not, we cannot connect to a voter, any ballot that does not meet the qualifying standards will not be counted, will not be opened. We have enhanced security. We have a team of law enforcement partners here today and all throughout the city that are acting swiftly. Our chiefs are out there, lots of staff. I think the one thing I ask, it's a lot of lines. People are excited to vote in this presidential election, and we ask for patience. And then, don't fret to call us at our City Hall office if you have questions or concerns.
How many people do you have working on the process right now? How many people are working on the process right now, and will that go up or down as the night goes on?
Well, we have about 300 that registered to work. I feel like we have about 300. We have a couple people working morning shifts and a couple people working afternoon shifts. So I don't see, we have to balance that. So I don't see much of a change to, I would argue about over 300 people here in total. I'm sorry? Oh, the predictions of turnout. I don't know, but you know what? It's hard to read the tea leaves with early voting, but if you notice, early voting numbers surpassed 2020. So we're feeling confident. And so I hope turnout is great. But at this point, I mentioned 31,000 at 11 a.m., but that's only 96 of the 180 polling locations. And I would argue the other remaining locations that didn't report is because they're really busy. So I'm feeling good. I think when we get later in the afternoon, we'll have a better sense of where we're headed.
Quick question, Paulina. Do you know where the flash drives are? You don't need to tell us where, but they're on site to put in.
They're on site. And remember, the flash drives right now are just flash drives. Once we go through the clearing and the formatting process, then they become official election, must be under security. And that will be occurring probably around 7. So we've got time for another 2 or 3 more questions.
So we're hearing that a lot of people are registering to vote today.
Yes. Yes, no, those votes will, thank you. Very good question. I forgot to mention, we're seeing a lot of voter registration. Voter registrations are long. It's great to see that. I just want to remind voters that when you go to register to vote, you have to bring a valid photo ID and a proof of residence. Please, please, please go on our website, check out what those details are so that you're ready when you head to the polling location. We are seeing long lines for voter registration. As long as those voter registrations, the voter presents their photo ID and their proof of residence, those ballots will be counted. They go into the machine that is at the polling location.
Did you say you're seeing more of those same-day registrations this year than in years past?
I can't speak on the details. We don't, numbers, those kinds of numbers don't happen until after the election. But what we're saying is we're seeing a lot of excitement and a lot long lines on the registration side at our polling locations.
Last question. How are people observers? Have you had any issues with observers? Are there a lot of them?
No, actually, I'm proud to say, and what happens at most, if not all of our elections, is we have very minimal observer issues. When we do, we coach, we work with the chief, we talk to the observer, and it's so far so good. Thanks, everybody. Thank you.
Paulina, can you just clarify? You started like before 9 or at 9?
It was before 9.
Just before 9?
Right now.
So that wraps up that press conference that happened moments ago. The Milwaukee Election Commission giving an election day update here at 122 on the East Coast. I want to give you a live look, though, real time of what's happening out there in Milwaukee. You can see right now poll workers are looking and opening those mail-in ballots. That's happening in real time as we continue to give live, raw, and unfiltered election day updates. We're going to go ahead and go to our second 2-minute commercial break of the hour. When we come back, continuing with your breaking news headlines, top stories, and live events of your Tuesday, November 5th. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Jeanne Francine. As many of you all continue to head to the polls on this election day, we want to hear from you right here on Live Now from Fox. Take a look at your screen. We continue to get new pictures and videos of you all voting across America. Maria Martin sending in this photo out from Sparta. Brand new citizen, first time voting. Proud to be an American. Beautiful picture, Maria. Thank you so much for sending this in. Getting to another one right now. This one coming in from Calvin out in Cocoa Beach, Florida. Voting accomplished. It's our privilege as Americans. Go do it. Great advice there. Get out there and exercise your right to vote. This next one coming from Debbie Sporliter. We're voting and we are powerful. This one coming out from Colorado. And you can see the polling locations and the poll workers. They're out there in full force on this election day, aiding you as you exercise your right to vote. Julia Contreras sending this in from Carbon Hill. Took my youngest daughter for her first time voting. Raising intelligent humans, she says. We the people want our country back from the greedy. This her words there as she puts who she is voting for this election season. Again, you can choose former President Donald Trump or VP Kamala Harris. You decide. 2024. We appreciate all the photos that have come in. And if you want to share with us your election day photos, you can do so by scanning that QR code on your screen or go to livenowfox.com/connect. On this Tuesday, November 5th, the time now 1:26, we continue to check in with polling locations across America. Right now, I actually want to take you out to Virginia as the Virginia Department of Elections gave an update moments ago about the state of the race in that area, how polling is going with residents in Virginia. Let's listen in.
A couple of questions. Number one, do you have any data yet on same-day registrations? And second question is, because this year is a quite contentious election, has there been any security precautions that have been taken statewide?
So we do not have information on same-day registrations that have happened today, but as I said, leading up to today, so far we have 16,557 same-day registrations that have been submitted. We obviously expect that to increase today, throughout the day. In terms of security and concerns about security, we have been meeting for many months with our state and federal law enforcement partners to plan for today. We've had several meetings where we've run through various scenarios to make plans. I can't speak any further to specifics, but there's been a lot of planning and forethought that has gone into today, and we're very confident that we're going to have a safe and secure election in Virginia today.
Julie Carey, could you please unmute yourself and ask your question?
I do not have a question. Thank you.
Regarding the local Richmond issue, can you say what the resolutions were? We were told some of the people actually put their...
Hi, I have a question. Travis Lawler with the Associated Press. The 11 voters...
Lawler, can you hold on a minute? We haven't called out. There's someone that's asking a question in the room. We'll get to you in just a minute.
Oh, I see. Okay, thank you.
Sorry, what the resolution was for the Richmond issue, for all of those voters being given the correct ballot, and then just regarding those unreturned outstanding mail ballots, I know you said mail-in was your biggest concern in USPS. Have you gotten a sense about how quickly the mail-in ballots that you've gotten so far, the amount of time it took to go from mailbox to registrar, and are you seeing anyone with mail-in ballot to drop it off and then use the mail?
I'm going to take the second question first. It was about mail-in ballots and if we've seen issues with folks returning them. I think a lot of folks have chosen to do a drop-off at a drop box or at a registrar's office. We have seen an increase certainly in that method of return. We have not heard specific examples of people having delays in getting their mail back. Most voters are being very diligent about checking and making sure that their ballot has been received, which they can check online and see that it's been received by the office once they mail it back. We have seen an overall decrease in the number of people who have requested absentee by mail ballots this year as compared to 2020. But you can't necessarily attribute that to just this issue. 2020 was a very different time, and a lot of people requested mail ballots because they just didn't know what to expect on election day that year with the pandemic. So it's hard to, make a causation there. On the Richmond issue, like we said, it did affect 11 voters. They were able to only vote a federal only ballot, but that has since been resolved.
They were given the correct ballot with mayoral, congressional, Senate.
They are not allowed to vote an additional ballot.
Arizona and the Southwest, Georgia, North Carolina, and the Southeast, and then all these blue wall states, Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania are up for grabs. For the sake of this exercise, we believe in Nebraska, right? That one district, that one electoral vote right now is still leaning toward the blue teams. We're going to go ahead and give Kamala Harris 226 electoral votes to Donald Trump's 219, you know, where you need to get to 270. So let's look at the path to 270. And under this scenario, what you're going to see here is the same number. You got Harris at 226 and Trump at 219. Now, you can slice this 100 different ways, but just for the purposes of this moment here, based on some of the polling and the early turnout in places like Georgia and the Peach State, we believe the 16 electoral votes in all likelihood will go to Trump come Tuesday. We also believe, based on some of the polling and the early votes and really the history in the Tar Heel state, we believe North Carolina will also go for the Trump team. What happens in that upper Midwest? What happens in that blue wall? Well, they voted together just about every time going back 40 years. So maybe Michigan's 15 electoral votes isn't just right for the picking right now, and it stays with the Democrats and Kamala Harris. And likewise, if they're going to vote the same way, maybe Wisconsin does as well. So right now we're at 251 Harris, 251 Trump. So Pennsylvania's got a lot of mail-in ballots. We believe it's going to be a late night in Pennsylvania regardless, maybe into Wednesday even.
selling us steel? I don't think so. We need more steel from China as we attack China. These people are crazy. So I feel very confident. I have felt, we went in with a very big lead today. And it looks like Republicans have shown up in force.
Who is an eligible voter in Virginia. To explain the process of what happens at the DMV, an individual walks into the DMV as part of their transaction. They self-declare that they are a non-citizen, either by checking a box that says, no, I am not a citizen, or by providing legal presence documents that indicate they are not a citizen. That information is sent to the Department of Elections. We compare that list to the registered voter list, and then we send those records to registrars for them to process. The registrar sends a notification to the voter by mail and says, we have information based on a DMV transaction that you made that you've indicated that you are not a citizen. We are giving you 14 days in a form to affirm your citizenship. If they return the form, nothing happens to the voter. If they fail to return the form after 14 days, they are sent an additional notice where they are advised that they are being canceled because of non-citizenship status. Anyone who is canceled for non-citizenship status and feels as though it is in error can go to their polling location today on Election Day and same day register to vote and cast a ballot in this election.
Okay, and if they show up today, oh, sorry, just to clarify, if they showed up today, would they have, what documentation would they need to provide in order to do the same day voter if they felt like there was an error?
They would need to provide the same kind of ID that every voter needs to provide when they come to vote in Virginia. There's a list of acceptable IDs that includes everything from a driver's license to a utility bill.
Luca Powell with the Richmond Times-Dispatch. Do you have a question? Okay, going on to Patricia Beckford. Do you have a question? All right, that wraps up everyone on the teams.
And just to clarify regarding October 14th being the last day of that daily purge, if my memory serves me correct, that was before the court order paused it, and there's obviously been days since the Supreme Court rescinded the pause here. So why was October 14th the last day if the executive order said to do daily?
So we stopped prior to the last day of to October 15th, which is, I think it was the close of the books, perhaps, the last day to register to vote in Virginia. And so that sort of naturally, that's normally when we close out our list maintenance practices.
Rick Yarborough, do you have a question?
Yes, I do. Can you confirm if any DOJ observers have arrived at local precincts, and if so, which ones, and if any issue with them being allowed inside? Just wanted to get an update on that.
Yeah, we haven't heard any information about that today. All right, thank you very much, everyone. We'll see you again at 4 o'clock.
All right, so that was the Virginia Department of Elections giving that Election Day update. They just said that their next one will be slated for 4 o'clock Eastern time, so giving you that update. And then on the right side of your screen, people exercising their right to vote in real time. So that top right box, a live look out in Philly as ballots are being processed. And then that bottom box, a live look out in El Segundo, California. A voting location. Looks like an argument is going on right there. So we're going to go ahead and switch the screen. Several people exercising their right to vote on this Election Day. And we want to hear from you. Send in your I voted pictures to us right here. Live now, fox.com/connect, or scan that QR code on your screen. A few we want to show to you as we go to a quick 2-minute commercial break. This one coming from Nicholas Pang out in Dublin. I just moved back from Taiwan to the U.S. just in time to cast my vote, he says. Voting is one of the most vital responsibilities we have as citizens. Go vote and be the change you want to see. Smart man there, Nicholas, in positive, encouraging words on this election day. Lori Weatherly sending this in, first-time voter for our youngest, and that made today the first time our family was able to go vote together. Special indeed. Proud patriot and mama. God bless America. Beautiful family photo there. Lori, thank you so much for sending that in. Angelique Guadardo sending this in from San Jose, California, teaching the next generation the importance of voting. We voted at 7 a.m. before school, and a proud baby there. She heads to school wearing her I voted sticker there with her mama. One last one before we go to break. Katie Sawicki sending this in from Augusta, Michigan. My future voter and I cast our vote. I just love these parent-child combos that we're seeing on this election day. Thank you all so much for sending this in, and continue to send in your photos by scanning that QR code on your screen or go to livenowfox.com/connect. And a quick content reminder for you on this election day. We will continue to have live election coverage throughout the day, but as those results come in, as the polls close, make sure you're tuned into Live Now from Fox tonight at 6 p.m. Eastern Time. My colleagues Andrew Kraft and Austin Westfall will have extensive coverage, live, raw, and uninterrupted. The time now 1:41 here on the East Coast. Let's go to our third 2-minute commercial break of the hour. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Jeanne Francine. A live event about to get underway, which takes us out to Wisconsin. I want to give you a live look right here, 1:43 on the East Coast, out in Madison, Wisconsin. As you can see, people are flocking to the polls on this election day, exercising their right. Out in Milwaukee, the Barrett Center, where the central count is located, a press conference about to get underway. Let's head inside.
Well, good morning, everybody. We're here at the City of Milwaukee's Central Count location over at Baird Center. As you can see, I mean, there are people all throughout this room who are working very diligently to process the nearly 106,000 or so ballots that have come in so far, understanding that more may come in throughout the course of the day from drop boxes and the like. I can recall before I was mayor working at Central Count during the 2020 presidential election, and being amongst the people who are here today. I see some very familiar faces, even from my time working Central Count then. It's a very thorough process. I can recall when I worked Central Count, having the opportunity to process ballots and treating every single ballot the same and respecting the process, whether or not somebody voted for Joe Biden when he was running for president, or whether somebody voted for Donald Trump when he was running for re-election for president in 2020. Every ballot was treated the same. And the same thing's going to happen here today. A thorough, secure process to make sure that all votes of Milwaukee residents are counted. Just to anticipate a question that some of you may ask that I've already heard from some reporters about this process and the results that'll come. Initially, it was reported that we were hopeful that it might be about midnight with the surge of early voting that's happened, and maybe a little later than that. But I think it's really important for us to realize and to recognize that while there may be some, particularly those on the right, who say that, Milwaukee is doing some, something nefarious with getting these numbers back later into the night. That's not the case. What happens is that we are following state law. There was a bill that was proposed in this most recent legislative session, a bipartisan bill, one that I, as a Democrat, supported, one that the Republican Speaker of our state assembly, Robin Vos, supported, one that our governor, Democrat Tony Evers, would have signed into law. Unfortunately, it was not able to get through the Republican-controlled state Senate. And so, as a result, these 106,000 ballots have had to just sit here. They just had to sit here and not be processed until today, Election Day, when we're simultaneously running roughly 180 polling sites throughout the city of Milwaukee from 7 a.m. To 7 p.m. So, again, very thorough process. I want to thank all the people who have joined us here today at Central Count to make sure that the voices of Milwaukeeans from all neighborhoods across the city are heard. Have any questions? Yeah. Alderman Brostoff, Jonathan, was a very, very close friend of mine. There's not a lot of people in your life that you remember where you were when you met them. And I remember exactly where I was when I met Jonathan. He and I, we were speaking almost daily over the course of the last week. And I wish that I would have known just the amount of pain that he was in. Of course, this gets to the point where you kind of kick yourself, where you think like one last conversation, one last phone call, hopefully would have changed things. But I think you see from the outpouring of support in media and social media and the like, that this entire community cared about Jonathan very, very deeply. I cared about Jonathan very, very deeply. I care about deeply. And it's a tragic loss, not just for the 3rd Aldermanic District. It's a tragic loss for the entire city of Milwaukee. He was a fierce, fierce advocate for making our streets safer for all users. He was a fierce advocate about making sure that his district on the east side of Milwaukee, one of the better off aldermanic districts, was open for everybody to live in and enjoy. He was a fierce advocate for people who suffered from mental health issues, a fierce advocate for folks who were deaf or hard of hearing. He leaves behind a really, really incredible legacy, and I'm proud to have called my friend.
What message would you put out there for folks who may still feel uneasy about this election process, even after the transparency from the election commission officials, making sure people are aware of how the process works?
The process is safe. The process is secure. It always has been in Milwaukee, will continue to be in Milwaukee. If you took the time to vote early, if you took the time to vote early by mail, those ballots are being processed right now. If you're a Milwaukeean who still today on election day is going to the polls to cast your ballot in this election, you should know that your vote will be counted, and it will be counted in a transparent and fair way. That's the way we've always done it in Milwaukee. That's the way we'll continue to do it in Milwaukee. And as I came in here, I saw not just the volunteers who are here, not just members of the Milwaukee Election Commission who are here. I saw members of the City of Milwaukee Police Department who are here too, and I know that members of the Fire Department have been in touch with the Election Commission as well. We want to make sure that this is a safe, transparent, and fair election, just as we always have in the City of Milwaukee, and voters should have that confidence as they cast their ballots in this city.
Mayor, what's your thoughts on? I think we'll have about 300 poll workers here to count the ballots.
I don't know that precise number.
But when you look at sort of, people's patience on when it's going to get done, does it happen before midnight, after midnight, 3 in the morning? Do you ever look at then, why not hire 400, 500, 600 workers to get it done fast?
Well, there's always capacity in the things that you're able to do and the things that you're able to afford. I think, again, what I just addressed before, it would be really great if we didn't have to wait until Election Day in order to process over 100,000, 105,000 ballots and more that'll be coming in from, the drop boxes and the Postal Service and the like that'll come in today. If we had more flexibility, if we had more space to be able to process these ballots earlier, as the bipartisan bill that I supported as a Democrat, as Speaker Robin Vos supported a Republican, as Governor Tony Evers, a Democrat, supported, then I think we'd be in a better position without having to endure again additional costs.
You heard about any issues with observers or voters being challenged today?
I'm sorry, say it again.
You heard about issues with observers or voters being challenged today?
I heard about the issue yesterday, which resulted, I believe, in a lawsuit from the Republican National Committee, I believe. My understanding is that that's been processed or been pushed back. There's no credible evidence that the city has done what Republicans have claimed. I haven't heard anything today at all, though.
Thank you, everybody.
All right. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
So the Milwaukee mayor wrapping up his remarks there at the central count on this election day, giving an update here at 1:52 on the East Coast. A new live event popping into our Live Now from Fox feeds. This one taking us out to the Peach State of Georgia. We are awaiting the Georgia Secretary of State to give remarks on this election day. Of course, once it happens, we'll bring it to you live, raw, and unfiltered. We're going to go ahead and go to our final 2-minute commercial break of this hour. We'll be right back in just 2 quick minutes.
We have Shawn Kelly here today. He's going to give us his insight on what he thinks is going to happen. I know Shawn's been a little bit crazy and stressed out like myself, so I have to quit drinking the coffee, Shawn. So tell me, you're upset about what's going on. You're a pollster.
Yeah. Well, like I work with Joe Montaldo on News on the Flip Side, and for the last 9 months, we have been keeping track of the polls. And before Kamala was even freaking announced as the candidate, nobody knew what was going on. Because for a fact, as I know, is that they kicked Joe Biden out of the office.
I know. They didn't. They just threw him under the bus.
I mean,
come on. That was a coup, for anything. And you know what pisses me off, Shawn? That they didn't vote her. They didn't vote her in.
Mm-mm.
She just was. And this is crazy. They just let her go. Come on. And she's like, I thought I was a baddie, because I laugh a lot, and that. But her laugh is sort of like, I don't know. It reminds me of the Wicked Witch. The
Wicked Witch of the East.
On the Wizard of Oz. She reminds me of that.
Cracking. And she also sounded like those bitches on Hocus Pocus too.
Yeah, and The View. That she reminds me. She would fit right in with The View. And I know I can't help it who I'm voting for. And I'll tell you what, Shawn, what happened to me. Did I tell you what happened to me? I told you about all my signs. Somebody took them down on Halloween.
Really?
All my big flags that I had stuck in the ground. And you know what? That to me, that's just not. You shouldn't be allowed to do that. I mean,
no, not at all. In fact, if you got them on your camera, if you have a camera,
it was too far out.
See, that's what it was too far out. I was saying, if it was up close, honey, I would just let Eva go out on her ass and just.
Well, yeah, I would love to have Eva go out. Oh, geez, then I'd be sued. They'd probably come.
But no, it's thievery. It's destruction of property, and they could get arrested for doing it. But
yeah, they can.
What blows me away is that how can these people actually think about voting for her? I mean, she don't have no policy set. She doesn't. I mean, how many times have you seen her on TV doing interviews? And like out of a 20-minute interview, 19 and a half minutes is bashing Trump.
I come from a working class family.
Mm-hmm.
How many times did she say that? And she doesn't have any clear views. And she doesn't. And then the one interview who interviewed her? Was it The View that said, "Would you change anything?"
That was on The View.
Said, I can't think of anything. Okay, we're like okie dokie. She has no idea what she's talking about.
No, not at all. I do believe that was with Sonny Hostin on The View when Sonny asked
totally
that
got
question.
that one right.
But you know what? I watched that clip, okay, and I'm looking at the women on The View, and they're like, huh? They were dumbfounded.
And they feel like they can't speak their mind because they're so oh my God, if I even say anything against or for Trump, that they're going to be frowned upon because that's Hollywood and that's the celebrity status they all want. Oh, did you hear that Lady Gaga is going to be she was at Trump was in Pittsburgh, is going to be in Pittsburgh.
No, they moved it.
They moved it.
I think they moved it to Philly.
Why? Oh, that's
great. Not Trump's, Kamala's.
Oh, okay. Well, that's good. That's good. And I think she's going to be doing that. And what is she going to be singing? Like they got really mad because the other one, fiance, didn't sing.
Boy, that backfired in her face, didn't it, man?
Yeah. Well, she shouldn't be, saying things that aren't going to happen either. Just to get people to turn out to her rallies. Many of the Trump supporters they predict a high turnout. And what do you think about that? You think that's going to happen?
I believe they will. I really too believe that because I remember twice. What's his name? That asshole on CNN, the black dude. He got fired, I think, from them.
Yeah, what's his name? I follow him, but I sometimes, I'm
He's
not
an
good with
asshole.
the see. I know who you're talking about.
When I'm still talking, maybe I'll remember his name. But he went out, I think it was in New Jersey, and he was asking people on the boardwalk who were they voting for, and they all said Trump.
Yeah, they were shocked because there was a lot of the black guys were
Right.
saying they were actually going to vote for Trump. Why not?
And then the last one, okay, that he did, they were all for Donald Trump, and it just blew him away. And I mean, I think he's the only one that legitimately is trying to go out there and get, hey, let's vote Kamala in. Let's do Kamala. Let's do Kamala. Because you know damn right well, Jenny, that when Trump wins, I believe he's going to win.
There's going to be a red wave, but that's what we said in 2020, though, too, Sean. Because you went to bed and you thought he was going to win, and all of a sudden they totally cheated.
He's up 2 million votes here in Pennsylvania in 2020, and then all of a sudden, okay, he lost. You know what I mean? It was like, my God, and they cheated. They cheated. But what I like about this year, though, okay, is that Laura Trump's doing a hell of a job.
Yes, she is.
Checking, doing the ballots.
She's checking the ballots. Yeah.
Yes.
There's been a lot of fraud. And Tom was it Tom that was telling me this? Yeah, someone came with 4 ballots from the family, and they said, no, they have to bring their own. You can't bring somebody else's ballot. And I keep getting these. My mother's been dead for 2 years, and she got I could have took the ballot and read it in. And I know I wouldn't do that, but I'm just saying, you know how many other people are probably getting the same thing, and they're probably, hey, why not? Why do I have to lose? Especially if they're cheating.
Right, exactly. And I remember, I don't know if it was up in your area. Oh, no, it was in Bucks County. Some lady went to vote, and she has it on her phone video that they shut the lines down at 11:30 in the morning because the lines were it was just too much people. They and they shut it down, but Laura Trump and the Supreme Court got a hold of that, and I think they overturned. They say no, you can't do it, because at that time it was that early voting, and they had to keep the boxes open until 4:30 in the afternoon. They were not allowed to shut that down, but the sheriff shut the line down. You know what I mean? And
I don't know how they can.
I don't know either.
How they can get away. Half the stuff that they're trying to get away with.
Right.
And there's going to be such an over amount of people voting for Trump. It's going to be a total red wave. So how can they, if we know ahead of time that he's leading, how would they even try to, change the outcome of it? And it's
right.
But they'll try to, and they're not going to tell us right away. Unless it's a total sweep.
Look at Iowa. Okay. Trump had it by 10, 2020 had it by, I think, 10 back in 2016. And he was winning the polls there in Iowa. And then all of a sudden, overnight, Kamala's up by 3.
Exactly. But do you see what's happening in Pennsylvania? Even Fetterman said on Joe Rogan, he said that he has such an overwhelming support in Pennsylvania that they can't. How would they even try to say, oh, if he doesn't win Pennsylvania, then there's something wrong, because you saw how many people were at the rallies here.
Right.
And come on, think about it. They were saying that women should vote for Kamala. What do you say, Kamala?
Kamala. I call her Kamala. I call her the
Kamala. That we aren't supporting women's rights. Bullshit. I'm a woman. I do not want her as a president. I do not want her as a president. Now think about Trump. He is a badass.
Yeah, he is.
I mean, to go back after what happened, in Pittsburgh, in
And
Butler
Butler,
County, when he, think about it, he was almost killed.
right.
And that man got up. I mean, that was when he got up there and did that fist punch. Fight, fight, fight.
Yeah.
I don't care who you are. If you did not think that that was badass, there's something wrong with you.
No, it was bad. I'll tell you what the baddest ass thing he did so far during his campaign was coming off Air Force One. Oh, I'm sorry, his plane and riding that garbage truck.
Oh, I love that.
Oh, was
Yeah,
it great?
I dressed up as a garbage bag for
Yeah,
our
you
show,
did.
and I went for Halloween. Yeah.
Yeah.
That was, he's so, what's that word I'm looking at? Sharp. I mean, he's 78 years old. He puts me to, oh my God, oh my God. He is so sharp that he can just come up with his stuff. And he's funny as hell.
Oh
I mean,
my
he
God,
made me
yeah.
laugh when he was at the one. Oh my God.
I mean,
The night when he
seriously,
dressed up.
he's just what I like. You watch him, and he is so confident when he speaks. He's he has the crowd. You know what I mean?
He has everybody. I mean, when I watched him in New York, okay, for the Madison Square Garden rally, I was so emotional watching him. I was so proud of him. And how can these people, like even my friends who are Democrats, and how are they voting? Unless they're just lying and they're going to go ahead and vote for him and don't tell anybody.
Well, you know
It's
what
like,
me and my brother do, don't you?
mhm.
This happened to us at at Denny's restaurant. So we're here eating lunch, and there's this old couple sitting next to us, right? And the lady says, "I really need to ask you this question." And Patrick goes, of course, with the mouth. He says, "Well, what's that?" She said, "Who are you voting for?" And he says, and I said together, "We're voting for Jill Stein." You know what I mean? And she goes, "Well, who's Jill Stein?" People don't even know Jill Stein's in the race. And Patrick said, she's with the Green Party, you know.
Yeah.
And the reason why we do that, and I've done that a couple other times, telling that I'm voting for Jill Stein, because I don't want to start no arguments. And then the old lady finally said, "Yeah, we're voting for Trump." And then that's when we were agreeing with her. But
Well, people who do vote for them, that's just messing things up. Like, this is what upsets me, Shawn. I know they left Robert Kennedy Jr. on the ballot, but if somebody votes for him, it's taking away from Trump. Like,
no, it
why?
isn't.
It
No,
isn't?
no. Well, yeah, because if you just saw the last pollster, I think it was in Iowa, only 3% vote, 0.3 or 3%, only voted for Kennedy, because those 3% probably didn't even realize that he's not even running for president. But what it does is with Kennedy being on the ballot, and even states where Kennedy is not on the ballot, that's more votes for Donald Trump, because I watched something. I just watched so much on this damn election
I know.
that, and I don't mind. I learned a lot, but a lot of people who were Kennedy's followers, man, they're saying we're voting for Trump, even though we don't like the dude, but we want a good economy again,
Absolutely.
Because this economy's killing us.
Yeah, you're telling me. And you know what? Oh, I watched those ads for her saying, "Oh, we're going to have we're going to fix it so people can go to the grocery store." Bullshit. They had 4 years, almost 4 years to do it. The prices just keep going up.
Yeah,
I
they
mean,
do.
now this is the way the young people want to vote for her, because, we're going to give each person $25,000 to get a home.
That and because they drill their campaigning on abortion and how she's going to stick up for women's right, and Trump isn't. And people don't seem to freaking realize Trump did not want. Of course, he wanted.
Well, he gave it to the states.
To the states, and that's how it states should.
It's the way it should be.
Right. But the women don't freaking understand that. And nothing against women, honest to God. I mean, it's your choice, your body. You do what you got to do. But no, it's up to the states, not the federal government. But but the women are hearing,
you can't get an abortion. That's
exactly. Go to another state. Do what you got to do it right. But they hear, well, he's against women for getting abortions and that. He's not. He is not. No. J.D. Vance even said the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
That's not what he was talking about.
Yeah, abortion is such a see, I don't agree with that. I mean, I don't think it's, as long as there's a baby and a heartbeat, that's a human being, and they deserve rights.
Jenny, we could debate that for like 3-4 hours.
Yeah.
I don't want to do it because
that's what I say. It's such a personal topic, and I just can't. That's why I can't stand that they're saying, "Oh, he doesn't agree."
That's all they're banking.
He's not for this, and they're like ridiculous. He never said that, and they just make up so many lies about him, and it's just because they just hate his guts. Right. And I don't know. It's funny though, because the View used to love him. And speaking of the View, I want to play this video. It was Joy Behar and Chelsea Gabber, and let me put them.
Tulsi ripped her new butt.
Yeah, wait. Let's see if I can figure this, because I'm not doing the other way. I'm doing it the old-fashioned way because I screw up too much. Wait a minute. Let me make sure I hit the play button. Oops, the wrong one. Okay.
More than a lot of the Democrats about the impeachment inquiry. Were you surprised by what he did yesterday?
Well, look, the facts are important.
I just love how
we'll get to that. I want to start with something that I think is also important about facts, because recently on your show here,
I was just going to get to that.
Good. Helping you out.
No, this is an old one, but I just love how.
Joy is fully aware of what Tulsi is about to bring up.
I just want to show you how even back then they were such
Tulsi is not going to allow that to happen.
Look, some of you have accused me of being a traitor to my country, a Russian asset, a Trojan horse, or a useful idiot, I think was the term that you used.
I just love this.
Which basically means that I'm naive or lack intelligence to know what's going on.
That.
I want to let your viewers know exactly who I am.
All right.
Set the record
and I think
straight.
she's going to be
a
the next
patriot.
vice president.
Country. I am a strong and intelligent.
Just remember this. This is why I'm playing.
And I have dedicated
almost
my entire adult life
in 4 years. She's going to be the vice president.
The safety, security, and the freedom of all Americans in this country. It was the attacks on 9/11.
Well, I guess we're getting a little bit far ahead of ourselves, but Franklin Graham finds you refreshing. He doesn't find me refreshing. Richard Spencer, the white nationalist leader, says he could vote for you.
Joy, this is why
you're on Tucker Carlson at least 10 times. Why don't you go on Chris Wallace's show?
This is why I'm here.
Look how Joy is struggling right now, trying to avoid being called out. Do you see how she keeps trying to change the subject, trying to derail the conversation? Tulsi showed up to put Joy in her place.
And she did put her in her place. Yep. And I wanted to play that because I really think she is, I just have this feeling that she is going to be our next vice president, because I truly believe Trump is going to win tomorrow. And you watch.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. My God, he's got the A team. And you know what else? Look what else Trump did. He didn't know what he was doing the first time around, and they put that dickhead John Bolton in there, and just totally screwed him over. They put that, I don't know if he was a commander or whatever, Kelly, General Milley. Come on. When I was embarrassed when I found out that they were, where they turned around on their backs to Trump. Because
how about the one that had a sex change? What was his name? The one he fired, I think it was.
Oh, I don't know, but I don't know about that. But when Joe, I'm just saying that people told him who to pick in 2016, and they choose the wrong people for him. But now, what they did was they kept all that hush hush now. You know what I mean? They're not disclosing anything to the government on like how much money, who's voting, blah 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 blah, and it's really pissing the Democrats off because they have no leverage against him, none whatsoever.
None. They have none.
Mm-mm.
That's it's just I don't know. We're gonna see, and I'm just trying to figure who he's gonna pick as his cabinet. It's gonna be. They wanted what did they say? Oh, come on, help me out here. What were you gonna say? Elon Musk. Then Robert Kennedy Jr. is going to be the health advisor, isn't he?
Along with Elon Musk, and I do believe he's going to put Vivek in there. I can't pronounce his name, and I guarantee it, Tulsi Gabbard.
Definitely.
You know, I mean, he's got a strong team. You know,
oh my God, yeah.
And I look at his rallies, and there are so many people that go to his rallies, and they mean it too. But what else I like about the rallies too is that Democrats go in there to see, what it's all about, and they do a thing on TikTok about it, and they're like, "I am so surprised," and they go, "Because I really, really thought I was going to go in there and get my ass kicked by these MAGA people." But it was totally opposite. They treated me with respect. They talked to me. They joked around with me, and all that stuff. I will tell you this. Marjorie Greene. A lot of Republicans don't like her.
Well, she's a little
rambunctious.
Yeah.
And that made the Democrat feel like, wow, all these years you're telling me that MAGA people are Nazis and skinheads and beat you up.
It gets me so angry when they say, where are they getting that information? It's like they keep saying it, and she keeps bringing it up.
Right.
It's like there's nothing else better to say, that she just keeps calling him anti-Semitic, and what else is she saying? Oh, he's a hater. He treats people like he does not. Well, I heard him say maybe years ago he was a little crazy when he would talk, some of the stuff that came out of his mouth. But I haven't heard anything in the last.
No, he's not dumb. He accepts everybody for who they are. You screw him over, he's going to screw you, and that's the way. And he's not afraid to tell that, and I'm grateful for that. A lot of people did him dirty. Look at freaking New York. New York's purple now, okay? And all these pollsters say, "Oh, she's going to win New York by 10, 12 points." Don't be surprised, everybody, if New York turns and vote for him. Because if you look at the black males out there, okay, they hate her guts. They hate her.
I know.
They despise her. And what really took it over the edge was when Barack Obama was in Pittsburgh, and he said, "You brothers should be voting for the black woman,"
Yeah, just because you're the same color or the same race, you shouldn't be expected to vote for them.
If you look at it, right after that happened, she came out maybe about a week or 2 weeks later saying, "Oh, we're going to give black guys $25,000. You know what I mean? It's just like buying their vote. And oh my gosh, just the response from all the black guys.
It reminds me when Obama was giving out the cell phones.
What's that?
Do you remember that when Obama was giving out cell phones? That's what it reminds me of.
Yeah.
And people they're so, you would go vote for somebody based on a cell phone? I mean, is that?
Would you vote for somebody if Beyonce came to your concert?
No.
Come to the concert? She didn't even sing. And did you know after Beyonce got done talking, half of the people left? because she wasn't singing.
Well, yeah, because they were mad because they thought that she was going to actually sing. It's like, are you
Exactly. How about her last two when she was at that when she was doing a rally somewhere and some young kid said Christ is King.
Oh, that pissed me off so bad.
Yeah. And
you're at the wrong rally. I mean, come
Right.
on. You know how many Christians she's insulted for saying
a ton
that?
of them. A ton of them. And that she really took a hit on that one. And the last two rallies that she has had, they overtalk her. They won't let her finish her thing, you know. Who's the dude on 60 Minutes who interviewed her? The good guy. He's a black guy, but he was a good dude. And he kept asking her the same question, and she would not give a answer for it. It was something about the border, I do believe.
Yeah, she was the border czar. So, wow. Do you know how many people came into this country that they're from all over the place, not just Mexico, they're from everywhere.
I think it's Arizona. Look what Arizona Supreme Court did, or a judge down there said you have to take 96,000 votes off your thing because they weren't matching up. Now everybody out there in Chasing Prophecy land, I'm paraphrasing a lot of this stuff, and my numbers might not be accurate, and I do apologize for that. But it's the gist of the conversation that me and Jenny are having here today. Ooh,
I don't know what's
shocked your ass, didn't it? Hey, Jenny just looked at me like, "Holy shit, Shawn, where'd that one come from?"
we're gonna listen to we're gonna listen to some really a lot of Democrats were approached in swing states. And this is really interesting. So I want you to, they're asking who they're going to vote for. And this was earlier today. If I make sure I share it right, because you know me. Make sure I get it. Of course, there's a commercial.
I think he's going to win. If Trump wins Pennsylvania, McCormick's going to win.
It gave me the code I live by.
Yeah, which I
Duty,
could
honor,
fast
country.
forward this.
Bob Casey's had 18 years, and he's never made a difference. He's too weak. I'm Dave McCormick. I approve this message. Donate today.
So what is ClickUp? ClickUp is an all-in-one productivity software where you can manage everything and anything related to your work. Your documents.
Hit
chat.
Hill. Any more Philly locals? Let's find out. Ladies, Donald Trump or Kamala Harris?
Kamala Harris.
What, do you mind if I ask you why?
Because she is for freedom.
Okay. But do you mind if I ask you about that? If I ask you about that really quick. Thank you, ladies. They're volunteering, so they have to check in. That's fine. Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, you guys?
Kamala Harris.
Kamala. Do you mind if I ask why? Are you guys live around here or no?
It's a good thing he's in Philadelphia.
You guys Americans or?
Yeah.
Yes. Where are we from?
Our family's from Dominican Republic.
Right on. And then you're here for the rally?
Yes, sir.
Why are you guys voting for Kamala?
Every reason, my rights, the economy, everything.
Yeah. And then full disclosure, I'm more actually leaning towards Donald Trump on this one, but we're talking to people out here, having a good conversation. You said your rights. What about you, man?
Yeah, well, I support her and her rights.
Yeah.
And on top of the fact that we want to help American people, I feel like on the people on the Trump side, they care about themselves more, like my money, the gas prices, this and that, where I'm more like, what about the kids? What about everybody else, you know? One of my biggest things is
when it comes to Donald Trump, I mean, Americans had more money in their pockets under his administration. Was that something, looking out for the American people? Middle class got tax cuts. What about that?
No, he got tax cuts for the wealthy.
What's an example of that?
So an example, like even now, Kamala wants to higher taxes on people making over $400,000 a year, I believe.
If you don't mind me clarifying something, under the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, the middle class got tax cuts, upper class didn't. So how do you explain? How would you guys justify that? Do you think?
Well, you're saying because of the higher class didn't get no tax cuts?
You can look. Yeah, you can look up the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. Yeah, absolutely.
But you see, the thing is, a lot of people that do have a lot of money and
Were you aware of that really quick? Were you aware of that or no?
I need to check that, but I'm pretty sure that that's not the case.
It's not, I encourage you to look it up right now. Yeah, absolutely.
So at the end of the day, a lot of people with a lot of money, or you say in the upper class, they don't mind contributing to the general public, you know? So it's like we need to help from the bottom up. So like one of the things that I enjoy the most of one of her policies is that she wants to build 3 million homes for first-time home buyers.
Yeah, this is what I was telling you about, the $25,000.
But I'm doing this, I want this for everybody else. Due to the fact that you supply and demand creates inflation. So if you have more supply of housing, then more people will be able to buy. This way corporations will have to then sell off all their homes that they're holding on to
somewhere else.
So that,
sorry, sir, it's our sidewalk too.
So that this way, you know, the American people are in our 20s and 30s have the ability to be able to own a home.
Yeah.
You understand? So that's what's important to me.
Yeah.
It's like,
do you think Kamala Harris would deliver that? We're looking at an administration that, I mean, let's say even the EV charging stations, $7.5 billion they spent promising 500,000 electric vehicle charging stations.
Mm-hmm.
They built 7. Do you think that, you know, they're going to be able to build that many homes with the track record that they've had?
Yeah, it's going to be difficult because...
Oh, sorry, I was going to say, I'd rather somebody give me that promise than the opposite. You know, it doesn't seem like he really has a plan for us when it comes to housing. And another thing I wanted to mention, that healthcare is really important to me, and access for healthcare. As somebody who has a pre-existing condition and has needed a lot of healthcare.
What's the argument there? Do you think Trump's going to take that away?
So they have been talking about taking what do you call it, Obamacare off, and again, he did say he doesn't really have a plan, but their Republicans have been talking about getting rid of Obamacare.
Obamacare's been kind of a mess for a little while, but he hasn't pledged to get rid of that if you are relying on it.
I mean, he didn't really have a plan, but it is a big deal to me as somebody with a pre-existing condition that if they make insurance harder to get, you know, with somebody that has a condition like me, then why would I vote for that? And also the cap on how much you spend on medication. She wants to put a cap on it goes like $2,000 on how much comes out of pocket for medication. So things like that are really important to me. And
doesn't that cap just get passed on to other people? Like right now, for example, you know, I'm 30, I'm paying like $450 for healthcare right now and I can't afford it.
Well,
I don't know how I guess I can because I'm getting by, but I don't know how anybody could be paying for that.
Well, I believe in Medicare for all, and I think we all should be contributing to the well-being of the entire country.
Do you think we should get the $35 trillion deficit under control before, or?
What's funny, Shawn, is because if we would have Medicare for all, do they realize how long it would take to get an appointment?
Forever. It's like Canada. We would be just like Canada.
Yeah, they don't realize that. If you needed an MRI, you might have to wait 4 months to get one. Maybe even longer to get
What's sad about this couple and what I see in them is that, like you said earlier, they've been so brainwashed. Okay. They've been so brainwashed on this whole thing. And I'm afraid for them two people that are
You know what
talking
else?
like this.
How do we know that they're really not, you know, if they're really Americans too? We don't have that.
Well,
especially when we can go vote without voter register ID.
Whatever they were talking about on there right now is what was blasted from the Democratic Party into their heads. Okay. It just like kind of makes me sick to see what the Democratic Party did to Americans and all these promises, because what's going to happen, and like I told you before, I feel bad for them two people, because if she gets in, she ain't going to do it.
Definitely, and there's so much.
She's not going to do it.
And they're saying that Trump doesn't have a plan. Okay, the reason why young people can't get a house is because the interest rates are so high.
Damn straight they are.
Now, if we could lower those interest rates a little bit, that's a
possibility, extremely possibility on that. And I just, they do everything just to, it just gets me sick. And when I hear stuff like that, there are some stuff I can't even just listen to. Like whenever she went on, when she was with Brett Baer, okay. And her own staff, her own handlers are saying, stop. She was getting frustrated. She thought she could go on Brett Baer and start yelling and screaming, and Brett just asked her 3 simple questions, and she couldn't give a good answer on that. Now, did you also find out, too, that those earrings she wore, she got busted?
Because those were little microphones.
Yeah.
And she won't go on Joe Rogan because why? Because she knows
he'd destroy him. So
you have to not have you can't have a teleprompter, you can't have notes, you got to really talk. And she doesn't have any clear view, any kind of agenda. She doesn't know what she's doing. And frankly, she's not the candidate you want to be the president because she has no idea what she's doing. It's like me being the president.
She isn't. And you know that Donald Trump, say like she wins, he can contest that whole thing because they did not go through
the proper
primary, a primary on that.
She didn't have it. She wasn't. She wasn't voted in.
Nancy Pelosi said the same thing. We need a primary. We need a little primary. She admitted that she screwed up when they just put her in there. Think of the 18 million votes Joe Biden lost, right? Everyone's thinking that Biden's going to run for president again. And
he thought he was going to run again.
Yeah. But I believe, a lot of people are calling him senile and shit like that. But I believe he said, well, you screw me, I'm going to screw you.
Well, he might be doing what he's doing on purpose, saying about the Trump supporters being trash. I want to hit them. He wants to smack them now.
Wearing the MAGA hat, other kinds of stuff. He
might be doing it on purpose. I don't know. My biggest thing is, okay, so say Trump wins, okay, and they count all the votes next week or whenever, how long it takes for them to actually figure it out. Okay, we still have November, December, 2 months. 2.5 months.
Mm-hmm.
If Biden is so out of his mind with dementia, if he is, so much can happen in 2 months. So what happens? Does Trump? Let's say Trump totally wins. Does he take over? I mean, who's the president right now? I mean,
the president is Joe Biden. Kamala's the vice president.
If something would happen in 2 months, because we have Iran, and all they want to get. Well, I just don't know. I mean, even though it's scary.
Because how about that little jackass, a little freaking person Raskin? We're not going to get him in. We're going to 14th Amendment, Section C, I think it is. They can vote on not putting him in as a president in January.
I know.
I mean,
they'll try to do everything. If not, they're going to try to kill him again. I mean, they've already attempted twice.
Actually, 3 times.
Yeah.
3 times. But you know what? The Democrats never realized that he's around still. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah,
they expected him to be shot and dead. And I'm being honest with you. They expected him to be dead.
Yeah, they thought for sure. They were so upset when he, even them. Oh my God, they were like, once he was shot. Oh, too bad they missed.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
Yeah, that dude, man. He had a nice, cozy ass job as a fire chief somewhere, and he said, "Nah, you got to go, dude," for saying that.
Yeah, I know.
Just like It just blows me away.
Yeah, it blows my mind away too. It's just like, well, we're just gonna have to count the votes, and hopefully everything will turn out the way it's supposed to be, according to the higher power, who did not want him to die the first time around. But before we go, I want to talk about the little peanut. So I'm going to go ahead and play this video. If no one has heard about Peanut, it was a little squirrel that this young man and his family saved. He also had a raccoon.
Yeah, Jack.
Let's go ahead. Yeah, it's so sad. But listen, if you haven't heard about it, I'm hoping this little guy gets what he deserves. But let me go ahead and play this first. I have this on here. Oh, shoot. What happened to it? It disappeared. Oh man, oh man, oh man. Let me see if I can find this guy. I had him all ready for us.
How about the one for Chris Como, the one I sent you with Chris?
Yeah, this isn't it either. Wait a minute. Something happened when I switched camera. Okay, let me pull. I'm gonna pull up your. Let's get out here. Let me go to. Stop sharing this. Pull up your Facebook page where it was sent to. Yeah, I was shocked when I heard about this. It kind of blew my mind because it's all over the place.
It pissed me off because some ugly bitch, and she's ugly. I'm sorry. You know how I am with my words. But
that's okay.
I mean, and then she just bitched because she thought that they were not raising it right. There really hasn't been a reason why she did it. But to have all those officers come to his house, kept them outside for 5 hours, ransacked their house over a squirrel.
It's like, what were they? Unless we don't know all the facts. Unless that's the case.
And then they were questioning his wife about her status on her. I don't know, something about her status being an illegal alien or whatever.
Yeah, that's what I don't understand. Was there?
I don't know
we're not getting
either.
all the facts.
Look at all these fucking illegal aliens coming in. Look at all these people, women who are getting raped and murdered. And they're more concerned about a freaking squirrel. And the money he made off that squirrel through TikTok was, he owns a rescue farm, was going to the monies to keep those horses and cows and whoever he was rescuing fed.
Yeah. Let me just try. I have too many windows open. I think that's what happened with this. I see it, but it's not letting me it's not registering. It's because I have too many open. Let me see if I can pull up another.
You know, we won't know the results of Pennsylvania until the next day, right?
Well, maybe if it's maybe if it's what do you call it, a red wave, maybe we will. Which what I'm hoping for. But you never know you never know.
I'm just glad Laura Trump is keeping an eye on those pollsters.
Yeah, I am too.
I'm glad that the Supreme Courts and the judges are backing that up. You know what I mean? Because that really, and how about the people coming out and voting, the Republicans voting early, man? That the Democrats never expected that.
Yeah, you know what? I'm a little worried. I'm a traditionalist. I don't want to. I know a lot of people. Did you vote early?
No, I'm waiting till tomorrow.
I want to go tomorrow. I don't know if I trust this early voting because they're regular. They're just paper. It's like, I don't trust it. I mean, if it was a machine, I might feel that way. And why can't I do this?
I forget what state it was, but this lady got on TikTok, and usually on the first page of the voting paper, whatever, or on the screen, okay, they were supposed to have Donald John Trump or whatever and Kamala, right? Donald J. Trump's voting is not till the third page of.
Oh, really?
Yes. And then they had a TikTok on where a guy was at the voting booth, and that was one of them where you hit with your finger. He
yeah, and I heard
that
wasn't working. I can see that I can see that happening because, and then there was one that had a letter. Was it a letter missing?
Yeah.
So how do you know? I'm still trying to get in here. I think I got it now. I have to go back to because you sent me that. There we go. There's Shawn. Okay. Play the first one. Okay. I only see the one you sent me. Well, I don't see any.
Maybe they took it down.
No, wait a minute. I see one. I don't. What? Come on. It's not letting me. It's not letting me play it from your.
Like I said, my phone's possessed, and so is mine.
It said currently unavailable. They took it down.
Yeah. Yep. Of course they took it down. And you know what? Like on my shows that I have, okay, I was getting maybe 20, 15, 11, 12 views on my Pittsburgh Paranormal Society YouTube page. And for some reason, I looked at it this morning, and same videos, same date, same everything, but it's only shown 3 people liking it, only 2 people liking it. I'm not in good graces with YouTube, I do believe.
Well, they like to turn everything. I can't believe that's not available. Damn.
But everybody, what you can do if you can't bring it up, go to TikTok if you can't, go to YouTube if you can't, and just type in.
Is that the newest one? No, because it's saying is this the newest one from Peanut?
The Como's one is the newest one.
Well, send me that one again. Can you send it again or not?
Yeah.
On Messenger. Because that really makes me mad. If they took that down, like, why would it go against community standards? The one about the little, that doesn't.
Okay, I am sending. I'm sending you the one with Como.
Okay,
right now.
So, the Messenger, because
It's in Messenger.
Okay, here it comes. Let me see. Okay. But they took the original down. Did something happen? Did they mess? Okay.
Well, there was a lot of people bitching about it.
But why would they take it down? I don't understand.
Because the state of New York's environmental services was getting a little, they're getting nervous because they.
Okay, right. Wait a minute, I'm trying to get it. It's not letting me play. Why is this? Okay, share. I want to make it big. It's too hard to see, right?
Yeah, a little bit.
About social media, but you did a great job with this.
Wait a minute. Why won't it let me make it bigger?
They're pretty severe symptoms and demonstrations of behavior. Couldn't they have just observed?
Might want to turn it up some.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to.
Well, they don't look rabid. And who told them that they would be rabid?
I know I have too many pages open. I can't find it. Okay. I want to play it from the beginning. Okay, turn it up. Let me turn mine up too. If I turn mine up, we'll be able to hear it better. Can you see it okay now?
Yeah, that's decent.
Okay, I guess I can't make it this full screen. No, I just went back to regular. Okay. Okay, here it goes. Okay, yeah, that's a really sad situation with the little Peanut. So hopefully they'll get justice for Peanut. And I don't know what happened with that, but we got a little technical difficulty, but hopefully things will get straightened out. But Shawn, I want to thank you for coming on today and sharing your views on the election. And go ahead and tell everybody how they can get in touch with you or your show.
Okay. You can get in contact with me if you go on Facebook. Just go to the Pittsburgh Paranormal Society Facebook page, and just like it. And what you'll do is whenever my shows come up, you'll find a link there. If you don't find it under Pittsburgh Paranormal Society, just go to Shawn Kelly Facebook, and I look like, the ugly sailor with a
No, you're
cigarette
not
sticking
ugly.
on
You're very distinguished looking, Shawn.
a distinguished, ugly looking sailor.
Oh, you're silly.
But my shows are into the night. They are on Sunday nights and Tuesday nights from 8:10, 9:10 p.m. on UPRN Talk Radio, 105.3 New Orleans, 107.7 Mississippi.
And thanks again for joining us. And so hopefully, Shawn, we'll get a better idea of what happens in the next couple hours.
Whatever. But this is, what? Go Trump, man. You know what? One last thing for everybody. Please go out and vote for who you want to vote for. Go vote.
Definitely.
You just got to get out there and vote.
We have some time left, and hopefully we'll be happy the next day. Well, you have a great day.
You too.
So welcome everyone officially. Welcome officially to Offend at Will. Woo!
Woohoo!
On Oracle Talk Radio Network, OTRN. Shout out to them. That is our new home. I am your host, Rothy, and I am joined by your co-host, Phil Farrell. So
hello.
Welcome to our show. We are so happy to have you join us today. We want to talk about, this is, of course, I mean, it's a big congratulations to us, Phil. This is our first ever Offend at Will episode.
Yes, it is.
I'm stoked about it.
I'm super excited.
You know, like I've been given permission. Oracle has given us permission to actually offend at will. We don't have the FCC regulations. We don't have any of the BS that's holding us back from what we need to say. And you and me have a lot to say. I know that much. So
yes, definitely.
I'm super excited about us doing this. So let's talk a little bit about us, who we are, and kind of what the people can expect. Sound good?
Okay. All good.
All right. So a little bit about me. My name is Rothy. I am an expert numerologist. I'm also an intuitive and an empath. I have 2 other shows on Oracle Talk Radio Network. One is called Singularity Dating in the Matrix During the Apocalypse, and that is a conspiracy trivia dating game show. And then I have also another show called Naughty Numerology, where we kind of delve more into the spiritual, numerological, combining the quantum, the metaphysical to the physical, and everything in between. So that's a little bit of who I am in general. But here on Offend at Will, I am going to be my unbridled, open, unfiltered self, which is, you know, for our spiritual people out there, my Aries is a Mercury, so they know what that means. That means I don't give 2 whats. I'm gonna say my shit.
Yeah.
maybe not have the kiddos nearby while we're listening to Offend at Will, because that's there will be F-bombs dropped. I'm pretty sure. So, with that being said, I want the people to know a little bit about you too, Phil, because you are bringing some heat with us. So tell us a little bit about your background, what you do, who you are, and why you're here with us.
Well, I am a professional audio engineer and music producer. I've worked with some of the big names in the industry, especially in the rap industry. I've worked with, anybody from DJ Khaled to Rick Ross to you name it, big names that's in the industry, and been putting out records for quite a long time. In the midst of doing all of that, I became an investor, and I'm a part of a community called the APE community. So APE, it stands for All People Equal. So we are not just one shade. We are all different types of people, all different genders. So we're just basically understanding. We want to make fairness in the markets. We definitely want to bring that to fruition. So that's what our main agenda is to make that happen. And we're actually living proof of that, and we're experiencing it. And I'm sure that's what we'll be talking about today in the political film spectrum.
Yeah, absolutely. And it kind of branches out into pretty much every direction. One of the things that I've been just kind of incredulous about is the connections that you and me, we met recently, we connected, we were like, oh my gosh, this is such alignment. We need to work together. Speaking of Khaled, shout out to DJ Khaled, shout out to DJ Nasty Beatmakers, we the best. Those
shout out to Nasty.
Shout out to you, for sure. They gave me my and I spent a lot of time in Orlando. The old 102 jams at CBS Radio.
They just brought it back, by the way. So everybody was excited. Yeah, they brought it back. So
wow.
Yeah. Yeah.
Wow.
It's exactly what you would imagine it to be. It's like the good jams, like the good feel-good songs. Yeah, it's all there.
Yeah, 102 Jams is iconic in Florida. And I have to say, when you're working with super producers and moguls like Nasty and Khaled, like they were an entire era of music. They ushered in an entire era of music and impacted the music industry and trends forever. I mean, we still hear at pretty much every single football game, every single basketball game.
All I do is win.
All I do is win.
Yeah.
I'm like,
iconic. Timeless.
I remember, when that was being made, like, I'm working for Jams. I'm with, I'm seeing Nasty every day, like, and the promo crew and everything like that. So, so that's just kind of how full circle is that? That's so weird. Once again, alignment. I love it. Yeah. So shout out to them. Really, really good guys, and have always shown me nothing but love and support. So definitely want to show that back to them. But yeah, it's interesting that we both have these histories within the music and entertainment industry in general. As you know, I'm a recording arts graduate, entertainment business. I worked in the industry for over 10 years before I went into veterinary medicine. And before I had my big spiritual awakening through numerology, which kind of brought me into the whole, I was still conservative, and I was still very much in the know politically before I had my awakening. But that was just a main catalyst of delving deep into the rabbit hole of where everything goes and how it's all connected, and things that we're seeing manifest today, the structures and the towers that we're seeing collapse within Hollywood and entertainment. It's pretty interesting. So I find it, one of the first rules of audio that they teach you is learn the rule of audio. And then the second rule is to learn how to break it. You know what I mean? So that you learn the next big trend, you make the next big trend in audio. And so I've kind of taken that analogy and tried to infuse that into my projects and my productions and the things that I've been working on, and just really embrace just being authentic and myself, which is being a bit of trouble sometimes. So hence the reason I'm so excited to be on OTRN, and that Tom has given us permission to offend at will, because we will. But yeah, just there's so much going on right now in our world. It has to do, and it touches every single area, from finance, from securities, investments, things like that, to politics, to entertainment, music, film, so on and so forth. So that's a lot of the things that we're going to be covering here on the show. You together bring a tremendous amount of experience and collective years of working within these arenas of business, and with the titans like Nasty and Khaled and all of them. So I love it. I think it's great. And I think we're going to be able to help a lot of people out there connect the dots, help awaken a lot of them, and maybe bring a few more over to the side of truth. That's the ultimate goal with this. To kind of be another sledgehammer, in the concrete of lies that has been built around us for so long, to keep us from being free, truly. So that's what this is about. Again, it is going to be very cerebral. We're going to be talking about a lot of information, a lot of financial stuff, a lot of political stuff. But your girl, I'm a female. My Aries is in Mercury, and I say my shit. Sometimes I'm emotional with it.
And you best believe we're gonna make sure that we break it down to that way the average Jane, average Joe could understand. I like mainly why a lot of my apes kind of gather to me is because I like to avoid all of the word salad, and I get right to the point with breaking it down in simple format. It's very simple. Math is math, and you can't debate math, so sometimes they'll go divert another way. But yeah.
Yeah, that's one of the things that I love about numerology is it's perfect. It's the actual binary coding to our simulation, and that's where the truth can be found with everything. And that's what I found. So yeah. Well, happy Halloween. Officially, our start day.
Happy Halloween.
Our start day is October 31st, which coincidentally is also my exact half birthday. My birthday is May 1st, so 6 months to the day for my birthday. Happy half birthday to me.
Wow.
Yeah. It's really, it goes deep. If you know about, again, numerology and holidays and stuff like that, May 1st is a pretty big day. It's actually one of the 2 days of the year that the veil is the thinnest would be Halloween and May 1st. People don't know that. So pretty big day. But yeah, I find that it's pretty apropos. And once again, pretty much in alignment. I'm super excited to be doing this. So this is our official day, Halloween. Who knew?
Any spooky films that you're watching today or not watching?
Great segue. No, I've been
like, no way.
By your people. The last one that I tried to watch, which we talked a little bit about, was the Terrifier 3. I made a video about that. I left about halfway through. I'm sure we will be talking about that movie and those actors and all of that in horror films. You know how we had our conversation before about that. I think that that's something that we can definitely delve into as our episodes go along. And then maybe, who knows, hopefully get one or two of those guys on. I'd love to have them on.
Yeah, it would be interesting because they do have a different perspective of, from what we understand is to be truth, and they have a different perspective. So, I could invite, but, probably won't be a guarantee, but we'll see what happens after this election.
We'll issue some challenges and see what they pretty good people. So we'll get some viral challenges out there and piss them off. Want to come talk shit. So, but speaking of talking shit, which is one of my favorite things to do as well. So I'm not going to be mad at it, but we are midway through Garbagegate 24.
I love the fact that Trump went and rode in a garbage truck with a garbage man vest. That was one of my first jobs. Was they call it a gunslinger.
Wow.
So when you're when I'm working in a labor pool as a young man, I would be on the back of the trucks. I'd wear the vest. I take people's trash, put it in a dumpster. Not dumpster, but in the garbage truck. Some people will be outside waiting with sodas and drinks, stuff like that. It really felt great. Because these were like help serving Americans that were actually out there loving the trash man that come and collect their stuff. Because I mean, come on, it's definitely so, but love to see it.
Definitely be screwed without our trash men. But as far as Trump goes, I mean, and as far as we go as followers, as conservatives, as Trump supporters, like you can't insult us. Like my thing with Garbagegate is this: the day before that, this comedian that was at Madison Square Garden at the Trump rally there had said some off-color joke about Puerto Rico being a lump of garbage in the ocean, and it wasn't really funny. I don't think he was really funny, but a bunch of people who weren't Puerto Ricans, it seemed, got offended on behalf of Puerto Ricans. And then what was even better about that was like Puerto Rico came out the next day and threw a legit full-on Trump rally. And now the Puerto Rican representatives are going to speak at the Trump rallies. You can't hurt us. Like, you can't insult us. We're going to take the shit that you talk about us and we'll be that bitch. We will be that. You know what I mean? Like, don't call us garbage because we'll fucking make that shit fashionable. And we just did that. So the fact that Biden called us garbage the day afterwards, and it's right before Halloween. Can you imagine?
It's so sad to see CNN literally say he didn't mean what he said. It's like, that's the reason why you guys were supporting him, is because he means what he says.
Yes.
So what is it? What is he saying now? Oh, he really meant what he said. So, there's no way you can tongue twist it or apostrophe S this. Like, come on, CNN, stop playing with it.
Yeah. They're just so annoying. MSM. And by the way, since we're speaking of MSM, I'm going to go ahead and make a bold statement. I personally want to use this show, Offend at Will. I want to, and I vow to do everything in my power with the show to become the mainstream media's one of their worst nightmares. Like, that's my goal. That's what I want to set ourselves out. I want to piss them off so bad. I want our names in their mouth talking shit about us because we expose them. Because
and you know what they're gonna do? I'm just me being, watching them. I watch them from a distance and I just keep my silence because I'm like, you're literally just taking a 10-second clip, spinning it 1,000 times and having a 30-minute conversation about it.
Yeah.
And then you want to get upset when someone takes what Biden said and literally what he says and having conversations about it. And now you're like, oh, well, you can't do that to us. It's like, yeah, everybody's doing it now. So now you taste your own medicine.
Yeah. And we know he meant that shit.
Yeah, he meant that shit. Come on.
Meanwhile, it was a comedian. It wasn't even Trump that said that shit at the rally. It was a comedian that wasn't really that funny.
And the best part, here's the best part. The Trump response was, don't mind Biden like he's just some old fucking fart.
It's so gross. It's just like so offensive. They think that we're stupid and we're just sitting here like, and you know what it is. And I want to point this out because it is the left's tactics, right? They go based upon these books, these certain books, like Marxist type books. One in particular is by Saul Alinsky, the famed Satanist, who is like Hillary Clinton's one of her, role models and inspirations. Mm-hmm. But Saul Alinsky wrote the book Rules for Radicals. That's another one that Obama goes by as well. And if you learn these rules for radicals and the tactics that they are taught and how they attack with us, you're gonna notice several things. One of the things that you're gonna notice is that they will legitimately accuse the ops or accuse us of the very things that they are doing. This is a part of their tactics because they own the media. They don't care that it's not true. They understand that if they repeat this enough within the consciousness of humanity, that a certain amount of our population is going to ingest that and actually believe it. Hence the reason that we've got the fucking normies still running around pro Kamala. You know what I mean?
Here's something that's the uncomfortable truth. Israel was doing it to Gaza since October 7th.
Bars.
And literally everybody's like, okay, we get it. You're supposed to go after the bad guys. Why are you going after citizens?
Right.
Oh, there's a deeper agenda at hand. You're trying, you have this belief that you're trying to do. And now you see like, we're going to keep funding Israel. And it's like, I wouldn't mind funding Israel for the right reasons, just not an insecure reason. In my opinion, this is just me, but, I just don't feel the need to keep funding them because, like their main purpose is to take over what they, what Gaza has over there. And that's just what they're doing. And then they're going to cry wolf until they get it. And that's just what they're doing.
Yeah. Yeah, that is, it's so very true. And it does go a lot deeper. What people don't understand is my ancestor, my legit blood ancestor, David Ben-Gurion, there's a new canal that they are looking to bypass the Suez Canal, and it's called the David Ben-Gurion Canal. And they need to do that through Gaza. And so that's the reason there is proof now. Granted, my last name is Rothblatt, by the way. My last name is Rothblatt. Feel free to Google. Yes, I'm related to... Yes, we're all the same family. I'll just say that, okay? I am Jewish and Mexican. So please miss me with the anti-Semite fucking comments for anybody wanting to come for me. I'm a fucking Jew, okay? So number one. But I talk truth, okay? And I'm not one that's going to stand here, pro-Israel. I'm pro-America. And I'm let's keep our money here.
Exactly.
For our veterans, for our citizens, for all of that. And let's not fund a proxy war on both fucking sides.
Exactly.
Israel knew that October 7th was going to happen. Israel knew that. There is facts about that now.
Yeah.
They knew that was going to happen, and they allowed it to happen because then it justified their war.
It justified everything. Yeah. And then my brother is a retired E8 Master Sergeant in the military. So he's over there, and so every day, he's over there serving America, serving the country still, even as he's retired. So it's just wild. Yeah. But, I do worry sometimes, what could possibly happen, but he's in India right now. But, it's just, we're spending all of our resources, funding situations that we all as a whole really don't agree with. The last time, I don't even remember the last time that happened, but I do remember, 9/11. I remember, being in 10th grade, seeing it. I'm young. I'm obviously a little younger, but I remember seeing, the towers and, all of that stuff. And, of course, everybody's going to, say that, it's, it was planned and all of this and that, buildings don't fall like that, stuff like that. But me as a young kid, okay, I literally saw on live TV I think it was second period. Cause at the time I was doing like TV production, I'm into film and, screenwriting, obviously. Right. But I saw people jumping out of the buildings and stuff.
Yeah.
So it was one of those wild memories I always will have of 9/11. So I remember watching everyone as a whole literally say, go get them. And that's when I knew, America's going to invest in this and that's what it's going to be. There's nothing you could say. When America stands for something, that's what they will stand for. They will go for it and wouldn't mind paying taxes on it, wouldn't mind any of that. That's money that you could literally accumulate, But nowadays it's like they're causing war for a trend and also accessibility to the stock market, and we're catching them. And it's crazy who's connected to these elements. I can't wait to talk about them.
Yeah, me too. I think that I want to do a lot of exposure on here. I want to be bold. I want to, I want this to be a place where people know that they can come and they can get information. That's what I love about us, is that we do have those connections. We do have those experiences. We do have that knowledge and those receipts, most importantly, those receipts. So this is going to be quite a controversial show here. I'm here for it. This is part of trust me, I am absolutely here for it. And I also want to welcome our audience to, engage with us. We're going to be doing pre-recordings starting out. We will, do lives ultimately when we find which time slot is kind of best for us. We'll go ahead and start to do those lives so you guys can join us and engage. But in the interim, make sure to follow us on all of our social media. We will post the links to all of that for Phil for Real, for me, for the other shows, of course, for Oracle. And while we're speaking of that, everybody make sure to go and download the Oracle Talk Radio Network app. Go ahead and do that, because that app is going to allow you to listen to our show 24 hours a day. Whenever you need to listen to us, even if we're doing lives or what have you, and you miss us for the day, you'll still be able to hear the show, okay, and stream it. So make sure to download the app. Shout out to OTRN once again.
Shout out to them.
Yeah, for sure. That was a hugely aligned thing. I was so excited and grateful to come across OTRN and Tom and his openness to our vision with this show.
Great guy, by the way. Great guy.
Yeah, for sure. Super supportive, and he believes in the vision. He understands what we're trying to do here, and he's given us permission to says, "Get at it, girl. Do it." He's like, "Get it." He's really excited for us. So
definitely.
We're going to do some big stuff with Tom and OTRN, and you guys need to make sure to follow along because it's going to be epic. But yeah, going back to September 11th, I had an interesting conversation recently. I do those who know me know I do karaoke twice a week at the local bar. It's kind of my thing. And I post little videos. So if you want to watch that stupid shit, feel free to follow along. I am a pretty good singer. I'm not going to lie. Ooh, yeah. And we're going to do some music too. Phil and I are going to create some music together, so we might be dropping some records, dude. We're doing everything with Offend at Will. Don't even talk to us. Don't do it, because we're taking over. DJ. Speaking of
doing
DJ,
everything, okay, everything.
But anyways, so I go to this local bar there, and there's a local that a regular that goes in, and we were talking the other day, and he's from New York, and he was telling me about how he was there on 9/11. Me at the time, I was 21 years old. I was working, getting ready for work that morning. I saw the first one happen, and then I saw the second plane go into the building. And we have heard all of the conspiracy theories since, the Building 7 stuff, the CGI, all of that about were there planes, were there not planes. And so I'm talking to this gentleman, the other night, I'm like, oh my God, he was actually there, and he's almost getting emotional. talking about his coworker and how his coworker's twin brother was on the 110th floor of building 1 and this and that, like his wife, how he was checking on his wife, and just the many things that they went through that day. And he was struggling, with holding back tears. I know he was slightly inebriated. I'll say slightly, very conservatively, but yeah, he had some liquor in him. But even so, I could tell he was telling me his memories. They were triggering some emotions. And so I asked him just straight up, I was like, okay, so did you see planes? Did you see planes? And he said, yes, I saw planes. And up until now, I've believed the conspiracies of and I think I still believe that. I don't know what to believe. What are your thoughts on that? Like, what do you think about the whole?
So
I know it planned. I believe that, but did they have planes? Did they not? Like,
because it happened when I was literally a man. So what I remember is seeing planes, on television at the time as it happened. It was like, I don't know, like 8:30, 9:30 ish as I was watching it. And then what really pissed everybody off was that they stopped all of the air traffic in the United States. Yet the Saudi family was the ones that were able to get out of the United States.
Yeah, the Bin Ladens.
So that really did happen, by the way, because that's a memory of mine. So, and I'm watching it, and I'm just, my social studies teacher was so upset, like he's pissed. I could tell he was conservative. He was pissed. You know what I mean? He's like, it wasn't like, he was ready to go to war, and he teaches social studies. So, it tells you right there. But yeah, I've seen these things, on the TV, and many people, were upset. They were talking about it, and my mom couldn't stop talking about it, during that day, and every day, everyone's like, don't forget about this, and it's like, I get it. We were touched, and we had our guards down, but I would just say this, never again. Never again can we let that happen. And I'm just going to make a prediction, well, somewhat of a prediction. If we allow, or if by some means this person wins the election, don't be surprised if there will be not like what we experienced from September 11th, but something close to that.
Yeah.
Because keep in mind, watch the money, watch the money. And what I mean by money, I mean, not just the US dollar, but also gold, silver,
Bitcoin,
watch all of these things and see where it lands.
Mm-hmm.
As you know, Trump is all in on Bitcoin and crypto in general, right?
Yeah.
But pay attention to Russia, pay attention to China, pay attention to Sri Lanka, pay attention to all of these countries going to gold.
Yeah.
And many people probably are like, well, why are you guys running to gold? Well, it just must go up for some reason. Why is gold at all-time highs right now?
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Yeah.
Well, in comes the apes. And, we've been watching these individuals for a very, very long time. So if you don't mind, I can kind of tell the story here really quickly.
Go ahead.
But basically, I became an investor in the Trump years because, of course, Trump's economy was doing great. The reason why his economy was doing great is because he was pressuring the Federal Reserves. Now, some people may not know what that means. Oh, it's an independent thing, Phil. President doesn't have any say so. That is true. Understood that. However, when you basically zoom out, people say sometimes you got to zoom out to know what's really within.
Yeah.
You see, in the Obama years, the banks weren't, they were doing reverse repos, consistently. That means excessive, federal printing of money. Okay. And so when Trump gets in office, there was some money printing happening, but then Trump just, no, you don't need to keep doing that. There's literally YouTube videos of Trump basically complaining about the Federal Reserve and why are they printing so much money? Their spending is crazy. And this entire time, nobody was listening to him because he was on Twitter, and Trump doesn't hold back from a fight. So nobody wanted to listen to him. But when the apes came, we understood him. Not because, we're worshiping him. It's because our stock is being manipulated, okay? And we went down our rabbit hole, and we found out that these hedge funds are being paid by bankers, or, the banks are loaning hedge funds money. Yeah. And so when the banks are getting money, that means they're getting money from the Federal Reserve. And so with the Federal Reserve printing on a regular basis, right, this makes other countries say, oh, wow, look at America. They're literally devaluing their dollar by excessive printing. So since that's the case, I'm just going to go to gold and have more money than America. That is what's happening right now. Yep. And so people need to really be aware of why short sellers, especially in America, need to face prison, jail times for manipulating markets. If you just take a look at South Korea right now, if you look at the financial SEC of South Korea, they're actually arresting short sellers that's manipulating their markets. Wow. Why? Wow. Why? The reason why they're doing that is because that has a huge effect on their economy, as is happening to our economy right now. And what they're trying to do right now is prop the market. That's why the Fed is continuously printing money. 50 rate basis points here. Yeah, we're gonna make the money cheaper for you guys, so that way you can print. Prop the market a little bit more. So as you see, the S&P 500 is up, the Dow is up. Everything looks great. I've seen. I watched the MSNBC analysts. They're like, yeah, what do you think about Biden's economy? His economy is great. Well, let me just say this. If the economy is so great, I double dog dare the Federal Reserve to not do a reverse repo for 1 day.
Yeah.
1 day. 1 day. The moment that they do that, okay, the moment that they do that, and which is why it's important that you have to put Trump in office, because he's going to stop this piggy bank. Meanwhile, Kamala has said she's going to ignore this piggy bank. Exactly. Okay. And Biden's already ignoring it. That's why there's because it's all like a snake, if you will. There's a head of a snake, there's a body of a snake, then there's the tail being the short sellers, that made bad bets in the stock market. Basically, these short sellers, they lost. Okay. And when they lost the play to the apes, they use their connections to go on the upper echelon. Okay, well, we need to go to the market maker and give them money so we can have synthetic shares. And then the market maker's like, look, these guys keep coming to me. I'm going to go to the hedge fund, and hey, hedge fund, you got any more money? Because these short sellers are not having enough money for me to keep doing this. You got any more money? Sure, I got it. And then when the hedge funds don't have no money, the hedge funds are like, look, family office. Notice I said family office, right? Mm-hmm. Keep in mind, family offices do not have to report their monies.
Right.
Okay. So this is one of the main reasons why Trump wants to do a Fed audit. When these family offices are getting money from the banks, from the Federal Reserve, you don't know where it lands. You don't know where it's going to. You don't know anything because they're not reporting any money.
Right.
So when Elon comes out and does this Fed audit, just be ready for a lot of liberal tears. I'm just letting you know, because they're all connected, and some corporate Republicans. Just keep in mind of that. The Liz Cheneys, ones that's kind of the warmongers that profit off of war, stuff like that. Nancy Pelosi's. You're gonna hear pushback. You may not hear nothing now because they're making money right now, so they don't care to talk right now. But if Trump gets in office, they're going to blame everything on Donald Trump. And here's why I know this. There's this guy named, I forget his name, Brian Krassenstein or something like that. The Krassenstein brothers, they're very, very familiar with the conservative side because, they're enemies because they're so annoying, right? But these guys, right, they're just like, they try to ratio Trump every time he tweets. It's just annoying, right? So he goes under Trump's tweet and goes, did you know that 16 banks failed under Trump's administration? And so that made me wonder. I said, okay, 16 banks failed under Trump. So let me look and see why these banks failed.
Right.
So the reason why these banks failed is because they lacked liquidity. So they lacked money. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
Think about it. Trump pressured the Federal Reserve in his term. That means the Fed could not pay the banks. So those banks that were propping the market and propping their business, they had no money to keep doing that. And so they failed.
Right.
So imagine what will happen when Trump gets in there. It's going to be pandemonium.
Mm-hmm. And then the Federal Reserve, I mean, go in about like what the actual Federal Reserve is and why they print and how that's what inflation is because they keep printing money out of air.
Yes.
It's not backed by gold. It's no longer even the petrol.
Exactly.
You know what I mean?
Exactly why other countries are going to BRICS. They're going there because they're understanding that the USA is devaluing their dollar. Now, excuse me. Now, the dangerous part is if Kamala wins, because Kamala has said, I'm going to respect. She says respect, but she really means ignore the Federal Reserve. So she's going to allow them to keep printing. She's going to allow them to prop the market. She's going to offer all these programs so that way she could stay in office because she's really helping Goldman Sachs. Let's just be honest.
Yeah.
She's helping Goldman Sachs. She's helping, JP Morgan Chase, Jamie Dimon. She's putting these people in her cabinet.
Right.
The same people that are responsible for the inflation that we're dealing with right now.
Yes.
And it's scary to know that, these people like getting a slap on the wrist from the SEC, they're implementing this CAT system and charging retail investors for the CAT system. When in reality, you should be like charging these hedge funds that you're catching. They just caught Ken Griffin. Okay. Ken Griffin is literally the next Bernie Madoff. I'm just letting everyone know it, and I'm just letting it out because here at Offend at Will, we offend at will. Okay. So Ken Griffin's going to be the next Bernie Madoff. Just letting everyone know that. Okay. When this market goes through a black swan event, okay, and it's gonna be quick with Trump, but it'll take longer with Kamala because they're still printing and propping, just so everyone knows. But when it all comes down to it, this guy is gonna go to prison, like underneath the prison. Who knows what Trump might do, knowing what this guy has done to the market,
right.
And using psychological warfare on the, on retail investors, excuse me, and, paying off short seller articles, paying off CNBC, paying off these analysts to say something totally different than what the actual math, because math is not mathing.
Right.
So if I say, if you have 2 apples in your hand, right, and your receipt says you have 3 apples, and someone says, well, the receipt says 3 apples and I see 2, so I'm just gonna go by like the receipt instead of trusting you. I only have 2 apples. Why is it showing I have 3 apples?
Right.
And so that's what the media has been doing for the past 4 years. They don't want to lose against the apes. The apes have been right this entire time. And as I said, we are a collective of every race, every gender, all backgrounds, all political backgrounds. But at the same time, most of us that have done our due diligence, we've leaned now to support Trump because we know that Trump is going to literally be the call. He's going to save America. Like he's literally going to save America from the short sellers that's manipulating his stock. If because I remember mentioning this to you before, but Devin Nunes is a genius. you know, because he actually is seeing what we see. He noticed that, you know, the stock price is incorrect. You know, the stock price is incorrect. They're making the stock look like it's down, look like it's terrible the whole time.
Manipulating
the stock market with money. They're manipulating. That's why you're seeing all this money print. There's no other logical reason why their money's printing, because all the COVID programs are done. There's no reason why to print the money right now. They have no other excuses. They're literally just been kicking the can down the road for the past 4 years.
Mm-hmm.
And so, you know, ever since we held, you know, AMC, GME, you know, we made hedge funds lose money. So if you look at the trailer to Dumb Money, okay, just look at the trailer. The trailer alone says it. The retail investor, he's asked by his wife, she goes, how much money did we make today? He goes, $5 million. And then it cuts to a hedge fund who's talking to his wife. And she goes, how much money did we lose today? $1 billion. So that's proof and evidence that the hedge funds were losing money. And in this movie, okay, he used his connections to other hedge funds, to other short sellers and other bankers to basically keep it down until he couldn't keep it down anymore. Now, of course, there's other short sellers that have more money than him to keep pushing down the price of GameStop. Keep in mind, GameStop is debt free. Okay, debt free. And then you look at AMC. You know the old AMC, how it used to look. Now it's like super fancy. Has popcorn for sale at Amazon. You know, has cinema suites. We're selling candy, right? We're selling everything. You know, we have, you know, Dolby, you know, movie theaters now. You know, like it feels like a roller coaster in there now. Big stuff going on. So it's a lot of money being made. However, you see that share price and you're wondering, like, why is it so low? It's been like this for like forever. Well, keep in mind, again, bring me back to let's talk about Mark Cuban in a sense, because I want to bring this back because he has a lot to do with this as well.
Talk about Mr. Cuban.
Yeah, definitely.
Woman, as a strong, smart woman who is pro-Trump, go fuck yourself, Mark. But go ahead.
Yeah. Mark Cuban was one of the individuals that invested into